Michael's life came to an abrupt end in a dark room, illuminated only by the glow of his computer screen. Clutching his chest, he felt death closing in. Surprisingly, he wasn't afraid. After spending 35 years enjoying games, anime, and delivery food, he considered his life satisfying enough. As his vision faded into darkness, he accepted the end without regret. Yet, instead of disappearing, Michael remained conscious. He couldn't move, see, or feel anything, but his thoughts continued. Wondering if this was the afterlife, he was startled when an ethereal voice suddenly spoke his name. The mysterious being introduced itself as a god and immediately apologized. According to the god, Michael's death had been a mistake. He wasn't supposed to have died so early. Rather than reacting with anger, Michael calmly accepted the situation. He reasoned that if the god could simply revive him, there would be no need for this conversation in the first place. His indifference left the god baffled. The deity had expected outrage, questions, or demands for answers, but Michael showed none of that. When asked why he wasn't angry, Michael simply explained that there was no point worrying about something he couldn't change. The god seemed even more frustrated by this response. He had prepared himself to deal with an emotional human, not someone who accepted everything so casually. Trying to make up for the mistake, the god offered Michael a new life in another world. To his surprise, Michael remained unimpressed. While he loved anime and fantasy stories, he preferred watching heroes go on adventures rather than becoming one himself. In his previous life, everything he needed was easily available. Food could be delivered to his door, entertainment was only a few clicks away, and survival was never a struggle. Starting over in a fantasy world sounded more exhausting than exciting. Michael even suggested that the god simply take his soul and let him disappear. Unfortunately, that wasn't an option. The god explained that there were rules he had to follow, and Michael's soul had to be reincarnated into another world. Even then, Michael accepted the situation without resistance. His calm reaction nearly drove the god crazy. After only a few minutes of dealing with him, the deity finally gave up and sent his soul away. A warm sensation surrounded Michael, as though he had been submerged in a comforting sea. As he drifted away, he heard the god's final words. The god revealed that he had granted Michael abilities based on his deepest desires, though their nature would remain unknown for now. As additional compensation, Michael would be reborn as the youngest son of the richest family in the entire world, allowing him to live in luxury despite being forced into a new life. Soon after, Michael heard strange, muffled sounds and felt himself being pulled from somewhere warm and cramped. A blinding light filled his vision. As his eyes adjusted, he realized he had been born into a completely new world. The unfamiliar voices around him spoke a language he couldn't understand. Then, a voice suddenly answered the question forming in his mind. It explained that the people around him were celebrating his birth. Startled, Michael immediately asked who was speaking. The response came instantly. "I am ChatJK1, your personal AI assistant." Michael's first moments in his new life immediately worried everyone around him. Instead of crying like a normal newborn, he simply stared at his surroundings with a confused expression. His mother panicked, asking if something was wrong with her baby, while the doctor examined him carefully. The doctor suddenly activated a strange ability. A faint green glow covered his body, and a mirage of vines and leaves appeared across his face. After inspecting the child, he admitted that he was confused. As far as he could tell, there was nothing physically wrong with the baby. While his parents continued worrying, Michael focused on understanding his situation. He observed the people around him. The man holding him was obviously the doctor who had delivered him. His mother lay exhausted on the bed, her long golden hair spread across the pillow after giving birth. She looked completely human, which relieved Michael somewhat. At least, the god had sent him somewhere that still resembled his old world. His father stood beside her, dressed in a dignified uniform that looked more fitting for a prince or decorated military officer than a modern parent. Together, they looked as if they had stepped straight out of a medieval painting. Looking around the room, Michael became increasingly confused. Nothing resembled a hospital. He questioned ChatJK1, who informed him that this was now his home. That answer only raised more questions. If he had been reborn into the richest family in the world, why was he born at home? Where were the machines, monitors, and medical equipment he expected to see? Before he could think further, the doctor glowed with green light again. ChatJK1 immediately identified it as examining magic. The revelation caught Michael's attention. Magic actually existed in this world. When ChatJK1 offered to explain it, Michael agreed. Instantly, information appeared in his vision, like a game system. The spell was called Medical Eyes, a 3-star earth and light elemental spell that allowed its user to look inside a body and detect disease diseases or abnormalities. Seeing information displayed directly before his eyes made Michael wonder whether he had received an ability similar to the protagonists from fantasy stories who could copy skills and powers. If that were true, this reincarnation might not be so bad after all. Magic offered countless conveniences. Combined with being born into the wealthiest family in the world, Michael imagined a comfortable future. He could simply hire people to do everything for him and enjoy an easy life. ChatJK1 pointed out that his parents would likely hire tutors to teach him administrative duties, but Michael ignored the suggestion. As far as he was concerned, a personal AI assistant could handle all the difficult work. Then another realization hit him. Where were the televisions, the air conditioners, the electric lights? As he examined the room more carefully, he found only candles and oil lamps. The truth finally became impossible to ignore. The home berth, the clothing, the room itself, and the complete absence of modern technology all pointed to the same conclusion. He had been reincarnated into a medieval world. Even if he belonged to the richest family alive, their standard of living was still primitive compared to ordinary people from his previous life. Then he noticed an unpleasant smell. ChatJK1 calmly informed him that it came from feces. Horrified, Michael immediately thought about toilets. ChatJK1 confirmed that there was a high probability this world did not even have plumbing. That realization finally broke him. Michael screamed in absolute despair at the nightmare he had been reborn into. To everyone else in the room, however, it simply sounded like a healthy newborn finally crying for the first time. Relieved, his parents and the doctor smiled. Their baby boy was perfectly healthy after all. Several days passed after Michael's birth, and his new life quickly became painfully boring. Unable to move around on his own, he spent nearly all his time lying in a crib. Unlike the reincarnation stories he used to watch and read, there was no convenient time skip. He was forced to experience every slow moment of infancy firsthand. His only source of entertainment was a set of spinning birds hanging above his crib, which did little to ease his boredom. One day, his mother entered the room and spoke to him. To Michael's surprise, he suddenly understood her words perfectly. ChatJK1 explained that it had gathered enough information from listening to conversations around the mansion and had successfully translated the local language directly into something Michael could understand. The AI had accomplished this on its own, making Michael appreciate just how useful his personal assistant truly was. During the conversation, he learned that his name in this world was also Michael. His mother proudly showed him off to a maid and repeatedly called him adorable. She even pinched his cheeks, causing him discomfort, though he didn't hold it against her. Since his birth, she had personally cared for him, despite having plenty of servants who could have handled the responsibility. Soon, she picked him up and sat cross-legged on the floor. While holding him on her lap, she talked about teaching him magic herself when he grew older, instead of hiring tutors like his father wanted. Then her expression became serious, and she began meditating. Almost immediately, Michael noticed countless tiny green particles appear throughout the room. They slowly drifted around her body before sinking into her skin. Curious, he asked ChatJK1 what he was seeing. The AI identified the particles as earth element mana and explained that his mother was gathering and storing them inside her body. The sight fascinated Michael. Since arriving in this world, nothing had captured his attention more than witnessing magic firsthand. He watched closely as his mother spent an entire hour gathering mana before finally stopping and leaving him alone in the nursery. Even after she left, Michael couldn't stop thinking about what he had seen. When he asked whether he could learn the same technique, ChatJK1 immediately analyzed it and obtained the theory behind mana gathering. The AI then offered to teach him. Michael accepted without hesitation. A massive amount of information suddenly flowed into his mind. Instinctively, he closed his eyes and began meditating exactly as his mother had done. Soon, he sensed colorful particles filling the room. Green, blue, red, and silver mana floated around him, representing the four basic elements: earth, water, fire, and air. Following his newfound instincts, Michael created a pulling force within his body that drew every nearby mana particle toward him. The elemental energy flowed into his skin before gathering inside his abdomen. As the mana accumulated, 4 tiny colored stones formed within him. Each stone automatically absorbed its matching element and slowly grew larger. Realizing what this meant, Michael asked if he could use all 4 elemental affinities. ChatJK1 confirmed that he could. It also suggested that other elements might exist in the world and that Michael could potentially be compatible with those as well. The discovery left him satisfied. The god had apparently given him an extraordinary talent. However, However, gathering mana proved exhausting. After only a short period, Michael felt completely drained. Before falling asleep, ChatJK-1 activated automatic mana gathering on his behalf. As Michael slept peacefully in his crib, elemental particles continued flowing into his body. Later, when his mother returned, she noticed that the room contained fewer earth element particles than before. Assuming it was nothing more than coincidence, she paid little attention to it, completely unaware that her newborn son had absorbed them himself. Over the following months, Michael settled into the routine of baby life. Most of his days consisted of sleeping, lying in his crib, and enduring the boredom that came with being trapped in an infant's body. The one thing keeping him occupied was mana gathering. Every day, he absorbed elemental mana from his surroundings and strengthened the 4 elemental stones that had formed inside his body. As those stones grew, his sensitivity to mana improved dramatically. He could now sense not only how much mana existed around him, but also identify the different elemental types mixed within the air. The benefits extended beyond magic. Constantly gathering mana seemed to strengthen his physical body as well. Despite still being a baby, he was already close to being able to stand on his own. Unfortunately, he rarely had time alone to practice. His mother constantly carried him around, and the mansion's maids seemed completely obsessed with him. They regularly showed him around the estate, pinched his cheeks, and showered him with affection. According to Michael, the god had apparently blessed him with both handsome and cute features, which only made the attention worse. As the months passed, he also learned more about his family. Because his mother insisted that he call her mommy and his father spent most of his time away from home, it actually took him quite a while to learn their real names. By listening to servant gossip, he discovered that his mother was named Lilia, while his father was Bart. His own full name was Michael Von Vanderbilt. The Vanderbilt family was supposedly the richest and most influential family in the entire world. Michael hadn't seen enough of the outside world to verify that claim, but he remained hopeful that his future inheritance would eventually allow him to recreate some of the comforts of modern life. Before long, Michael reached his first birthday. For Lilia, this was an event worthy of a grand celebration. She ordered the construction of a special venue near the family estate. Michael initially expected something modest, but what he saw completely shattered his expectations. The venue was so massive that traveling across it required a carriage. It was comparable in size to a football stadium. What shocked him even more was that Lilia considered it too small. She apologized to him and promised to build an even larger venue for his next birthday, explaining that there simply hadn't been enough time to prepare something grander. Watching the construction process gave Michael his first real glimpse into the family's wealth. Since there were no machines in this world, everything had been built by hand. Tens of thousands of workers and mages labored daily to complete the enormous project. For Michael, however, the most valuable part wasn't the venue itself. It was the magic. As he observed the mages working, he carefully watched how they manipulated elemental mana to cast spells. Thanks to his heightened mana sensitivity and ChatJK-1's analysis abilities, he continuously acquired the theories behind the magic being used. By studying them, he learned exactly how mana flowed through the body before transforming into spells. Back in his crib, Michael immediately began testing his new knowledge. The powerful spells he had observed required far more mana than he currently possessed, making them impossible to use. However, he discovered 4 basic 1-star spells that were within reach: Water Ball, Ember, Rock Throw, and Wind Blow. Concentrating carefully, he guided mana from his abdomen into his hands. A small sphere of water appeared above one hand. Next came a tiny floating rock. Then, a candle-sized flame formed at his fingertip. With all 3 elemental manifestations hovering in front of him, Michael cast Wind Blow. A gust of wind launched the water ball, rock, and flame across the room. A sharp impact echoed as they struck the wall. For the first time since arriving in this world, Michael had successfully cast magic with his own hands, even while still a 1-year-old baby. Michael's first birthday finally arrived, but the months leading up to it passed quickly because of an unexpected incident caused by his own magic. After secretly casting several spells in his crib, small burn marks and water stains appeared on the wall. The damage was minor, but the discovery immediately alarmed the entire household. Investigators examined the scene and confirmed that magic had been used inside the young master's room. To Michael, it seemed insignificant. To his mother, it looked like an attempted assassination. The mansion's security was dramatically increased. More maids were assigned to watch over him, guards were added, and Michael was even moved into his mother's room temporarily. As the investigation continued, the situation became even stranger. Experts determined that the traces belonged to multiple elemental spells cast at the exact same time by a single person. That revelation shocked everyone. Michael soon learned that possessing multiple elemental affinities was extraordinarily rare. 2 elements marked someone as a genius. 3 elements represented a talent beyond ordinary understanding. 4 elements, however, belonged only in legends. Nobody could explain how a legendary talent had somehow entered the Vanderbilt estate and cast several harmless one-star spells inside a baby's room. Realizing how unusual his abilities truly were, Michael decided to be far more careful moving forward. Revealing that he was the one responsible would create problems he had no interest in dealing with. Eventually, the investigation ended without answers. Since nobody was harmed and nothing was stolen, authorities dismissed the event as some strange, natural occurrence. His mother immediately adopted a different interpretation. Convinced that her son had been blessed by God, she began proudly sharing the story with everyone she met. Michael found the sudden change amusing. One moment, she had been terrified, and the next, she was boasting about his supposed divine blessing. ChatJK1 pointed out that she wasn't entirely wrong. Still, Michael had no intention of explaining the truth. That became painfully obvious during his birthday celebration. Lilia personally greeted countless influential guests and repeatedly introduced Michael to them, praising him at every opportunity. She seemed determined to tell everyone how special her son was. Fortunately, Bart occasionally stepped in and interrupted her. Meanwhile, Michael sat quietly in his stroller, wishing he could simply leave. Since he had to continue acting like an ordinary child, he endured the celebration while secretly gathering small amounts of mana, careful not to attract attention. As he drifted toward sleep, he overheard an interesting conversation. One of the guests complimented the Vanderbilt family on Michael's appearance. The discussion eventually shifted toward family alliances when the guest mentioned that his own daughter had recently been born and suggested arranging something beneficial for both families. The conversation lingered in Michael's mind as time continued to pass. Before long, 5 years had gone by. Standing before a mirror, Michael saw a handsome young boy with his mother's golden hair and his father's sharp features. His magical growth during those years had been extraordinary. With a simple spell, he created a massive sphere of water larger than his own head. The amount of mana he possessed now rivaled what he had previously seen adult mages use. His control had also improved significantly. He could reshape water freely, stretching and manipulating it however he wished. Yet, despite his power, daily life remained inconvenient. One of his maids, Beretta, still had to carry multiple buckets of water from a well just to fill his bathtub whenever he wanted to bathe. Watching her perform the same tedious task reminded Michael of everything he missed from modern life. Faucets, plumbing, and running water had once been things he took for granted. Frustrated, he wished he knew how such inventions worked. To his surprise, ChatJK1 immediately offered help. The AI downloaded the necessary knowledge directly into his mind, giving him a complete understanding of how faucets functioned. As the information settled into place, Michael realized something incredible. For the first time since arriving in this world, he possessed enough knowledge to recreate a piece of modern technology himself. And ChatJK1 was already offering detailed instructions on how to build it. A flood of information suddenly poured into Michael's mind. Detailed diagrams, blueprints, and mechanical knowledge appeared so clearly that it felt as if he had known them his entire life. With ChatJK1's explanation of plumbing systems and faucets, he now understood exactly how to build one. The realization filled him with excitement. For the first time since arriving in this medieval world, he could see a path toward bringing back one of the conveniences he missed most. His reaction caught Beretta's attention. She entered the bathroom and found him celebrating by himself. Michael quickly tried to hide his excitement, brushing it off as nothing. Beretta simply smiled and continued helping him prepare for his bath. As she carried bucket after bucket of water into the room, Michael focused on planning his future plumbing project. The bathtub required several trips to the well before it could be filled, and although Beretta never complained, Michael noticed how exhausted she looked once she finally left the room. Outside, another maid expressed concern about her condition. She pointed out that the mansion employed water mages who could fill the bathtub instantly. Beretta refused the suggestion. The young master preferred warmer water, and the water created by the mages was too cold. Despite the strain on her body, she insisted on doing the work herself because she genuinely cared for Michael. After finishing his bath, Michael headed directly to the mansion library. The Vanderbilt family's wealth was immediately obvious. Yes, the library was so vast that it could have been considered a mansion by itself in his previous world. Shelves filled with books from across the world stretched in every direction. Michael wandered through the enormous collection, searching for one specific thing. Before building a plumbing system, he needed to determine whether installing it throughout the mansion was even possible. To do that, he needed detailed blueprints of the estate. Eventually, he found a book labeled Bart Vanderbilt Mansion sitting on a high shelf. After climbing a ladder to retrieve it, he sat down and began flipping through its pages. The text was written in the local language, but that didn't matter. ChatJK-1 handled the difficult part. Michael asked the AI to determine the optimal placement for a plumbing system. As he casually turned pages, ChatJK-1 analyzed the entire mansion layout. Moments later, the answer arrived. Another stream of information entered Michael's mind, revealing the estate's internal structure in incredible detail. ChatJK-1 even displayed a mental hologram showing the mansion with a completed plumbing network already installed. Now, Michael knew exactly where everything needed to go. The required materials were also surprisingly straightforward. The pipes needed to be made from copper, which was readily available in this world. Creating the pipes wouldn't be difficult either. Over the years, Michael had accumulated numerous production-related spells simply by observing mages at work. Thanks to his constant mana training, he could already cast 2-star spells despite being only 5 years old. 2 particular spells were exactly what he needed: Metal Bend and Metal Fuse. With those abilities, manufacturing the pipes himself was entirely possible. After finalizing his plans, Michael left the library with a determined expression. There was only one obstacle left. He needed money to acquire the materials. That meant obtaining permission from the one person who controlled the household's resources. Marching through the mansion as if preparing for battle, Michael stopped outside his mother's room and knocked on the door. Lilia welcomed him inside with a smile. Michael immediately explained that he needed to buy something. His mother, however, wanted a reason. After a brief struggle, Michael reluctantly offered a trade. In exchange for funding his purchase, she would be allowed to pinch his cheeks 5 times. Lilia accepted instantly. The negotiation ended successfully. By the end of the day, Michael had secured the resources needed to begin his plumbing project. Unfortunately, he also ended up with a pair of swollen red cheeks. Michael soon received a massive shipment of materials from the Vanderbilt family's warehouses. Thanks to the family's extensive businesses, obtaining the metals he needed was easy. The real challenge was finding a place where he could work without anyone interfering. Fortunately, the Vanderbilt estate sat in the middle of a vast forest surrounded by mountains and hills. With so much empty land and no dangerous animals nearby, Michael decided to establish a secret workshop outside the mansion. Using his enhanced physical abilities and the 1-star spell Air Jump, he slipped away from the estate unnoticed. He then asked ChatJK-1 to locate a suitable location for his project. After scanning the area, the AI guided him deeper into the forest and led him to the base of a small mountain. There, Michael immediately saw the potential. He decided to carve out his own hidden workspace. Using the 1-star spell Boulder Crush, he began digging into the mountainside. The process was slow. Each cast only removed a small amount of stone, but Michael remained persistent. Days passed as he continued expanding the space. The project served 2 purposes. It gave him a private area to conduct experiments, and it allowed him to train his magic continuously. After nearly 20 days of work, he finally completed what he called the project room. The hidden chamber measured roughly 20 meters by 20 meters, with a 5-meter ceiling. It was large enough to serve as a proper workshop. He even created metal tables, chairs, and desks using the 2-star spell Metal Bend, further improving his control over metal manipulation. With his secret base complete, Michael was finally ready to begin building his plumbing system. Soon afterward, strange noises began echoing throughout the mansion. Hammering sounds and vibrations spread through the entire estate, alarming the servants. The maids could hear the impacts even from the kitchen. When they asked what was happening, Beretta explained that the young master was working on a secret project and had instructed everyone not to disturb him. That explanation did little to reassure them. Since Bart and Lilia were away for an entire month, the servants became increasingly nervous. The sounds made it seem as though Michael was tearing apart the mansion itself. Then, without warning, the noise stopped. A few minutes later, Michael casually walked into the kitchen covered in dust and debris. While the stunned maids stared at him, he poured himself a drink, joked about working hard, and then returned upstairs to continue his mysterious project. The servants could only watch in confusion. Several more days passed before Michael finally reached reached the moment he had been waiting for. Inside his bathroom stood a simple faucet attached to the wall. Beneath it sat a basin connected to a network of pipes hidden beneath the floor. Everything was ready. Michael turned the lever. For a moment, only a faint gurgling echoed through the pipes. Then a few drops of water emerged. The drops became a trickle. The trickle became a steady stream. Water flowed continuously from the faucet. Michael immediately celebrated his success. After nearly a month of planning and construction, he had recreated running water in a world that lacked plumbing. To make it work, he had built a large water tank above the mansion and used gravity and air pressure to move water through the pipes. Installing the system required breaking walls and floors throughout parts of the house, leaving sections of the mansion looking badly damaged. To Michael, none of that mattered. This invention brought him one step closer to the comfortable lifestyle he remembered from his previous world. At that moment, Beretta entered the room, intending to confront him about all the noise and destruction. Her complaints vanished the moment she saw the faucet. Water continued flowing from it without any visible magic. Completely stunned, she asked what it was. Michael casually explained that it was called a faucet and invited her to try it. Still confused, Beretta stepped closer. Michael then splashed her with some of the water. The warmth immediately caught her attention. This wasn't magically created water. It was ordinary water drawn directly from the well. Realizing that fact left her utterly speechless. News of Michael's strange new invention spread quickly among the mansion staff. Before long, his bathroom was packed with maids, all staring in amazement at the faucet and the stream of water continuously flowing from it. None of them could understand how it worked. Some wondered if magic was involved. Others speculated that someone might be secretly forcing water through the pipes from behind the wall. The sight of water appearing without a mage casting a spell seemed completely impossible to them. Beretta eventually turned to Michael and asked the question everyone wanted answered. Did he really make this himself? When Michael confirmed it, the entire room erupted with curiosity. Using the knowledge ChatJK1 had given him, he explained the basics of gravity, water pressure, and connected pipes. To him, it was a simple concept, but to the maids, it sounded revolutionary. The more they listened, the more shocked they became. What impressed them most was not only the invention itself, but also the fact that a 5-year-old child could explain it so confidently. They quickly began praising him, calling him a genius, and insisting that Lilia needed to hear about his accomplishment immediately. Michael stopped them. He asked the maids not to tell his mother until she returned from her trip. As long as his parents were away, he could work freely on his projects without interference. He preferred to keep things that way for now. Before the conversation could continue, one of the maids noticed another unusual object in the bathroom. Unlike the faucet, this one was built into the floor. It was a large bowl connected to the plumbing system and partially filled with water. When asked about it, Michael casually revealed its purpose. It was a toilet. The invention was actually the main reason he had built the plumbing system in the first place. For 5 years, he had been forced to use bushes or chamber pots like everyone else in this world. While the locals considered such things normal, Michael had spent his previous life surrounded by modern sanitation and had never grown accustomed to the smell. The toilet was his solution. Since he had not yet developed a proper filtration system, the waste would simply travel through pipes and be carried away to a nearby river. It was only a temporary setup, but it was enough for now. The maids still had no idea how the device worked. To demonstrate, Michael pressed a button attached to the toilet tank. Instantly, water rushed through the bowl with a loud flushing sound. The sudden roar startled everyone. Several maids nearly jumped in fright, convinced some kind of creature was hidden beneath the floor. Laughing, Michael explained that the toilet was used for relieving oneself. Once finished, all a person had to do was press the button, allowing the water to carry everything away. Afterward, they could wash their hands at the faucet. The maids immediately realized the value of such a system. As household servants, they were responsible for cleaning chamber pots and disposing of waste manually. They also had to spend significant effort cleaning filthy latrines. The toilet eliminated nearly all of that work. Not only would it save time and labor, but it would also drastically reduce the unpleasant smells that filled parts of the estate. The realization left them stunned. They called the invention a miracle and praised Michael repeatedly. Some even became so fascinated with the running water that they started splashing each other playfully, like children discovering a new toy. Michael couldn't help laughing along with them. Eventually, Beretta stepped in and restored order. Reminding everyone that they were still inside the young master's personal bathroom, she chased the maids out before threatening to tell Lilia about their behavior. Terrified by that possibility, the maids immediately scattered. With the room finally empty again, Michael was left alone to enjoy the success chaos of the plumbing system he had spent so long creating. The morning after completing his plumbing system, Beretta was abruptly awakened by the sound of excited screams echoing throughout the mansion. Fearing that something terrible had happened, she rushed outside the maid dormitory. To her surprise, the mansion's atrium was completely empty. The maids who should have been busy with their morning chores were nowhere to be seen. Following the noise, she eventually arrived at the kitchen house. There, she found nearly every maid crowded around something on the wall. When they noticed her arrival, they eagerly stepped aside to reveal the source of their excitement. Installed beside the cabinets was a row of sinks connected to multiple faucets. The maids excitedly explained that Michael must have installed them during the night. Instead of carrying water from the well whenever they needed to wash dishes, they could now simply turn a lever and receive a continuous flow of water. Beretta tested one herself and watched as clean water poured into the basin below. Before she could fully process it, the younger maids dragged her toward the communal latrine. The difference became obvious before they even entered. The usual smell was almost completely gone. Inside, the entire room had been transformed. Faucets lined one wall, while a drainage system carried dirty water away through newly installed pipes. On the opposite side stood several toilets connected to the same plumbing network. The maids proudly explained that they had already tested them, and everything worked exactly as Michael had described. The new system changed everything. Their daily workload had been drastically reduced, and maintaining cleanliness had become far easier than before. Tasks that once required constant trips to the well and unpleasant manual labor could now be handled with little effort. As the maids continued celebrating, Michael suddenly appeared behind them with a smile and asked if they liked his work. The response was immediate. The maids rushed toward him, hugging him from every direction while showering him with gratitude and praise. Some declared that they would happily serve him forever, while others thanked him for giving them something so valuable. Although his face was nearly crushed by the affection, Michael didn't seem to mind. Seeing their excitement only reinforced how primitive everyday life in this world really was. At that moment, he silently resolved to keep improving life for both himself and the people around him. After escaping the group, Michael approached Beretta and told her he wanted to show her something. Curious, she followed him along with the other maids. Their destination turned out to be the maid dormitory, specifically Beretta's personal washroom. The room was simple and contained little more than a bucket and dipper for bathing. However, once Michael opened the door, everyone immediately noticed a new fixture attached to the wall. Unlike the faucets they had already seen, this pipe ended in a wide metal head filled with tiny holes. Michael introduced it as a shower. When he turned the lever, warm water poured from above like a miniature waterfall. Beretta stepped forward and cautiously reached into the stream. The water was warm and natural. It wasn't the cold water produced by magic. Then Michael revealed why he had made it. He explained that she no longer needed to haul heavy buckets from the well or continue straining her back. The statement stunned everyone. The maids had assumed Michael never noticed Beretta's condition, yet he had clearly been paying attention all along. When Beretta asked if that was the reason he built the shower, Michael quickly denied it and awkwardly insisted that he simply wanted one for himself as well. His reaction only made the younger maids smile. They praised him for being both intelligent and thoughtful, teasing him for how sweet he was. Beretta, however, felt her eyes grow moist. Despite being only a servant, she realized that the young master genuinely cared about her well-being, and that realization made her even more grateful to serve him. As the days passed, Michael's inventions spread throughout the Vanderbilt estate. Employees who had been away from the mansion returned to a strange sight. The maids seemed obsessed with spending time in the kitchen and communal bathrooms, washing themselves far more often than before. The butlers quickly discovered the reason. Michael had installed showers, toilets, and running water systems, not only for the maids, but throughout their living quarters as well. Seeing the plumbing system for the first time left them just as stunned as the maids had been. Some of the butlers were skilled handymen and immediately recognized how difficult it would have been to create such a network of pipes. Others noticed signs that magic had been used in the construction. That realization only raised more questions. The plumbing clearly showed evidence of advanced magical craftsmanship, but Michael was only 5 years old. By all logic, he should have only recently begun learning magic, not using it to create a complex plumbing system. Although none of them dared question the young master directly, many secretly viewed him as a monstrous genius. Michael noticed their reactions. He knew it would only be a matter of time before people figured out that he could cast spells. Fortunately, his parents were still still away, giving him more freedom to operate without scrutiny. To ensure the butlers remained on his side, Michael installed showers and toilets in their dormitory as well. The strategy worked perfectly. Before long, the butlers were just as captivated by the comfort of running water as everyone else. They even stopped teasing the maids about constantly washing themselves and began showering twice a day as well. Maintaining the system required some effort, but it was still far more convenient than hauling water manually. Michael had installed 6 hand-operated pumps connected to an underground water source. With only a few minutes of work each morning, the water tank could be refilled for the entire day. More than a week after the plumbing system was completed, the atmosphere throughout the estate had noticeably changed. The workers seemed happier, more energetic, and generally more satisfied with their daily lives. One day, Michael encountered a butler carrying a deer carcass. Curious, he learned that many of the butlers and mages had recently been away hunting. They were gathering meat to prepare for the coming winter, when food shortages would become more common. As Michael looked at the butchered deer, his attention focused on the animal fat. Immediately, a new idea formed in his mind. Running water had improved hygiene, but another important piece was still missing: soap. The world already possessed primitive versions of soap, but Michael wasn't satisfied with them. He asked ChatJK-1 for instructions on producing a higher quality version similar to what existed in his previous world. The AI immediately supplied him with the necessary knowledge. Realizing that animal fat was one of the key ingredients, Michael asked the butler for some of it. The request seemed odd, but after remembering Michael's previous inventions, the butler agreed. Next, Michael approached Beretta and requested additional materials. The moment she saw the list, she became suspicious that the young master was planning another major project. Michael quickly reassured her that it wasn't anything as dramatic as the plumbing system and promised he wouldn't destroy the house again. Beretta accepted the explanation and gathered a group of maids to travel to the nearby town and purchase everything he needed. Many of the maids volunteered eagerly. After witnessing the impact of his previous inventions, they secretly hoped to be among the first people to see whatever Michael created next. When they returned, Michael immediately checked the supplies. Among them were essential oils and, most importantly, large quantities of lye. With all the materials prepared, he headed to his secret project room in the forest. Following ChatJK-1's instructions, he mixed animal fat and lye together to create a soap mixture. He poured it into molds and used the one-star spell Ember to speed up the curing process. The next morning, Michael rushed back to the workshop. There, waiting inside the molds, was the result of his newest project. He had successfully created soap. Michael headed to the kitchen house, where the maids were busy preparing meals over open fires. As soon as they saw him, they greeted him enthusiastically and even offered him his favorite beef stew. Beretta quickly noticed something suspicious. Michael had the same mischievous smile he wore before revealing the faucet, and he was clearly hiding something behind his back. When Michael mentioned that he wanted feedback on a new project, every maid immediately stopped what they were doing and gathered around him. Curious about his latest invention, they eagerly asked what he had made this time. With a grin, Michael finally revealed a white bar he had been hiding. It was soap. The moment he presented it, the maids noticed a pleasant floral scent coming from the bar. Michael explained that it was used for cleaning the hands, body, and other parts of the body. To demonstrate, he walked to a faucet and washed his hands. After rubbing the soap, a thick lather quickly covered them. Once he rinsed it away, the maids immediately noticed the lingering fragrance left behind. One curious maid grabbed his hand and smelled it for herself. She was instantly amazed. The scent remained even after washing, and it smelled better than many perfumes and colognes they were familiar with. Michael then allowed everyone to try the soap themselves. The maids practically fought over who would use it first. Once they finally got their turns, the results spoke for themselves. One maid pointed out that dirt and coal stains that normally took several minutes of scrubbing disappeared almost immediately. Not only were her hands clean, but they also smelled wonderful afterward. Satisfied by their reactions, Michael revealed that he had prepared gifts for all of them. He brought out a large rucksack and handed each maid a bar of soap along with a small vial filled with a strange blue liquid. The soap alone caused excitement, but the mysterious liquid quickly attracted attention as well. Michael introduced it as shampoo and instructed them to use it while showering. After smelling the fragrant liquid, the maids immediately became eager to try it. Within moments, a competition broke out over who would get access to the showers first. Arguments erupted erupted throughout the kitchen house as many of them rushed back to the dormitories to test the new products. The remaining maids continued working while waiting for their turn. Eventually, the first group returned. The difference was immediately noticeable. Their bodies carried a pleasant floral fragrance, their skin looked cleaner and smoother, and their hair appeared healthier than before. The shampoo left their hair silky, soft, and free of many of the tangles that had previously been common. The transformation was so obvious that the remaining maids abandoned their work and hurried off to try the products themselves. Meanwhile, the refreshed maids continued showering Michael with praise. Some even joked that any woman would agree to marry him if he gave her gifts like these. Michael paid little attention to such comments. His mind was focused elsewhere. His goal wasn't romance, but improving the standard of living within the mansion and eventually beyond it. With running water, toilets, showers, soap, and shampoo now completed, he began considering his next project. The world still relied on sundials, candles, and hourglasses to measure time. Michael wanted to change that. His next objective was to create the first mechanical clock. Unlike some of his previous inventions, a clock relied entirely on gears and metal components, making it achievable with the skills he already possessed. However, success would require much greater precision. To accomplish that, he would need to further master his 2-star spell, Metal Bend. The spell allowed him to manipulate and shape metal telepathically, using fire and earth elements, with its effectiveness depending on both the material and the user's mastery. For Michael, that meant more practice, and with another invention already taking shape in his mind, his efforts soon shifted toward making the world's first mechanical clock a reality. The following day, one of the Vanderbilt maids, Castell, traveled to the nearby town of Kingsbridge. Unlike ordinary settlements, Kingsbridge catered to wealthy nobles, merchants, and influential families. It was a place where the rich gathered to enjoy luxurious lifestyles, and among its popular establishments was a high-class tea house frequented by wealthy women, their daughters, and their servants. That day, the tea gathering proceeded as usual. The women showed off expensive gifts, jewelry, and luxuries purchased by their husbands while subtly competing with one another. Beneath the polite smiles and pleasant conversation was a constant struggle to prove who lived the most extravagant life. When Castell entered the establishment, most of the noblewomen barely paid attention to her at first. As a maid, she normally wouldn't have been worth noticing. However, something immediately caught their attention. A pleasant floral fragrance drifted through the room the moment she arrived. The scent was strong enough to be noticed, but gentle enough not to overwhelm. It was unlike any perfume the women had encountered before. As Castell carried tea and biscuits to the table on behalf of Lilia, who was still away from the estate, the fragrance became even stronger. The women began looking around in confusion. They assumed someone must have applied an expensive perfume, but every person at the table denied it. Eventually, they realized the scent was coming from Castell herself. The maid remained completely unaware of the attention. Since everyone at the Vanderbilt estate now used Michael's soap and shampoo, the pleasant fragrance had become normal to her. Only when the entire table fell silent and stared at her did she realize something was wrong. One of the noblewomen finally asked what perfume she used. Castell honestly replied that she didn't wear perfume at all. The women refused to believe her. When she insisted that the scent came from the soap and shampoo she used after bathing, they became even more suspicious. At that moment, one of the younger daughters stood up and examined Castell more closely. She noticed not only the fragrance, but also the condition of her skin and hair. Her hair smelled wonderful and looked exceptionally healthy. Her skin appeared smooth and well-maintained. Soon, several women gathered around her to inspect her appearance for themselves. The more they looked, the more astonished they became. The scent seemed to come naturally from her hair and skin, rather than from any external perfume. Once everyone calmed down, they questioned Castell again. This time, they seriously considered the possibility that the soap and shampoo were responsible. When she confirmed it, the room erupted. Several women immediately offered to buy the products. Some promised to pay 1 gold coin for a single set, while others wanted multiple pieces reserved for themselves and their daughters. By the time the gathering ended, the wealthy women of Kingsbridge were practically fighting over the chance to obtain Michael's creations. Before sunset, Castell hurried back to the Vanderbilt estate and went straight to Michael's room. Excitedly, she recounted everything that had happened at the tea house. According to her, the noblewomen had been completely captivated by the soap and shampoo. She was convinced that wealthy customers would eagerly buy the products if they were sold publicly. Michael listened carefully. The response from Kingsbridge surprised him, but it also revealed a new opportunity. Until now, he had relied entirely on Vanderbilt money whenever he needed materials for his inventions. Every project required asking his mother for funds. If his soap and shampoo could truly sell for 1 gold coin each, he could start earning his own money. And with his own income, Michael would finally be able to finance future inventions without depending on his family or revealing every project he wanted to pursue. After hearing Castell's report, Michael finally gained a better understanding of the value of his products. A single gold coin was worth 1,000 silver coins, and each silver coin was worth 1,000 bronze coins. Even experienced maids like Castell and Beretta earned only 1 gold coin per month, which was considered an excellent salary. That made the demand from the wealthy women of Kingsbridge even more shocking. The ingredients needed to produce soap cost only a few hundred bronze coins, yet those women were willing to pay an entire gold coin for a single bar. The potential profit was enormous. When Michael asked whether Castell would be willing to handle deliveries if they began selling the products, she eagerly agreed. She was convinced that once the noble women started using the soap and shampoo, their reputation would spread rapidly throughout high society. Michael agreed with her assessment. The wealthy women of Kingsbridge constantly competed with one another and loved displaying luxury items. In his eyes, they were essentially the influencers of this world. To capitalize on that, he instructed Castell to purchase more ingredients along with additional flowers and oils. He wanted to create multiple varieties of soap and shampoo rather than limiting himself to a single floral scent. Motivated by the opportunity, Castell immediately left to begin preparations. Once alone, Michael shifted his attention back to another project. In his hands rested a metal gear he had shaped with metal bend. Unfortunately, it revealed a limitation in his current abilities. The smallest gear he could produce was still roughly the size of an adult's hand, making it impossible to create the wristwatches or pocket watches he originally envisioned. For now, he decided to settle for a large mechanical clock. He asked ChatJK1 to explain the workings of early mechanical clocks, and the AI immediately began transferring detailed knowledge into his mind. The information covered gears, weights, and the mechanisms required for accurate timekeeping. Unlike some of his previous projects, this one was extremely complicated. Michael spent the entire night absorbing and understanding the knowledge until it felt as natural as if he had studied engineering for years. Excited by the challenge, he struggled to sleep and instead continued gathering mana to tire himself out. Despite his focus on inventions, he had never neglected his magical training. The 4 elemental mana stones inside his body had grown to the size of small acorns, allowing him to cast 1-star spells continuously for about 10 minutes without exhaustion. Curious about his progress, he asked ChatJK1 how his mana compared to other mages. The AI couldn't answer. Because Michael had kept his abilities secret, there was no data available for comparison. He also lacked a proper understanding of magic itself. He still knew little about advanced spells, elemental affinities beyond the basic 4, or the true significance of spell rankings. That realization led him to a decision. When his parents returned, he planned to reveal that he had used magic to create the plumbing system. Doing so would give him a legitimate reason to receive magical education and hopefully gain access to a tutor. The following day, Michael began carefully crafting the first components of his clock. Since precision was critical, he worked slowly and methodically. At the same time, he organized soap and shampoo production on a larger scale. Using knowledge from his previous life, he essentially created a primitive factory. Different groups of maids handled different stages of production. Some prepared and mixed ingredients, others combined them with water, and another group poured the mixtures into molds. The maids enthusiastically embraced the work because Michael promised they could keep some soap and shampoo for themselves. When he offered to pay them, however, they immediately refused. The servants insisted that helping him was already part of their duties and reminded him how much his inventions had improved their lives. Beretta explained that accepting money would deny them the chance to show their gratitude. Although Michael was touched by their sincerity, he wasn't entirely comfortable with it. Coming from a world where work deserved compensation, he decided that if they refused payment, he would simply repay their efforts with even more inventions in the future. The days passed in a flurry of activity throughout the Vanderbilt estate. The maids and butlers completed their normal duties early each day before gathering in the backyard to help manufacture soap and shampoo. Production continued steadily as everyone worked together to prepare goods for sale. Meanwhile, Michael focused on his newest invention. Most of the difficult work had already been completed. The gears and mechanisms for his clock were finished inside his project room, leaving only the final adjustments before before assembly. After 2 more days of work, the project was finally complete. The finished clock resembled a crude version of Big Ben. It stood as tall as a cabinet and featured a simple circular face with thin metal rods serving as the hour and minute hands. From the outside, it looked decent enough. The inside, however, was another story. The gears, pulleys, and ropes were packed together without much elegance. Michael knew it was far from perfect craftsmanship, but as long as the mechanism functioned properly, he was satisfied. Unlike modern clocks, this one had no independent power source. Instead, it relied on weights and required daily winding through a crank attached to its side. Standing beside the clock, Michael began turning the crank. Eventually, a satisfying ding echoed from the mechanism as resistance increased, signaling that it was fully wound. Then came the moment of truth. He released the crank. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The rhythmic sound echoed through the room as the hands began moving. It worked. Relief and satisfaction washed over Michael as he watched the clock function exactly as intended. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't alone. A crowd of maids and butlers had already gathered behind him, drawn by the strange ticking sound. Curious about the invention, they eagerly asked for an explanation. Michael launched into a lengthy lecture about hours, minutes, and timekeeping. Most of it went over their heads. Having never seen a clock before, they struggled to grasp the concept. Only when he compared the movement of the clock's hands to the burning time of candles did they finally begin to understand. The servants were impressed, but they still didn't realize how useful the invention truly was. That changed when Michael announced a new rule. From now on, no one in the mansion would work more than 8 hours per day. The reaction was immediate confusion. The workers couldn't understand why he would limit their hours when working longer would produce more soap and generate more profit. Some even worried that shorter working hours meant they might lose their jobs. Michael explained that people shouldn't spend every waking moment working. In his previous life, he had learned that endless labor was harmful. People needed time for themselves and deserved a proper balance between work and life. The servants listened quietly. Then, Michael offered a much simpler explanation. If he were in their position, he wouldn't want to spend every hour of the day working. The innocent sincerity of those words touched everyone present. Many of the workers felt deeply moved by the fact that their young master viewed them as people rather than merely servants. Some even wiped tears from their eyes. Unfortunately, they completely misunderstood his intentions. Instead of deciding to rest more, they became even more determined to work harder for him. Several immediately declared that they would continue producing as much soap as possible to make the young master richer. Watching them enthusiastically return to work, Michael could only shake his head. Clearly, they needed something enjoyable to do outside of work. As he sat on his bed, considering possible forms of entertainment, his thoughts wandered through the hobbies and leisure activities he remembered from his previous life. Then inspiration struck. Thinking back to the relaxing locations he often saw in anime and television, Michael suddenly realized the perfect project: hot springs. The next day, Michael immediately began working on his newest project, a hot spring. Compared to some of his previous inventions, the concept was relatively simple. He only needed a large pool and a heating system beneath it that could warm the water using firewood. Since there were no natural hot springs or nearby volcanoes, he decided to create an artificial version instead. After consulting ChatJK1, he selected a flat area near the river as the construction site. For the design, Michael drew inspiration from Roman bathhouses. He planned a system where heat and smoke would travel beneath the flooring, warming both the structure and the water above. Using boulder carve, he shaped large stones into pillars and floor sections. These pillars created open spaces beneath the bathhouse where heat could circulate. To connect everything together, he used stone mend, a spell that seamlessly fused stone materials as if they had always been one piece. The project was simply too large to hide. For the first time, the mansion staff openly witnessed Michael using magic. As green magical energy gathered around him, massive boulders began moving according to his will. The sight left the maids and butlers speechless. Many of them couldn't believe that a 5-year-old child was casually casting 2-star earth magic. Some of the younger maids initially failed to understand why everyone was so shocked. After all, talented children often began learning magic around that age. The older servants quickly pointed out the difference. No tutor had ever visited the estate. No one had ever seen Lilia teach him, yet Michael was using advanced spells as though he had practiced them for years. That realization stunned them even more. Everything he displayed appeared to be self-taught. The servants began discussing how extraordinary his talent truly was. Not only had he invented plumbing systems, soap, shampoo, and clocks, but he was also demonstrating magical ability that rivaled trained mages. What impressed them most was his endurance. After nearly an hour of continuous spellcasting, Michael barely appeared tired. To the workers, it seemed as though the Vanderbilt family had been blessed with a once-in-a-generation genius. What they still didn't know was that earth magic wasn't his only affinity. Several days later, construction was finally complete. The bathhouse featured a large pool divided into two sections, one for men and one for women. Compared to bathhouses from Michael's previous life, it was enormous, though it seemed relatively small compared to the scale of the Vanderbilt estate. At the end of the workday, Michael gathered the servants and brought them to the new facility. Even before entering, everyone could feel the warmth radiating from inside. When Beretta asked what he had created this time, Michael explained that it was a hot spring where people could relax in warm water after a long day of work. The idea immediately excited everyone. The prospect of soaking in hot water after finishing their daily duties sounded like a luxury beyond anything they had experienced before. After receiving instructions, the servants eagerly entered the bathhouse. Michael directed the butlers toward the men's side while the maids headed toward the women's section. He explained where to leave their clothes and how to wash before entering the baths. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Then, as Michael prepared to head toward the men's bath, several maids suddenly stopped him. Confused, he asked what was wrong. The maids simply shook their heads. In their eyes, Michael wasn't an adult. He was still the adorable 5-year-old young master they had raised and cared for since infancy. Without giving him much choice, they insisted that he join them instead. Michael immediately became flustered. Most of the maids were around 20 years old, yet everyone still treated him like a small child. The maids cheerfully reminded him that they had bathed him when he was younger and saw nothing unusual about it. Despite his attempts to refuse, the group ignored his protests and dragged him toward the women's bath. As he was pulled away, Michael desperately tried to convince himself that everything was fine because he was technically only 5 years old now. Even ChatJK1 offered no response. The hot springs quickly became a massive success. Laughter, splashing, and excited conversations echoed throughout the bathhouse as the maids relaxed in the warm water. They were clearly enjoying themselves far more than Michael had expected. As for Michael, he stayed at the edge of the pool with his eyes covered by his hands. The maids repeatedly invited him to join them, but he stubbornly refused. To them, he simply looked like an embarrassed little boy. Their teasing only made things harder. While they chatted about their smooth skin and complimented one another, Michael used every ounce of willpower to remain seated and keep his eyes covered. Several hours later, everyone finally emerged from the baths wearing robes and looking completely refreshed. Their expressions made it seem as though they had discovered an entirely new way of living. At that moment, a butler arrived with a large barrel of milk that Michael had specifically requested. Following another custom he remembered, Michael showed everyone how to properly enjoy milk after a hot bath. Holding the drink with one hand and placing the other on their waist, they eagerly copied him. The reaction was immediate. The servants praised the experience non-stop. Many of them had been working since childhood and had never enjoyed anything so relaxing before. The hot springs, combined with proper hygiene and rest, left them feeling younger and more energetic than ever. Watching them enjoy themselves under the night sky filled Michael with satisfaction. He had already improved life inside the Vanderbilt estate, and he wanted to continue doing the same for everyone else in the future. The next morning, the clock bell rang to signal the start of the day. The workers woke up energized and immediately got to work. After their time in the hot springs, their efficiency skyrocketed. They cleaned the mansion, changed sheets, tended the gardens, and refilled the water system before noon had even arrived. With their regular chores completed, they returned to soap production, determined to help Michael succeed. After several more days of work, a large stockpile of soap and shampoo had finally been prepared. Crates filled the mansion, stacked with bars of soap and hundreds of bottles of shampoo. Castell volunteered to handle the deliveries. As the butlers loaded the products onto a carriage, she asked Michael an important question. If customers asked where the products came from, what should she tell them? The mansion's staff had deliberately kept Michael's invention secret, even from his parents. To maintain that secrecy, Michael decided the products needed a company name. After a moment of thought, he gave his answer. The products would be sold under the name Reborn. Castell immediately loved it, believing women would feel reborn after using the products. Michael simply went along with the explanation, keeping the true reason for the name to himself. Soon afterward, Castell traveled to Kingsbridge and personally delivered the first orders. The wealthy women, who had been waiting eagerly, opened opened their boxes and immediately tested the products. The fragrances lived up to every expectation. Many of them rushed to prepare baths right away so they could use the soap and shampoo without delay. The response was overwhelmingly positive. Several customers even paid more than expected and immediately asked whether future deliveries would be available. When they asked who deserved credit for the products, Castell carefully followed Michael's instructions. She revealed only the company name, Reborn. Over the following days, the products spread rapidly through Kingsbridge. The women who used them noticed softer skin, healthier hair, and a pleasant fragrance that lingered naturally. Their husbands noticed the difference as well, showering them with extra affection and attention. As those women proudly showed off the results, others quickly became jealous and wanted the same products for themselves. Before long, Reborn soap and Reborn shampoo became the newest luxury trend among the wealthy families of Kingsbridge, establishing the company as the premier brand everyone wanted to buy. The success of Reborn soap and Reborn shampoo quickly turned into a mountain of wealth for Michael. After calculating the numbers, he realized just how absurd the profits were. Producing a pair of soap and shampoo only cost a few hundred bronze coins, yet each pair sold for one full gold coin. The profit from a single sale was enormous. Each crate Castell delivered contained roughly 100 pairs, meaning every shipment generated around 100 gold coins. With multiple deliveries completed, Michael soon found himself staring at 1,000 gold coins spread across his bedroom. Curious, he asked ChatGK-1 to estimate their value in terms of US dollars from his previous world. After accounting for differences in purity and condition, the AI estimated that his fortune was worth roughly $10,000. The number surprised him. In his previous life, that amount of money would have been considered significant, and if the business continued at its current pace, he could potentially earn the equivalent of $40,000 every month. For someone who barely did any physical labor himself, it felt almost unfair. Still, Michael wasn't particularly excited by the money. Being born into the richest family in the world made wealth feel less important. Most of the things he wanted didn't even exist yet. Rather than purchasing luxuries, he was more interested in creating them himself. A few days later, Castell burst into his room early in the morning with excitement written all over her face. She informed him that Reborn products had become the talk of the town. Gossip among servants and noble households revolved almost entirely around the soap and shampoo. Michael listened calmly. Then an idea suddenly occurred to him. He had spent so much time thinking about improving daily life that he had almost forgotten something important. This wasn't just a medieval world. It was a world of magic. Immediately, he asked Castell to join him for a private conversation. Once they were alone, Michael asked if he could trust her completely. Offended that he would even question her loyalty, Castell assured him that she would never betray him. Satisfied, Michael revealed a secret. A small flame appeared on the tip of his finger. He casually explained that he could use magic. Rather than being shocked by the existence of magic itself, Castell was surprised by the element he displayed. Everyone in the mansion already suspected that Michael possessed earth magic due to the bathhouse construction. However, seeing him use fire magic as well was a completely different matter. She explained that dual element mastery was already considered exceptionally rare. Confused by her reaction, Michael decided to demonstrate further. A flame appeared on one finger. A small stone hovered on another. A sphere of water floated nearby. Then a gust of wind spun all three elements around his hand with remarkable precision. The display nearly caused Castell to collapse. She stared at him in complete disbelief. 4 elements. What Michael considered normal was, in fact, something almost impossible. Castell could no longer describe him as merely a genius. Realizing how extraordinary his abilities truly were, she immediately advised him to keep the truth hidden. Publicly displaying earth magic could be explained through his mother's talent, but revealing mastery over all 4 major elements would attract far too much attention. Michael quickly agreed. After calming herself down with a cup of water, Castell finally remembered why they were having the conversation in the first place. Michael handed her a pouch containing 1,000 gold coins and explained what he wanted. He asked her to purchase every book she could find about mana, magic, spells, and magical theory. More specifically, he wanted materials that could teach him how to cast new spells. Castell looked at him in surprise before asking if he meant magic scrolls. When Michael admitted he had never heard of them, she explained that magic scrolls were the primary tools mages used to learn new spells, and according to her, they could be purchased at the local wizard tower. The mention of magic scrolls immediately immediately captured Michael's attention. Wanting to know more, he asked Castell about the magic tower. According to her, it was a towering spire where veteran mages and aspiring wizards gathered. While the upper floors were restricted, the first floor was open to the public and functioned as a marketplace where people could buy books, scrolls, and even hire mages. The description instantly sparked Michael's imagination. He pictured a grand fantasy tower filled with magical wonders. When he asked whether she had ever visited one, Castell admitted she had gone there once when she was younger. During that visit, she witnessed a mage publicly demonstrating spells, and the display had left a lasting impression on her. She even confessed that she would have wanted to become a mage herself if she had possessed the talent. That detail immediately caught Michael's attention. Public spell demonstrations meant opportunities. If veteran mages performed magic in front of him, one could analyze the spells and potentially allow him to learn them as well. As Castell continued explaining that the magic tower was managed by the Guild of Arcana, a nationwide organization responsible for maintaining peace between mages and ordinary people, Michael was already thinking about something else entirely. The possibility of seeing powerful magic firsthand was too tempting. He asked whether he could visit the magic tower himself. Castell immediately rejected the idea. As the youngest son of the Vanderbilt family, Michael's movements were anything but private. The moment he left the estate, word would spread. His parents would be informed immediately, and the servants responsible for allowing it would likely face severe consequences. Realizing she was right, Michael reluctantly dropped the idea. Still, Castell pointed out that once his parents discovered his magical talent, they would almost certainly bring him to the magic tower themselves. That possibility satisfied him. If he visited under the protection of the Vanderbilt name, mages would likely be eager to impress him. They would perform spells for a curious child, never realizing he was secretly studying every single one. The next day, Michael found himself restless. Ever since learning about the magic tower, he couldn't stop thinking about magic. Searching for something else to occupy his mind, he remembered one of his favorite hobbies from his previous life, chess. Unlike in his old world, where he mostly played online, he now had the opportunity to create a physical chess set himself. Without wasting time, he headed into the forest and found a suitable tree. Using the spell Splinter Wood, he carefully cut it down and began shaping the materials. Several hours later, he returned, carrying a wooden chessboard and a bag filled with carved pieces. By then, the workday had ended. Some servants were enjoying the hot springs, while several butlers relaxed nearby. Michael dropped the chessboard onto a table, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Sitting down across from the board, he revealed the game and introduced it as an intellectual pastime for distinguished gentlemen. Then he raised the stakes. Anyone who could defeat him would receive 100 gold coins. The butlers immediately became interested. A veteran butler named Sebastian pushed the younger servants aside and confidently took the seat opposite Michael. Michael smiled and began explaining the rules. The butlers listened carefully as he described how each piece moved and how the objective was to capture the opposing king. The game sounded surprisingly simple. To them, it seemed easy enough. They had no idea what they were about to get themselves into. That's all for this video. We'll be back again with another one soon, so drop a like and do subscribe if you enjoyed it and want more of the same. While the maids relaxed at the hot springs, the butlers had gathered around a table, completely absorbed in something new. Michael was in the middle of it, calmly capturing pieces and cornering kings, while Sebastian sat across from him, hair messed up and mustache drooping from stress. Game after game, Sebastian kept losing. 20 defeats in a row. The other butlers cheered for Michael's win, amazed that their young master could outsmart the man who prided himself on his sharp mind. Michael wasn't even trying that hard. He'd been playing chess online for years and had reached a solid amateur level, so beating a bunch of butlers new to the game felt easy. In his head, his system voice offered to point out mistakes in his endgame play, but Michael brushed it off, joking that he wouldn't need help for 100 years. Then the system dropped a warning. Sebastian could actually beat him within 2 years since he was showing real talent. That stung Michael's pride a little, but he shrugged it off, made an excuse about bedtime, and left Sebastian begging for one more match. That night, Sebastian couldn't stop thinking about chess, even dreaming about the board, and still losing to Michael in his sleep. The next day, Michael made more chess sets so everyone could play. As soon as work ended, the butlers rushed to the tables, and the game spread through the mansion like a fever. Sebastian stayed ahead of the rest, undefeated against every other butler. But as they kept playing and teaching each other after every loss, their skill kept climbing. Even some of the maids got hooked, including Castell, who fell for the game's complexity almost instantly. Soon the mansion echoed with the clatter of chess pieces and occasional groans whenever someone blundered. Meanwhile, business was booming. A new shipment of Reborn soap and shampoo was ready for delivery, and demand had exploded after wealthy women showed off the products to their friends. Since the soap wasn't sold in normal markets yet, it had turned into a hot, exclusive item among the noble ladies, driving even more people to want it. Michael, already expecting this, had increased production ahead of time. Castell went out to deliver the crates herself. At one wealthy woman's home, the madame gushed over the scent and called herself lucky to get a set before her friends could. She invited Castell in for tea, hoping to use the connection to score more products for her social circle. Castell, sensing a good business opportunity, agreed. Over chamomile tea in the garden, the madame's husband, a bored aristocrat lounging nearby, remarked that having a guest was the most interesting thing to happen to him all day. Castell saw her chance. Turning to him, she asked if he'd be interested in playing a game called chess. Castell checkmated the aristocrat with her bishop, and instead of getting upset, the man was thrilled. He said the game was exhilarating, admitting he was already thinking several moves ahead. He asked if he could buy a chess set of his own so he could show it off to his friends. Castell hadn't planned any of this. She only carried her own board to pass time during carriage rides, but now she saw a new business opportunity forming and told him she'd arrange chessboards through her employer. That evening, she reported everything to Michael, who agreed without hesitation. She suggested pricing each set high, since Michael personally crafted every piece using skills the other staff didn't have. But Michael shut the idea down, explaining that if they priced it too high, cheaper knockoffs would flood the market and steal their customers. Chessboards were simple to make, so nothing stopped others from copying them. Instead, he wanted to sell at a low price, so people would buy directly from them rather than bother making their own. He was thinking in terms of branding, something this world didn't really have yet, believing it mattered more long-term than squeezing out maximum profit per item. Before moving on, Michael checked how much they'd earned from the soap and shampoo deliveries that day. Castell handed him a heavy pouch worth about 3,500 gold coins, equivalent to roughly $35,000, the most money he'd ever held even in his past life. Since he had no personal use for it, he gave the money back to Castell and told her to hire wood craftsmen or mages to start producing chess sets at scale. He also instructed her to market the game as Reborn Chess to tie it to their brand. The next day, Castell delivered 10 handmade chessboards to the aristocrat's estate, which was filled with his gentleman friends eager to see this new game. She was introduced as the one who taught him to play, drawing curious looks from the crowd. After laying out a board, she and the Sir played a demonstration match, while the guests watched intently, murmuring about strategy and adjusting their monocles in concentration. Castell won again with a clean checkmate, leaving the spectators stunned. Despite losing, the Sir was delighted, comparing the game to commanding an army and calling it the perfect mental challenge for men like them. Silence followed until one guest broke it by criticizing the Sir's final moves, sparking a heated debate among the group about what the better strategy would have been. The disagreement escalated quickly, with different men insisting they knew the right calls, and soon they were arguing over who would get to play next. Two of them ended up challenging each other to a match, just to settle who'd get the board first, agreeing instantly and setting up to play right there. With 9 more boards laid out, the gentleman dove straight into a full-blown chess frenzy. Winners mocked losers, losers got hungrier to improve, and the cycle of humiliation and triumph kept everyone hooked, all of it quietly fueling the Reborn company's growth. One guest stood out from the rest, a man in a dark robe covered in runes instead of a gentleman's suit. He approached Castell and asked if she could get him 100 more boards, hinting he'd eventually want 1,000. When she said 100 would take 2 days, he agreed and asked her to deliver them to the magic tower in town. Castell immediately realized he was a real mage, and he confirmed that his colleagues at the tower were going to love the game too, calling it perfect for sharpening a mage's mind. Before leaving, he asked the name of the game, and Castell told him, Reborn Chess. As the days passed, the Reborn name started dominating conversations across Kingsbridge. Women couldn't stop raving raving about the soap and shampoo, claiming it worked miracles, and demand skyrocketed to the point where rival soap manufacturers began losing customers fast. One frustrated soap boss demanded his employees figure out the formula, but they couldn't replicate the scent or lather no matter what they tried. Fed up, he stormed off to check on his factory, expecting his workers to be hard at work. Instead, he found them huddled around a chessboard, completely absorbed in a match. Annoyed at first, he ended up getting drawn into the game himself, asking what it was called. His own employees, still glued to the board, casually answered Reborn chess, and the irony was enough to make him pass out on the spot. Back at the mansion, Castell updated Michael on how much the business had exploded. Wealthy buyers were ordering soap and shampoo by the crate. Merchants wanted to resell it in other towns, and Reborn chess had become a hit with the Magic Tower, forcing her to hire about 50 craftsmen just to keep up with demand. Michael was stunned by how fast everything was growing, realizing their current production couldn't keep pace and that he'd need to expand his workforce significantly. When Castell mentioned that customers were so loyal to Reborn soap they couldn't go back to their old brands, Michael didn't share her excitement. Instead, he asked about the other soap companies and learned they were struggling badly. That troubled him. He explained that ruining other people's livelihoods wasn't the point of starting this business, since his goal was to make life better for everyone, not destroy families who depended on their old soap trade. Castell was moved by his answer, seeing a side of him that didn't fit the image of a ruthless businessman. When she asked what they should do instead, Michael had a simple solution: buy out the struggling soap companies rather than let them collapse, turning potential losers into part of his own growing empire. The rise of Reborn soap and shampoo came at a heavy cost for the rest of the industry. Rival soap businesses were being wiped out almost overnight, with no one left buying their products. One struggling soap business owner faced this firsthand when his own son begged him for a chessboard, only for him to admit that money was too tight to afford one. The boy stormed off in tears, and the father was left helpless, all his savings going toward keeping his workers paid during the crisis. Soon after, Castell arrived at his office, introducing herself as a representative of the Reborn company. The man was hostile at first, assuming she'd come to gloat or finish off his business. Instead, she handed him a piece of paper, ignored at first until she made him look. It was the actual formula for Reborn soap, offered to him freely by Michael, with no conditions attached. The man was stunned, suspecting a trick, but Castell assured him there wasn't one. When he asked why the Reborn company would hand over its biggest secret to a competitor, Castell explained that Michael didn't want enemies, only for everyone to live comfortably, even if that meant giving away trade secrets. She then asked about his average monthly earnings before Reborn soap took over, and he estimated around 100 gold. Castell responded by placing a heavy pouch of gold coins on his desk, revealing Reborn's real offer: 1,000 gold coins up front, plus a share of future profits if he joined the company and began producing Reborn products himself. She clarified that if he refused, he could still keep the formula and sell soap independently under a different name without interference. But she also reminded him that Reborn wasn't just about soap. Michael had plans for lotions, perfumes, and other products, along with the wildly successful chess game already spreading across town. Joining the company meant becoming part of that larger, fast-growing future instead of competing against it alone. Castell left him to think it over, promising to return later for his answer. Alone, the man sat with his head in his hands, wrestling with a decision that would shape his family's future. Just then, his son burst into the room, beaming as he carried a chessboard personally crafted by Michael and delivered by Castell as a gift. The boy hugged his father tightly, thanking him and telling him he loved him. Overwhelmed, the man's expression softened, tears building in his eyes. In that moment, he made up his mind. He was going to accept the Reborn company's offer. Every soap business Castell approached accepted the Reborn company's offer. With their combined infrastructure now under one banner, production skyrocketed by nearly 2,000%, letting them churn out thousands of soaps and shampoos daily. The products sold out almost instantly, and peddlers were already carrying them into neighboring towns. When Michael asked how much they'd earned, a maid hauled in a heavy wooden chest overflowing with gold coins. After covering all expenses, they'd netted about 15,000 gold gold coins, roughly $150,000, in a single day. Michael could barely process it, quietly admitting to himself that he was now rich. Over the next 2 months, Reborn's influence exploded across Kingsbridge. People were washing and bathing far more often thanks to their soap, which noticeably cut down on illness. Nearly everyone in town became a customer in some form. Women through the soap and shampoo, men through the chess game. Newspapers and gossip circles buzzed with theories about who was behind the mysterious company, guessing everything from a time-traveling wizard to a reclusive sage. Despite nearly bankrupting the local soap industry, no one held a grudge, since even the absorbed soap makers were now praising Reborn's generosity. The mystery only made the company more famous, and it was clear their reach would soon spread beyond Kingsbridge entirely. Meanwhile, the situation caught the attention of the most powerful company in the region. Late at night, a group of exhausted executives gathered for an emergency meeting, reviewing reports showing their own popularity had dropped by roughly 30% because of Reborn's rise. One younger, less experienced member questioned why a soap company was even a concern, but an older, bald executive explained the real threat. Reborn wasn't just popular for soap. Their chess game had already taken over as the region's new pastime, proving they could dominate any market they touched. If left unchecked, Reborn could keep stealing customers until it threatened their entire business. All eyes turned to the man seated at the head of the table, the true owner of the company, and clearly someone of higher status than the rest, based on his composed appearance. When asked what they should do, he calmly stated that they would do nothing. Another executive pushed back, reminding him that this could affect his claim to his father's inheritance. But the man, named Bart, said he had no interest in fighting for succession within the Vanderbilt company. This revealed that the biggest rival to Michael's Reborn company was being run by his own father. The Vanderbilt name had built its global reputation through this very business, originally founded by Michael's grandfather. To determine a worthy successor, the grandfather had split the company among his children, sending them to manage different regions and territories. Bart controlled the branches in Kingsbridge and its surrounding towns, while other relatives ran divisions abroad. But no matter where they operated, they were all bound by the same unspoken rule. Whoever grew their branch into the strongest power would ultimately inherit the entire Vanderbilt fortune. Bart left the emergency meeting completely drained and had to travel through the night to reach the guest house where he was staying. Back in his room, he found his wife, Lilia Vanderbilt, fresh out of the bath and glowing with the scent of Reborn soap and shampoo. She couldn't stop praising the product, and even Bart, despite being their biggest business rival, admitted he genuinely enjoyed Reborn chess. Lilia reassured him that the growing rivalry didn't bother her, and Bart confirmed he had no interest in fighting his siblings for the Vanderbilt inheritance, content with a comfortable, peaceful life instead. As they lay together, Lilia admitted how much she missed their son, having been away from him for nearly 4 months. The conversation soon turned serious. Since Bart wasn't pursuing the family inheritance, that meant Michael would eventually lose access to the vast wealth and businesses that came with it, as everything would pass to whichever sibling won the succession. This was the real reason Bart pushed himself so hard, sacrificing time with his family to build up enough personal savings to secure Michael's future, even without the full Vanderbilt fortune. Still, Lilia wanted more for their son, insisting he deserved the best simply for being a Vanderbilt. Bart explained that his father valued talent above bloodline, and the only way Michael could still receive a meaningful portion of the inheritance was by proving exceptional skill in swordsmanship, magic, or some other field. Lilia held on to hope that Michael might inherit her aptitude for earth magic, but Bart privately doubted it, knowing that even being a gifted 6-star mage wouldn't be enough. Michael would need to reach the extremely rare 7-star level, a feat few geniuses ever achieved. Their only real hope rested on his magical awakening at age 10, when his true potential would finally reveal itself. After 4.5 months away, the couple finally began their journey home. Lilia grew increasingly restless as their carriage approached the estate, eager to see Michael again. But as the mansion came into view, her excitement faded into unease. Something about the place felt different, though everything looked the same on the surface. Her suspicion grew when she spotted a strange stone structure by the side of the mansion, steaming heavily. Bart squinted and realized it was some kind of hot spring, though he had never ordered anything like it to be built. As they arrived, the maids and butlers lined up to greet them, but their lowered heads only deepened the couple's suspicion that something unusual had happened during their absence. The moment the carriage stopped, Lilia stepped out and ignored the formal greetings entirely, cutting straight to the only thing she cared about. She demanded to know where her son son was. Michael strolled out of the mansion to greet his parents like nothing was out of the ordinary, completely unbothered by their stern expressions. Bart wasted no time asking him to explain all the strange changes to the estate, so Michael took them both on a full tour. He started with the kitchen, now equipped with working plumbing and faucets delivering clean water. Then he showed off his newest invention, the toilet, demonstrating how it flushed waste straight into the river through connected pipes. He gave his parents a simple explanation of how the system worked, with everything running down from a water tank on the roof. Bart examined the faucets and toilet closely, realizing none of it relied on magic, just clever mechanical design. He was stunned, since even royal palaces still depended on mages or servants to haul water, and he immediately recognized how revolutionary this kind of plumbing could be if spread to homes everywhere. Amazed, Bart asked who had built it, hoping to meet the inventor. Michael simply admitted it was him. Before his father could fully process that, Michael decided to stop hiding his magic altogether. He picked up a piece of metal and shaped it using pure earth mana, glowing with a green aura as he bent the metal into a miniature house frame. Lilia immediately recognized the spell as a 2-star technique, and Bart was floored realizing his 5-year-old son had pulled it off. Lilia erupted with excitement, celebrating that Michael had inherited her magical talent, hugging him tightly while declaring him a prodigy. Bart, trying to stay composed despite his obvious pride, asked how Michael had learned magic. Lilia credited herself, since she used to carry him along while gathering mana as a baby. Michael played along, claiming he'd simply seen mages casting spells and copied them because he thought they looked cool. In reality, that meant he'd absorbed and understood real spell work before he could even talk, something both his parents found almost unbelievable, though they wrote it off as pure, innate genius rather than anything stranger. When Bart asked about the plumbing and toilet, Michael brushed it off by saying a voice in his head guided him, which his parents interpreted as his own subconscious brilliance, similar to a musical prodigy, creating melodies through instinct. Convinced their son was a rare, intuitive genius, both magically gifted and inventive beyond his years, Bart laughed with relief, admitting he'd been needlessly worried about Michael's future talent. Lilia squeezed her son's face affectionately, declaring him a genius outright. Their moment was interrupted by the sound of a bell ringing through the halls. Bart asked what it was, and Sebastian explained it signaled lunchtime, calling it the clock. Bart, unfamiliar with the term, simply echoed the word back in confusion. The mansion clock left Bart nearly speechless. The gears and pendulum inside looked more intricate than most magic theories he'd studied, and at first he didn't grasp why it mattered so much compared to something as practical as the faucet or toilet. But once Michael explained how the day was divided into 24 equal hours, with the clock ticking at a constant rate, everything clicked for him. Bart immediately understood the implications. As a businessman, he knew timekeeping was one of the industry's biggest headaches, since shipments between towns had no reliable way to track how long they'd take. Sundials and hourglasses were too inconsistent, but a clock would let everyone agree on exact travel times, something that could completely transform commerce. He tried to stay composed while praising Michael's work, reminding himself it wasn't right to ask his 5-year-old son for a personal clock. Michael, sensing his father's obvious excitement, offered to make one for him anyway, explaining he just needed more raw materials. Bart tried to downplay his eagerness, but his enthusiasm was obvious. Lilia teased him for pretending not to want one, then encouraged Michael to build the clock so she could watch him use his magic firsthand. Since the clock would take a few days to finish, Michael continued the tour and introduced his parents to the hot springs he'd built beside the mansion. The staff helped Bart and Lilia settle in separately, and Bart was amazed, comparing it to hot springs he'd seen overseas, impressed that Michael managed to recreate the experience without any volcano nearby. As he relaxed in the water, Bart felt his exhaustion melt away, partly from the springs themselves and partly from the reassurance that his son's brilliance would secure his future. He no longer doubted that Michael's grandfather would eventually see his potential and support him, since Michael's plumbing invention alone proved he could solve problems through simple, practical means accessible to everyone, not just the wealthy or magically gifted. While relaxing beside his father, Michael sensed Bart wanted to say something meaningful, but assumed he was just too young to understand it, so the moment passed quietly. Their peace was shattered when Lilia's voice echoed through the walls, furious after learning Michael had been bathing on the maid's side of the hot springs instead of with her. She stormed into the men's section, demanding he immediately switch to bathing with her instead and threatening to pinch his cheeks as punishment. Realizing he was cornered, Michael scrambled for a way out and quickly changed the subject by lifting his hand and conjuring water, stone, and fire together, spinning them in the air using wind magic to show off that he could control all 4 elements at once. Michael's little display of controlling all 4 elements at once immediately sent his parents into a frenzy. Bart and Lilia scrambled out of the hot springs and bombarded him with questions, unable to accept what they'd just witnessed. Even the world's current 9-star Grand Wizard hadn't shown this kind of ability at 5 years old, let alone a child with 0 formal training. They made him repeat simple spells like Water Ball, Ember, Rock Throw, and Wind Blow several times, and even then, they could barely believe it was real. To get a proper answer, they called in a 5-star wizard from the Magic Tower to formally assess Michael. The wizard arrived hours later, treating the request the same as countless other hopeful parents who'd asked him to evaluate their supposedly gifted children, most of whom turned out average. He raised his wand and cast an inspection spell to examine Michael's mana core, creating a milky white screen that would reveal his elemental affinities as glowing lights. The moment the spell activated, the wizard staggered back in shock. Michael, meanwhile, silently absorbed new information through his system, learning that the technique was a 4-star spell tied to light and dark mana, elements he realized he didn't currently possess. He also learned the proper term for the stones inside his body. They were called mana cores, and understood that gathering rarer mana types, like light and dark, would require special circumstances rather than natural exposure. Bart nervously pressed the wizard for what he saw. Struggling to speak, the wizard finally described 4 brilliant lights glowing from Michael's lower abdomen. A green light, a red light, a brown light, and a silver light, representing all 4 basic elements coexisting at once. What stunned him most wasn't just the coexistence of all 4 cores, but their size, each one as large as an orange, a scale normally seen only in mages who had trained for years into adulthood. Finding this in an untrained 5-year-old was beyond anything he'd ever encountered. The wizard admitted he wasn't qualified to properly evaluate talent on this level and urged the Vanderbilts to bring Michael to the Magic Tower immediately, offering to formally take him in as a student so he wouldn't waste his gift. Bart felt pride, knowing his son could become one of the most respected wizards in the world, someone even kings might have to respect. But the offer worried him too, since joining the Guild of Arcana meant Michael would dedicate his entire life to magical study, potentially drifting his loyalty away from the Vanderbilt family and toward the Mage Guild instead. While Bart wrestled with those concerns, Lilia had a much simpler priority. She asked the wizard directly whether Michael's earth element core was bigger than the others, desperate to know if her son leaned more toward her own specialty. The wizard, still reeling from everything else he'd just seen, had no idea how to answer her. Life at the Vanderbilt estate shifted completely after Michael revealed his magical talent. Every morning, Lilia began personally tutoring him in earth magic, determined to make it his strongest element, treating the whole thing like a competition only she could win. Michael didn't mind the early sessions, since he genuinely learned a lot, including how earth mana came from the natural cycle of life itself, plants absorbing sunlight, animals consuming plants, and the leftover energy converting into earth mana that was strongest to gather early in the day. Lilia also taught him proper meditation technique, explaining that purer gathered mana led to stronger magical output. She tried teaching him hands-on by embracing him and channeling mana as a guide, but quickly realized he barely needed the help, since he was already effortlessly pulling mana from all 4 elements into his cores, thanks to his AI assistant working quietly in the background, even while he slept. With nothing left to teach on gathering mana, Lilia moved on to demonstrating actual spells, starting with a 2-star technique called Stone Armor, which coated her body in a full suit of granite for protection. Before she could even finish showing it off, Michael instinctively replicated the exact same spell on his own body, forming matching stone armor without any real effort. Lilia felt a mix of pride and disbelief at how effortlessly he mirrored years of her own practice in mere seconds. She explained that stone armor, being earth-based, was strong against wind attacks, but weak against fire, since every element carried its own strengths and weaknesses. Michael wasn't satisfied with that limitation. He wanted a defense with no weaknesses at all, something that could protect him from everything. When he asked if a water-based version of the same armor existed, Lilia confirmed that similar armor spells existed for other elements too, just under different names. That gave Michael an idea. If he could learn multiple elemental armor spells, he could layer them come together and build a defense that covered every weakness. He asked his AI assistant to create a new spell combining stone armor's concept across different elements, but it responded that it didn't have enough information yet to do so. Michael figured his upcoming trip to the Magic Tower might give him access to more spells to study and work with. Excited at the thought of eventually learning water armor, Michael muttered his plan under his breath, forgetting how sharp his mother's hearing was when it came to magic. Lilia immediately turned on him, suspicious and possessive, questioning whether he was already thinking about learning spells outside of earth magic behind her back. Michael tried to laugh it off and slip away, but she grabbed him by the cuffs before he could escape. Between his morning magic lessons with Lilia, Michael spent his afternoons building the clock he promised his father. Having made one before, he managed to construct a smaller version this time, closer to a grandfather clock than the bulky original. When Bart finally heard it ticking, he lost all composure, gasping and swinging his head along with the pendulum like he was hypnotized. Michael found it hilarious seeing his usually serious, no-nonsense father acting so silly over something so simple. Bart admitted he still had no idea how Michael built it, but he was thrilled and planned to install it in his office right away. Lilia jokingly, though not really jokingly, reminded him that now he had no excuse for coming home late anymore. Bart, clearly inheriting the same instinct for dodging her scary questions that Michael had, quickly changed the subject by pointing out the time and rushing them to get moving toward Kingsbridge. It took about a week to finally make the trip, since Lilia insisted on squeezing in more earth magic training before Michael's official assessment. When they finally set off, Michael confirmed with his AI assistant that it was ready to analyze any new spells they might encounter at the Magic Tower, and it confirmed it could scan any magic performed nearby. After hours of travel, Sebastian announced their arrival at Kingsbridge. Michael already knew a bit about the city from Castell's reports, since it was home to wealthy merchants, renowned sword families, and even royalty, which was exactly why Reborn products could be sold there at such high prices. Seeing it in person, he noticed the towering stone walls, roughly 6 stories high, guarded by soldiers in gleaming armor, thanks to the Vanderbilt emblem on their carriage, showing 2 hands cupping gold coins over an image of the planet. They were let through without question, with the guards even bowing in respect. As they rode deeper into the city, Michael took in the sights of a real medieval world. Men in fine tunics and women in elaborate gowns, dressed as if it were completely ordinary. It was surreal seeing something he'd only known from anime and shows now playing out in front of him in real life. That fascination was cut short when a horrible smell hit him as they crossed a bridge. His parents didn't seem to notice anything unusual, confused by his reaction, until Bart realized this was Michael's first time in Kingsbridge and explained that the smell was coming from the River Dames. Looking out, Michael saw exactly why. The river was filled with pollution, and not just ordinary waste, but raw human sewage dumped straight into the water. Having grown used to his own modern plumbing back at the mansion, he'd genuinely forgotten this world was still stuck in medieval sanitation, and the reality of it hit him all at once. Confused about why such a wealthy city would tolerate such a horrible smell, Michael asked why no one cleaned it. Bart explained that magicians actually purified the River Dames every week, and it had just been cleaned the day before. That answer shocked Michael even more, since the river was already filthy again so soon after. The locals, however, walked past without reacting at all, completely used to the stench. In his head, Michael recognized the real issue. This world was treating the symptom instead of the cause, relying on magic to mask a problem that a proper sewage system could actually fix. His AI assistant offered to explain how one could be built using materials available in this world, but Michael set the idea aside for now, doubting the city's powerful families would let him overhaul something so large. Soon they arrived at the Magic Tower, a massive obsidian-like spire with a shimmering green portal serving as its entrance. Sebastian informed them the Tower Master had already been alerted of their arrival. Michael stepped out, eager to see real magic in action, and after a short wait, a mage in a green robe and pointed hat emerged to greet them. When Lilia asked to see the Tower Master, the woman apologized, explaining he was away on business, but would return within the hour. She then addressed Lilia with clear admiration, calling her the Earthen Witch of the West, and revealing that Lilia had once been talented enough to potentially become the next Tower Master herself before stepping away from that path. Lilia brushed off the praise, insisting she didn't need need the magic tower's help, since she could personally teach Michael everything about earth magic. Bart, embarrassed by her bluntness, asked if they should return later, but the woman offered a better solution. Michael could tour the tower while they waited. Michael jumped at the chance, and his parents, busy with Vanderbilt business for the day, left him in the woman's care. As they walked, she asked why he wanted to visit, assuming it was simple curiosity about starting his magical training. Michael admitted the real reason was that he was there to get his talent formally assessed. She assumed this meant confirming his earth magic aptitude, given his mother's background, and Michael simply agreed, saying that was what people had told him so far. As they approached the tower, Michael felt an overwhelming, dense concentration of mana in the air, unlike anything he'd sensed before. He noted aloud that the elemental balance felt off, with far more fire mana than water. The woman was startled, since sensing multiple elements shouldn't have been possible for someone supposedly gifted only in earth magic. Michael casually replied that he was talented in all of them, leaving her frozen in shock. As he continued walking toward the portal inside the tower, he sensed something new entering his awareness. His system alerted him that it had detected unfamiliar mana nearby, and after analyzing it, confirmed that he had now gained the ability to gather 4 brand new types: light, dark, lightning, and poison. Michael's system immediately got to work, forming new cores to hold the freshly discovered mana types, and automatic gathering kicked in right away. He closed his eyes and breathed in the abundant mana flooding out of the magic tower, feeling tiny new crystals form around his main elemental cores. Lightning mana felt like a prickling sensation on his skin, while poison mana gave him something like heartburn, but both discomforts faded quickly as the mana absorbed into his growing crystals. Meanwhile, the woman finally processed what Michael had told her and reacted with total shock, realizing this was why the Tower Master himself had personally taken time to handle the assessment. Quadruple mastery mages existed only in old legends, and seeing an ordinary-looking 5-year-old boy carry that kind of talent left her stunned. She told Michael to make himself comfortable while she rushed off to find the Tower Master immediately, pulling out a broomstick and flying away, leaving him alone in the tower without a second thought. Michael didn't mind being left behind. If anything, it gave him the freedom to explore and study spells at his own pace. Stepping through the portal, he found the inside of the tower far larger than it appeared from outside, filled with moving oil paintings, floating staircases leading nowhere, mages walking upside down on the ceiling, dancing candles, chasing each other through the air, and talking books, doors, and pillars that reacted to his presence. He spent a good 10 minutes simply marveling at the surreal environment, amazed at how closely it resembled the magic towers he remembered from stories in his old world. Continuing to explore, he expected to find mages performing dazzling displays of magic for public viewing, since he recalled Castell mentioning the first floor was meant for exactly that kind of spectacle. But no matter where he looked, there were no spells being cast, and no mages putting on any kind of show. His assistant informed him that no mana usage could be detected nearby, but pointed him towards signs of human activity down a certain hallway. Following the directions, Michael heard loud banging sounds, growing louder as he approached a large circular library filled with towering bookshelves. Instead of quiet studying, the room was packed with people crowding around the railings, murmuring excitedly about missed opportunities and tight competition. Squeezing through the crowd to see what was happening, Michael looked down to find roughly 100 tables spread across the lower floor, each holding a chessboard mid-game, pieces scattered everywhere from ongoing matches. It turned out the entire magic tower wasn't showcasing spells at all, because everyone, mages included, was completely absorbed in playing Reborn chess. Michael didn't know whether to feel proud that his game had spread this far, or disappointed that it was now the reason he couldn't find anyone willing to demonstrate magic for him to study. Michael headed down to the tables full of serious mages, determined not to leave empty-handed after such a long trip. He hadn't come all this way just to watch chess matches. When one game ended with a mage triumphantly declaring checkmate, Michael approached the winner and asked why the mages weren't performing spells for the crowd like he expected. The bespectacled mage explained that spellcasting demonstrations had become pointless, since ordinary people couldn't appreciate the difference between a simple one-star trick and a genuinely advanced 5-star spell. Chess tournaments, on the other hand, let everyone clearly see who was actually actually the smartest, since spectators could follow the game and understand skill differences for themselves. Michael, realizing his own invention was the reason he couldn't find any spellcasting to study, sat down completely disheartened by the irony of it all. Refusing to give up, he came up with a new plan. He reorganized the scattered chess pieces perfectly, catching the mage's attention since even the queen ended up in the correct spot, something most beginners got wrong. Then Michael pulled out a pouch of gold coins and proposed a bet. If the mage won, Michael would hand over 100 gold coins. But if Michael won, the mage had to perform a magic spell for him. The mage, tempted by easy money and assuming beating a 5-year-old would be simple, agreed with no takebacks. The match ended in Michael's total domination, using only a knight and rook to dismantle his opponent's pieces before delivering checkmate. The mage was stunned to lose to a child, but his frustration quickly turned into genuine curiosity about the strategy behind Michael's moves. He peppered Michael with questions about specific decisions, especially why Michael avoided taking his queen at one point, a move that ended up costing him the game. Michael explained the value of sacrificing pieces for better positioning, sharing lessons drawn from his experience playing chess in his previous world. By the end, the mage no longer saw him as just a kid. Remembering their deal, Michael reminded him about the spell. The mage, now genuinely grateful for what he'd learned, decided against giving Michael a throwaway trick and instead demonstrated a 3-star spell called Cloud of Daggers, conjuring violet mystic daggers that spun rapidly around his body as a defensive barrier. Michael's system automatically analyzed and recorded the spell's details, noting its fire and dark elemental nature and its usefulness as protection for someone who preferred not to fight directly. Michael thanked him, satisfied with the new addition to his growing collection of spells. Just then, another mage walked over, having just finished his own match, and got curious about the chessboard between them. After hearing what had happened, he turned to Michael with the same tempting proposition already in mind, asking if the deal was still 100 gold coins for a win. Michael smiled deviously, more than ready to repeat the exact same scheme all over again. The scruffy mage lost just as badly, stunned that a 5-year-old had beaten him in only a few moves. Feeling a bit guilty, Michael walked him through his mistakes, replaying the match and showing exactly where he went wrong and what could have prevented the loss. The mage was floored by how many moves ahead Michael had been thinking, and out of genuine respect, he removed his hat and honored their deal, casting a 4-star spell called Mystic Crow Summon. He conjured a spectral crow made of violet energy that he could see through completely, letting the caster observe everything the crow saw. Michael's system logged the spell instantly, recognizing it as a useful scouting tool alongside the defensive cloud of daggers he'd just learned. Word spread quickly, and more mages lined up eager to challenge him, not just for the chance to win, but for the free coaching that came after every loss. Michael agreed to keep playing as long as each opponent showed him a spell in return. One by one, he dismantled inexperienced mage after mage, exploiting basic chess traps that were common knowledge back in his old world, but completely unknown here. Even one of the tournament's top contenders stepped up to test him and ended up losing too, though it took a bit more effort. Michael's reputation exploded through the magic tower as his system kept logging spell after spell from each defeated opponent. Eventually, the crowd around his table grew so large that mages began arguing over whose turn was next, some wanting to win, others just wanting to learn from him. With too many mediocre spells being offered, Michael raised the stakes, announcing he'd only play whoever brought the most interesting spell to the table. This sent the crowd into a frenzy, with mages shouting out their most impressive techniques, from creating illusionary clones to summoning meteors to riding on floating clouds. Amid the chaos, a calm, aged voice cut through everyone else, offering to show Michael something far beyond the rest, an 8-star spell called Draconic Blaze. The moment the mages heard this, the room fell completely silent, and they parted respectfully as the mysterious figure calmly approached Michael's table. By now, word had spread far beyond the library, drawing a huge crowd to the second floor of the magic tower, all eager to witness the young prodigy dominating mage after mage at chess. When the old man approached the table, onlookers were confused why the other competitive mages stepped aside so respectfully for someone who hadn't even joined the earlier tournament. Their confusion turned to shock when one spectator recognized him by his long white beard and pointed hat. He was the tower master himself, an 8-star wizard, rarely seen outside his tower. Michael realized the man hadn't been joking earlier about knowing an 8-star spell. The tower master sat down and offered the same deal as everyone else. If Michael won, he'd perform one of his best spells. But when Michael asked what would happen if he lost, the tower master revealed a far bigger stake. Michael Michael would become his personal apprentice. The crowd erupted in disbelief, since apprenticeship under the legendary Tranquil Blazing King of Fire was an honor most prodigies never even qualified for. No one recognized Michael's name, and it baffled them that a child from the business-focused Vanderbilt family could possibly be talented enough to earn such an offer. Michael hesitated, not wanting to be bound to the magic tower for life, but when the tower master teased that he might be scared of losing, Michael's pride kicked in, and he accepted, making the first move. The match unfolded unlike any other that day. For the first time, Michael faced someone who played with the depth and mastery of a true grandmaster, forcing him to slow down and think carefully with every move. The crowd watched in tense silence as the two exchanged captures, whittling their pieces down to just pawns, a bishop, and their kings. Spectators debated who had the advantage, with most assuming the Tower Master's experience would win out. The tension peaked when Michael's last bishop got cornered by two pawns, leaving him with a rough choice: sacrifice the bishop or expose his king. Michael's system offered to reveal a checkmate sequence, but he declined, confident in what he'd learned from studying high-level chess in his old world. When it came time to move, Michael reached for a pawn on the opposite side of the board, an unexpected choice that stunned the crowd, who assumed the young prodigy had finally slipped up. But the sharper chess minds in the audience quickly recognized the brilliance hidden in that move, and so did the Tower Master, whose confident expression faded into a frown as the implications sank in. Moments later, his frown broke into laughter as he accepted the outcome, admitting out loud that he had lost the game. Realizing there was no way to avoid checkmate, the Tower Master chose to surrender gracefully. He'd heard stories from his former student, Lilia, about her son creating running water, building an accurate clock, and even constructing a hot spring, all without magic, but he dismissed them as a proud mother's exaggerations. Watching Michael in person completely changed his mind. The Tower Master himself had become deeply obsessed with Reborn chess ever since it appeared, spending so much time playing that rumors spread he'd become a hermit locked away in his room. In truth, he'd simply been competing against other high-level intellectuals, confident he was the best player around, until Michael proved otherwise. Initially, he wanted Michael as his apprentice purely for the chance to have a worthy chess opponent. But watching him closely, he noticed something far more significant. Mana particles were being drawn toward Michael naturally, almost as if the universe itself favored him, keeping him in a constant state of passive meditation and growth. It had taken the Tower Master 2 decades to master that kind of technique, yet Michael did it effortlessly at 5 years old. Despite wanting to personally guide Michael toward the peak of magic, the Tower Master reconsidered. Since magic came so naturally to Michael, formal teaching might actually hinder him rather than help, especially since the Tower Master himself remained permanently stuck at the 8-star level with no path forward. He decided it was best to let Michael grow on his own, the same way past legendary heroes reportedly reached the mythical 9-star realm. He introduced himself properly as Cerberus Augendor, the 10th Tower Master of Kingsbridge. Michael introduced himself in turn as Michael Von Vanderbilt, and the crowd immediately erupted in shock upon hearing the Vanderbilt name, stunned that the family known only for business had produced a magical prodigy. To escape the noise, Cerberus snapped his fingers and instantly teleported them both to his private chambers, a feat Michael's system identified as an extremely rare 7-star spell called translocation, allowing travel to any previously visited location. Michael found himself in a massive dome-like sanctuary at the top of the tower, filled with floating magic circles and objects drifting without gravity, more like an observatory than a living space. At the center of the room floated a glowing network of interconnected light points, which Cerberus explained was the magic tower's entire accumulated library of knowledge, every spell and scroll ever collected. Cerberus then offered Michael something greater than the promised spell demonstration: full access to this library, so he could study everything from basic 1-star spells to advanced 8-star techniques whenever he returned. As Michael considered the offer, an impulsive idea overtook him, and before he could stop himself, he reached out and touched one of the floating points. Instantly, the entire library's information began pouring directly into his mind. His system flagged a dangerous overload of incoming data and triggered an emergency shutdown to protect him, and Michael's vision went dark as his body collapsed to the floor. Michael woke up feeling like his chest was being crushed, only to realize it wasn't a medical emergency, but his mother crushing him in a desperate desperate hug. Lilia had been sobbing over him, and the moment his eyes opened, she nearly suffocated him with relief. She immediately turned her anger on Cerberus, blaming him for letting her son collapse while under his watch and declaring they'd never return to the magic tower again. Bart tried to calm her down, reminding her she was speaking to a tower master, but Cerberus simply admitted fault, apologizing since he'd never seen anyone react this way to touching the magic library before. Michael himself had no memory of what happened after his body overheated and his head felt like it was about to burst. Reaching out to his AI assistant for answers, he was surprised when it addressed him by name for the first time, something it had never done before. It explained that touching the magic library had triggered a download of information far beyond what his young brain could handle, forcing an emergency shutdown to protect him. During that unconscious period, the assistant used the library's contents to upgrade itself entirely, introducing itself as ChatJK2, now equipped with deep knowledge of magic drawn from the Kingsbridge Magic Tower's full 893 years of accumulated history. Curious what this meant, Michael asked what his new assistant could do with all that knowledge, and it offered to compile his magical abilities into a clear system for him to view. A translucent display appeared before him, listing his stats. Magic talent rated SSS+ class. Element mastery marked as not applicable. Magic purity at 99.99%. Mana quantity also not applicable, and his current realm listed as a 2-star novice magician. Confused by the blank entries, Michael learned that standard methods for measuring mastery and mana quantity simply didn't apply to him, since no existing system accounted for a mage gifted in every element simultaneously. He brushed this off as another gift from being reincarnated, unaware of just how extraordinary that fact actually was. His assistant further explained that his current mana-gathering method was built specifically for earth mana and wasn't suited for his other elements, and while the magic library contained separate techniques for each element, using them all individually would be wildly inefficient. To solve this, the system revealed it had created something entirely new during the upgrade, a supreme skill called unity gathering. This skill would let him absorb any and all mana from his surroundings without needing to store it inside his cores first, effectively giving him a virtually limitless mana pool. It also granted him a unique awareness of mana in his environment, letting him sense and draw from it freely, with no spell or barrier able to hide mana from him, whether it existed openly in the world or was sealed inside a container. The sheer scale of what this skill meant hit Michael all at once, leaving him stunned by the power now at his fingertips. Michael quickly realized the true scope of his new ability, asking his AI assistant whether unity gathering meant he could control mana that wasn't even his own. ChatJK2 confirmed it, explaining that his level of control depended on how his own mastery compared to the original caster's. Michael understood immediately how broken this made him, since he could theoretically disrupt any spell cast near him or even turn it back on the caster. Curious about the assistant's new limits, Michael asked if it could now create any spell he imagined. ChatJK2 clarified that spell synthesis was currently capped at 3-star level, since the magic library's knowledge, while vast, still had gaps. Creating anything more powerful would require another software update, fueled by gathering more magical knowledge from other sources. A progress bar appeared, showing 0% toward the next upgrade, essentially nudging Michael to seek out more knowledge in the future, something he was more than motivated to do, given how much stronger this update had already made him. Lilia noticed Michael staring blankly and worried something was wrong again, but he snapped back to the present just as he realized he could now see mana with total clarity, appearing as tiny, wiggling strings filling the room, almost as if the mana itself were curiously watching him back. Looking at his mother, a detailed magical profile appeared before his eyes, revealing her title as the Earthen Witch of the West, her S-class talent, Earth Mastery, 90% magic purity, a mana quantity of 91,493, and her rank as a 7-star expert mage. Realizing how useful this new sensing ability was, Michael quickly composed himself and assured his mother he was fine, just gathering his thoughts. Bart, still worried, asked Cerberus if there was any way to guarantee this kind of collapse wouldn't happen again. The Tower Master admitted he didn't fully understand why it occurred, but confirmed he'd monitored Michael the entire time and found no lasting damage, comparing his unconscious state to simple sleep. Relieved, but still cautious, Bart pressed for a solution. Cerberus explained that Michael's magical talents had emerged far earlier than normal, creating an imbalance in his young body, and suggested he focus on strengthening his physical condition first. He then produced an old worn book containing an earth magic technique designed to harden the body using earth mana, making it as tough as solid stone without needing to actively cast any spell. He explained that the technique was progressive, starting at 1 star but capable of reaching all the way to 9 star mastery with enough practice, though it had fallen out of common use since faster defensive spells had since replaced it. Still, Cerberus noted that Michael only needed to reach its second level to build sufficient physical resilience. Lilia took the book eagerly, already planning to personally guide Michael through the training the moment they returned home, determined to make sure nothing like this ever happened to her son again. Michael's family headed home right after wrapping up business at the Magic Tower, with Lilia refusing to let him stay any longer out of fear he'd collapse again. Before leaving, Cerberus officially certified Michael's talent, recording him as a rare quadruple element mage. Back home, Michael examined the old book Cerberus had given him and asked his AI assistant to read through it. Within minutes, it absorbed the entire technique, revealing the spell as internal earth defense, a passive, always active ability that hardened the user's skin and organs to mineral-level toughness. It offered strong protection against air-based attacks, but nothing beyond that, and its major drawback was the amount of time needed to cultivate it, time most mages preferred spending on strengthening their mana cores instead. Michael liked the concept of passive defense, but wanted something broader, protection against every element, rather than just one. When he asked if his assistant could create similar spells for other elements, it explained that maintaining multiple defensive techniques at once would be inefficient, and instead offered to synthesize an entirely new skill. This led Michael to ask about the difference between a spell and a skill, and he learned that spells were something any mage could learn through proper theory and mana, while skills were natural talents unique to the individual that couldn't be taught. Excited by the idea of something uniquely his, Michael agreed, and his assistant synthesized a brand new skill called Absolute Unity Defense. Unlike the original Earth-based spell, this skill offered passive protection against any and every type of magic, as long as the incoming attack wasn't a higher star rating than his own defense. Even better, cultivating it wouldn't interfere with the growth of his mana cores at all, and it had the potential to eventually reach a 9-star rating, meaning it could one day make him nearly untouchable, regardless of what kind of magic was thrown at him. With his personal status now updated, Michael saw his profile reflecting the addition of this new skill alongside his growing list of learned spells, with more clearly expected to come as he continued advancing. Back at the mansion, Lilia kept Michael from leaving the estate for a long while, still shaken by his collapse at the Magic Tower. She personally supervised his physical training, guiding him through the internal earth defense technique Cerberus had given him, unaware that Michael was quietly focusing his real effort on strengthening his absolute unity defense instead. Every day, he pushed through 100 push-ups, ran a 2-kilometer loop around the estate, and completed 100 crunches, all while continuously gathering mana to build his body from the inside out. Time passed steadily under this routine, until finally, 5 years had gone by. 5 years had passed, and Michael was no longer the skinny little boy he used to be. At 10 years old, his body had filled out from years of consistent physical training, leaving him fitter than he'd ever been, even in his previous life. Ignoring the maid Beretta's warning to bring an umbrella for the rain outside, Michael walked out completely unaffected, protected by an invisible prismatic barrier that kept every drop from touching him. His absolute unity defense had reached 4-star level, making him immune to any spell at or below that rank. And since rain counted as a naturally weak water-based spell, it simply couldn't touch him. His mana cores had also grown to match a 4-star mage, though his progress was slowed by how difficult it was to gather rarer elements like lightning and poison, something he still relied on Cerberus to help supply through mana stones. Cerberus, meanwhile, had become a regular visitor to the Vanderbilt estate, technically checking on Michael's magical progress, but really just showing up for a chance to play Reborn chess. Matches he always lost. Interestingly, the Tower Master wasn't even the second-best chess player in the household, since that title belonged to Sebastian, who had come close to beating Michael several times over the years. Magic wasn't Michael's only focus during this time. The Reborn company kept growing steadily, expanding into other cities and Korean villages, with earnings piling up faster than Michael cared to track, most of it reinvested straight back into the business. Castell continued hiring craftsmen, blacksmiths, and mages to widen their production, while Michael kept inventing new products to maintain their momentum. One of these was the matchstick, originally meant only to help the maids start fires during winter, but once Castell saw its potential, she convinced him to sell it commercially. Despite its low price, the matchstick became hugely popular, especially among people in smaller villages who couldn't afford fire mages, helping spread Reborn's reputation far beyond Kingsbridge. He also introduced the compass and eyeglasses, both practical inventions that boosted the company's profits and public image. One of his biggest undertakings was the bicycle, which he unveiled to the whole estate, leading to plenty of falls and scraped elbows, but plenty of laughter too. Bart instantly wanted to use one for his daily trips to Kingsbridge, though Lilia and the maids quickly vetoed that idea out of safety concerns. Still, the bicycles proved genuinely useful for the staff who had to move constantly across the massive estate grounds. Most of these inventions came together easily with his assistant's help and his growing collection of 2 to 3 star spells, as long as they didn't require an external power source. But that limitation finally broke after 5 years of relentless trial and error as Michael completed a working prototype of an engine, a project demanding painstakingly precise materials that could withstand immense pressure. With the final piece locking into place, all that remained was fuel, and Michael would finally be able to harness electricity. Michael headed to his parents' room, hoping to ask where he could buy petroleum oil for his engine project, but the moment he walked in, he sensed he'd interrupted something serious. Bart reassured him it was fine, since they'd actually been about to call for him anyway. Lilia pulled Michael onto the bed and gently explained that turning 10 years old wasn't just an ordinary birthday. It marked the arrival of something called a talent awakening, a milestone that could shape his entire future. She described talent as an inborn aptitude everyone carried, something a person excelled at whether they realized it or not, and explained that awakening it would grant new, personal spells tied directly to that talent. She gave an example of someone who awakened a talent called magma technician and gained a skill letting them live safely inside a volcano. Michael listened closely, realizing this matched almost exactly what his AI assistant had told him 5 years earlier about the difference between spells and skills, meaning skills were tied to a person's awakened talent rather than something arbitrary his system had invented. Lilia, misreading his serious expression as worry, tried to comfort him by predicting he'd surely awaken a talent connected to his rare quadruple mastery, possibly even something powerful enough to be called a supreme skill. Bart quickly cautioned her against building up expectations, pointing out that no supreme skill had appeared in their country in over 100 years. Lilia insisted her son was talented enough to defy the odds, while Bart gently reminded Michael that they'd love him no matter what talent he ended up with. Michael, still processing everything, awkwardly asked what exactly a supreme skill even was. Bart explained that it was an extraordinarily rare power capable of reshaping reality itself, with only about 10 known to exist in the entire world, each wielded by beings of immense influence. He cited examples like the King of the Seas commanding the oceans and the Draconic Empress ruling her race, both because of their own supreme skills, and warned Michael not to be discouraged if he didn't receive one, since such power was too dangerous to be granted freely. Hearing this left Michael stunned, since he already possessed a supreme skill, Unity Gathering, granted to him years earlier through his AI assistant's software upgrade. He hadn't realized just how monumental that gift truly was until now. With no point in speculating further, Lilia decided they should head to Kingsbridge immediately to visit the church for his awakening. As they prepared to leave, Michael quietly asked his assistant what to expect from his upcoming talent awakening, but it admitted it didn't have enough information on the subject. It did offer one reassurance, though, that if Michael received a talent, gaining another supreme skill wasn't out of the question. Michael countered that this seemed unlikely, since his parents made clear how exceedingly rare supreme skills were, and he'd already used up what felt like an impossible stroke of luck once already. His assistant had no response. After 5 years without leaving the estate, Michael finally set off with his parents toward Kingsbridge for his talent awakening. Since it was winter, he kept the carriage and their horse warm, using simple ember spells along the way. When they arrived, the city was blanketed in snow, but their carriage was let through without issue as always. Looking out the window, Michael saw just how deeply Reborn had embedded itself into everyday life. People everywhere carried matchboxes to warm their homes and light fires. Children pretended to be mages while striking striking matches, and one mother wearing cheap Reborn eyeglasses proudly watched her son declare he'd study Reborn chess to get smart enough for the magic tower. That same mother, thanks to the eyeglasses restoring her ability to read, had landed a job as a bank clerk, no longer struggling to afford food and even having enough left over to buy her son a chess set. Michael felt real satisfaction, seeing how his inventions had genuinely improved people's lives, especially since a simple 2-0 copper matchstick spared families from having to hire expensive fire mages just to stay warm. But not everything was cheerful. He noticed a growing number of people coughing, sneezing, and looking sickly along the streets. When he asked what was happening, Lilia quickly pulled him back into the carriage, explaining that a disease was spreading through the city and warning him to stay hidden since they were there specifically for his awakening. Bart added that this happened often in winter, since there weren't enough healing mages to keep up with demand. As the familiar stench of the river dames drifted into the carriage, Michael suspected the ongoing river pollution was likely fueling the outbreak, and reconsidered the sewer system idea he dismissed as too large a project back when he was 5. They eventually arrived at the church, an elaborate cathedral-like structure that stood completely empty and silent. A bald priest greeted the Vanderbilts warmly, expressing confidence that a boy as gifted as Michael would surely awaken a strong skill, which delighted Lilia. Michael, meanwhile, was more curious about the towering statue of a holy maiden at the center of the church, and the priest confirmed she represented the world's supreme goddess, the very being who created everything, and who would briefly connect with Michael during the ritual. Guided to the altar, Michael was told he'd feel himself falling asleep and shouldn't resist it. The priest began the ritual, channeling divine power as blinding light erupted from the statue. Michael briefly reached out to his AI assistant, only to get a joking response, claiming he'd died before he opened his eyes somewhere entirely different. A dreamlike realm made of solid, floating clouds resembling heaven itself. Standing before him was an enormous feminine face filling the sky, confirming she was God. She teased Michael for seemingly forgetting her after only 10 years, clearly displeased he didn't immediately recognize her. Michael, staring up at her, found himself surprised, since he didn't remember God looking quite this beautiful. The goddess pouted at Michael for not recognizing her, and he apologized, explaining he'd only been a formless soul when they first met. She forgave him easily, admitting she found his time in this world genuinely entertaining. When Michael worried he was essentially cheating by accelerating technology far beyond what this world would naturally develop, she laughed it off, revealing that her people had grown so dependent on magic that real technological progress had stagnated for thousands of years, something she found deeply frustrating to watch. Michael sensed this was likely the true reason he'd been reincarnated in the first place. She showed him visions of the impact he'd made, from women enjoying Reborn soap to crowds gathered around chessboards, and even his own parents embracing as they watched over his motionless body during the ritual. Back home, even someone like Beretta no longer suffered from the strain of hauling water by hand. Michael simply said he wanted everyone to feel as comfortable as he did, and the goddess told him that desire was exactly why she'd given him his power in the first place. She then reminded him that regardless of already having a supreme skill, he still needed to go through his official talent awakening, and she intended to grant him one whether he wanted it or not. She explained that spreading his inventions across the world wouldn't be easy given competition and deeply rooted cultural resistance. So to help him and his allies rise to the top of their fields, she bestowed upon him a new talent, Harbinger of the Future. Along with it came a second supreme skill, Gift Bestowal. Michael's system updated to reflect these changes, now showing his talent alongside his original supreme skill, Unity Gathering, plus this new one. He was stunned, since supposedly only 10 people in the world possessed even one supreme skill, and he now had 2. When he asked what Gift Bestowal actually did, the goddess kept it vague, only revealing that it let him awaken hidden talents in other beings and grant them powers otherwise impossible to obtain, insisting she didn't want to spoil the surprise. As his body began fading from the dream realm, signaling his return to the real world, Michael thanked her sincerely for the life she'd given him. She casually brushed it off, then dropped an urgent warning just before he vanished completely. He needed to get his family out of Kingsbridge soon, since a plague was coming. She confirmed his suspicion that the pollution in the River Dames would only worsen and eventually cause mass deaths across the city. Michael resisted the pull of the fading sensation long enough to process this, realizing his father worked in Kingsbridge, and his mage friends lived there, and his Reborn company had just begun establishing itself in the the city. He refused to let such a disaster unfold if there was anything he could do to stop it. The goddess, amused, told him this meant he'd finally have to build that sewer system he'd been putting off, wishing him luck before sending his soul back to his body. Michael awoke, with fierce determination burning in his eyes. As the light faded, Michael found himself back in the church before the goddess's statue. A golden aura suddenly descended from the domed ceiling, striking the ground at his feet. The priest froze in shock, having only ever seen red rays for fighting talents, blue for magic, or green for production. A golden ray was something he'd only heard about in legend. He declared, stunned, that Michael had awakened a supreme talent. Lilia immediately embraced her son, thrilled that her long-held belief in his genius had finally been vindicated, while Bart stood speechless. When asked what kind of supreme skill he'd received, Michael calmly revealed his talent, harbinger of the future, and his supreme skill, gift best of all. Even the priest admitted he had no idea what it truly meant, since only 10 people in the world had ever wielded a supreme skill, and each kept their abilities secret. He explained that only the goddess herself would know the full extent of Michael's power, leaving Michael to discover it on his own. Despite the incredible news, Bart noticed Michael seemed troubled rather than excited. Michael then revealed that the goddess had personally warned him about an incoming plague in Kingsbridge unless the pollution problem with the River Dames was resolved. His claim of having spoken directly with the goddess stunned his parents, and the priest dismissed it outright, insisting mortals weren't worthy of such contact and that Michael must have simply dreamed it during the ritual. But before the priest could scold him further, the candles in the church were suddenly snuffed out by an unnatural gust of wind, plunging the room into darkness before reigniting moments later. As if to seal the message, thunder cracked violently outside. Rattled and humbled, the priest quickly excused himself, retreating to his quarters to pray for forgiveness for doubting a child so clearly favored by the goddess. Back with his family, Bart pressed Michael further about the plague. Michael explained that disease was spreading because people were drinking water from the River Dames, which was contaminated with human waste, and that the mages' weekly purification wasn't enough to stop it. Bart pointed out that the mages already filtered the water, but Michael insisted it still wasn't sufficient, proposing they build a full sewer system instead, similar to the one at their own estate. To demonstrate his plan, Michael cast a 2-star rock bend spell, shaping earth mana into a miniature detailed replica of Kingsbridge City, complete with the river, bridge, and surrounding buildings. Using a simple water ball spell, he illustrated exactly how a functioning sewer system could work throughout the city. Bart was floored by the brilliance of the plan, realizing it could eliminate the need for constant magical cleansing and even make the river safe enough to swim in one day. Lilia, overwhelmed with pride, hugged her son again, marveling at how she'd ended up with a boy who was not only gifted with a supreme skill, but brilliant and kind-hearted as well. Michael asked his father if the sewer project was even possible, and Bart laid out the major obstacles: the sheer cost of a citywide construction project, the manpower needed, and the necessity of skilled mages from the Magic Tower to help with the engineering. Michael brushed off the mage concern, confident he could convince Cerberus through a simple game of chess. Bart then raised a bigger issue. Even with money and manpower secured, they'd still need approval from Kingsbridge's ruling authorities, along with genuine public support, since disrupting the city with construction wouldn't be tolerated without it. Michael assumed the Vanderbilt name alone would be enough, but Bart admitted his family's influence over public opinion had weakened, since the entire city had shifted its loyalty toward the new Reborn company instead. Without Reborn's backing to help convince citizens to accept the disruption, the project couldn't move forward. Amused, Michael realized this obstacle was actually the easiest part of the plan. He led his parents back to the carriage and directed Sebastian toward a specific building in the city's commerce district, the newly constructed Reborn headquarters, an impressive structure that clearly cost a fortune. Bart hesitated at the entrance, warning Michael that they couldn't just walk in without a scheduled meeting, especially since Reborn's reclusive, mysterious owner had never been publicly seen and was the subject of constant gossip throughout the city. He suggested writing a formal letter instead, believing the company's generous reputation would make them receptive to helping with the sewer project. Lilia, shivering in the cold, also urged Michael to wait rather than rush inside. Ignoring their concerns, Michael pushed forward and opened the doors himself, drawing the attention of every clerk and assistant inside. Before anyone could react, Castell burst out of the main office, immediately recognizing Michael and spotting his parents behind him. Realizing the truth could no longer stay hidden, she descended to greet them formally, welcoming Michael and casually confirming that the office met his expectations. When Castell asked if he'd come to take back control of the company, Bart and Lilia grew visibly confused. Bart questioned a nearby worker, who identified Castell as the manager of the Reborn company. Turning back to her for answers, Bart's confusion deepened as Castell respectfully confirmed the truth. While she managed daily operations, the true owner of Reborn, the one who had built the entire company from the ground up, was Michael himself. Bart and Lilia stared at Michael in complete disbelief, but as always, he explained the truth with a casual shrug, admitting he'd started the whole thing at age 5 after his soap and shampoo unexpectedly became popular. Lilia's expression turned unreadable for a moment before she erupted into pure joy, more excited than she'd been even after learning about his supreme skill. She immediately demanded access to unreleased products, thrilled at the idea of finally being able to brag to other women about owning the very company behind Reborn soap and shampoo, rather than just being one of its many admirers. Michael happily agreed to give her whatever she wanted, and Castell offered to show her the lotion he'd developed, leading her off toward the production room while gushing about Michael's accomplishments. Left alone with his father, Michael watched Bart process the full weight of the revelation that his own son was the mysterious owner of Reborn, the company that had been outselling the Vanderbilt business in Kingsbridge for 5 years straight. Everyone had assumed Reborn was backed by some secretive foreign mogul with massive funding, never suspecting a 10-year-old boy was behind it all. Michael tried to apologize for the trouble Reborn had caused the family business, but before he could finish, Bart pulled him into a tearful embrace. He admitted he'd admired Reborn's growth from the very beginning, impressed by its innovation and its genuine impact on improving lives across the city, rich and poor alike. He'd always wanted to personally thank the company's owner, never imagining it was his own son. Suddenly, all of Michael's inventions, the plumbing, the hot springs, the bicycle, made perfect sense in hindsight. Michael jokingly threatened to drive the Vanderbilt business out of the city entirely, and Bart laughed heartily, ruffling his hair in response. Afterward, the family gathered in Castell's office, where Michael spent an hour walking his parents through the full story of Reborn's rise, from the first crate of soap sold to the clever branding strategy behind naming their board game Reborn Chess, specifically to spread the company's name among mages and scholars. Bart was struck not just by Michael's inventions, but by his business instincts, noting that his decision-making reminded him strongly of the way his own father, the founder of the Vanderbilt Empire, used to talk about running a business. Convinced that Michael and his grandfather would find common ground, Bart grew eager for the day he could finally introduce his son to the family patriarch, certain the old man would be thoroughly impressed. With the pleasantries over, Michael steered the conversation back to the sewer system, telling Castell he wanted to use Reborn's influence for the project. He recreated his miniature model of the River Dames and its sewer plan, warning her that without it, a plague would soon strike the city. The mention of a plague hit Castell hard, stirring painful memories of losing her parents to a similar disaster, and her expression hardened with resolve as she asked what she could do to help. Bart explained the real obstacle: getting the entire citizenry of Kingsbridge to agree to disruptive construction, connecting every home and building to the sewer system, a task neither the Vanderbilt name nor Reborn's popularity alone could easily solve. Michael apologized to Castell for placing so much responsibility on her shoulders, but she quickly reassured him that managing the company had given her life real purpose. She confessed she'd never felt cut out for being a maid, but running Reborn made her feel truly alive, especially now that she had a chance to help prevent the very kind of plague that had taken her parents. Grabbing his hands, she begged to keep helping him protect the people of Kingsbridge. The moment their hands touched, Michael felt a sudden jolt of energy, and his system alerted him that his supreme skill, Gift Best of All, had activated. It revealed Castell's hidden potential, an SS-class business mogul talent, along with a matching skill called Golden Nose, which would give her powerful business intuition capable of steering decisions toward the most profitable outcomes. His assistant explained that he could awaken her talent right then and there, with no cost or sacrifice required, just as the priest had awakened his own talent earlier. Snapping out of his surprise, Michael asked Castell if she trusted him, and she immediately said yes. He then asked if she wanted to become the official CEO of Reborn, a term unfamiliar to both her and Bart, which Michael explained meant taking full control over every major decision in the company. Castell hesitated, insisting she wasn't worthy, and had always assumed she'd eventually be replaced by someone more qualified. Michael reassured her that she'd already proven capable, and if she needed more, he could help unlock even greater potential by awakening her talent. Stunned family members watched as Michael raised his hand, silently instructing his assistant to begin the awakening. A golden aura, distinct from his usual elemental mana, gathered around his arm, immediately recognized by Lilia and Bart as the same divine light from Michael's own talent awakening. Michael revealed to his parents that he'd finally discovered what his supreme skill truly did. He could awaken hidden talents in others. The golden light surged into Castell, enveloping her completely as his system confirmed the awakening was underway, downloading an entire foundation of business knowledge directly into her mind before completing the process. Castell felt an overwhelming flood of business knowledge pour into her mind, dense with concepts and frameworks pulled from Michael's original world. The process was uncomfortable at first, but once the golden light faded, a soothing warmth washed over her, more relaxing even than the hot springs back at the estate. When she opened her eyes, she found Michael watching her expectantly, and she described the sensation as magnificent, feeling like she could suddenly see everything with startling clarity. Bart and Lilia, stunned that talent awakening was even possible past childhood, pressed Castell for details. She revealed she could now see a status screen displaying her name, talent, skill, and current rank. Curious, Michael asked his assistant to inspect her new profile and was surprised to see she'd inherited traits mirroring his own abilities. Listed as a B-class mage with Unity Element Mastery, an SS-class business mogul talent, and skills, including Golden Nose for business intuition, along with weaker versions of his own Unity Gathering and Unity Defense. His assistant explained that anyone Michael awakened would automatically inherit a lesser version of his own skills, and offered to disable this feature, though Michael chose to keep it active. It then revealed something unexpected. Michael himself had gained a new skill in the process, since his supreme skill let him observe and replicate abilities the same way he absorbed magic spells. Rather than copying Castell's Golden Nose directly, his assistant had refined it into something more useful for him personally, a superior Golden Nose that gave him an intuitive sense for identifying talented individuals rather than profitable decisions. Michael realized the true scope of his power. He could now seek out ordinary people anywhere and elevate them into extraordinary talents, regardless of their age. Bart and Lilia struggled to process everything they'd just witnessed, amazed that Michael's supreme skill could bypass the usual age restriction on awakenings and grant entirely new abilities on top of it. Lilia noticed mana beginning to gather naturally around Castell, mirroring the same passive collection Michael displayed, something neither of them thought was possible for someone who'd shown zero magical aptitude her entire life. Bart admitted he'd heard supreme skills were powerful, but nothing had prepared him for something this absurd. Castell, meanwhile, immediately put her new knowledge to use, telling Michael she already had ideas for how to move forward with the sewer system. Without hesitation, she launched into a detailed, impromptu presentation outlining construction timelines, manpower requirements, sourcing strategies, and a precise schedule designed to minimize disruption to citizens during the work. Her sudden command of leadership, delegation, and logistics left Bart visibly impressed, recognizing the sharp efficiency her new business acumen brought to the table. Finally, Castell laid out her key solution for winning public support: sell the plumbing system Michael had installed at the Vanderbilt mansion to the public. If citizens could see firsthand how convenient running water was, they'd welcome construction crews installing both plumbing and sewer infrastructure simultaneously. This approach would not only get the sewer system built, but also open a lucrative new revenue stream for Reborn through the sale of faucets and showerheads. Michael and his parents were thoroughly impressed with Castell's grasp of the sewer project, and Michael praised her performance as his new CEO. The last remaining piece was securing help from the Magic Tower, since the project needed skilled earth mages to proceed smoothly. Castell worried this would be a tough sell, since the tower earned steady income from the city for cleansing the river regularly, income they'd lose once the sewer system made that service obsolete. Michael assured her he'd handle it personally. With the plan set in motion, the family split up to tackle their respective roles. Castell stayed behind at the Reborn office to organize logistics, workers, and materials. Bart headed to the Vanderbilt office to use the family's influence in securing governmental approval for the project. Lilia went to visit her wealthy socialite friends, knowing gossip would spread the news of Reborn's new citywide initiative faster than any formal announcement could. Michael, meanwhile, returned to the Magic Tower for the first time in 5 years, heading straight to Cerberus's chambers. The room looked mostly unchanged, except for scattered chessboards floating around. Cerberus greeted him warmly and asked what talent he'd awakened. When Michael revealed he'd received a supreme skill, Cerberus spat out his drink in shock, struggling to accept it wasn't a joke. He understood, better than anyone, how monumental this was, recalling how past supreme skill holders, like the King of the Seas, the Demon Queen, and the Draconic Empress, had each reshaped the world through their power. Michael got straight to business, explaining the looming plague threat from the polluted river dames and his plan to build a citywide sewer system, but admitted he needed the Magic Tower's help to make it happen. Cerberus, still processing the implications, questioned why the tower should sacrifice a substantial yearly income tied to river cleansing. Michael's answer was simple. They'd settle it with a game of chess. Cerberus agreed instantly, revealing his real motivation had nothing to do with money. The mages disliked the tedious cleansing work anyway, and cared more about preventing suffering than profit, seeing the sewer system as the permanent fix they'd always wanted. The two settled in for a match of Reborn chess, and after 5 years of practice, Cerberus had grown significantly stronger, pushing Michael into a tense, sweat-inducing standoff. Just as Cerberus believed victory was within reach, Michael executed a rare en passant move, catching him completely off guard. Cerberus accused him of cheating, insisting the move was illegal. But after mentally checking the official rulebook, he confirmed it was indeed legitimate, just incredibly obscure and unknown to virtually everyone in this world. When he asked how Michael knew about it, Michael simply reminded him that he was the one who wrote the game's rules in the first place, leaving Cerberus stunned into another spray of water. It took about half an hour for Cerberus to fully calm down after learning the truth about Michael. Still fanning himself, he grumbled about how everyone in the Magic Tower had assumed Reborn's creator was some older, wiser hermit, never suspecting it was the same child who'd just beaten him at chess. He couldn't help but call Michael a monstrous genius, pointing out that between his magic, his business success, and his supreme skill, it felt almost unfair how much talent one person could have. Getting back to business, Michael confirmed their deal. Since he'd won, Cerberus would help with the sewer system. The old man agreed, still a little bitter about losing to the very inventor of the game. But before Michael could leave, Cerberus stopped him with another concern. Reports had surfaced of a slimy, monstrous creature lurking in the river dames, and mages had been sent to deal with it, but hadn't succeeded yet. He suggested Michael wait a few days before starting construction, showing him a sketch of the creature, a sludgy, armless, legless mass made of garbage and waste. The moment Michael looked at the image, his superior golden nose activated, causing the creature's silhouette to glow gold in his vision, a signal invisible to Cerberus. His assistant revealed the creature had high talent potential and confirmed that even monstrous beings could have their talents awakened through his supreme skill. Intrigued by the possibilities, Michael asked Cerberus if he could personally handle the situation instead of waiting. Cerberus hesitated, warning him of the danger, but Michael brushed it off, adding that he needed to survey the bridge anyway to finalize the sewer plans. To test Michael's resolve, Cerberus fired a 4-star fireball straight at him without warning. An invisible shield instantly formed around Michael, absorbing the fire and neutralizing it with water mana until it dissipated into steam. Impressed and slightly unsettled, Cerberus admitted defeat and gave his blessing for Michael to handle the creature, urging him to stay cautious. Michael thanked him and promised to keep visiting for more chess matches, but couldn't resist one final jab on his way out, casually revealing that his mastery wasn't limited to just 4 elements. He could control all of them, something he called unity. Cerberus's shocked shout echoed through the tower. Moments later, a mysterious water spout erupted from the top of the Magic Tower, drenching unsuspecting pedestrians below, accompanied by the furious coughing and cursing of a very wet old wizard. A few days before Michael's talent awakening, a group of children played carelessly along the river dames, scavenging waste and daring each other to swim despite the obvious dangers. Unbeknownst to them, a strange creature watched from the water, silently longing to join in their fun despite being unable to truly interact with them due to its appearance. When one boy scraped his knee and kept playing in the contaminated water, the creature sensed the danger posed by the bacteria drifting toward the wound and instinctively moved to help, using its innate magic to purify the surrounding water. Unfortunately, a passerby spotted the glowing creature approaching the children and shouted a warning, sending the kids into a panic. Believing they were being attacked, spectators on the bridge began hurling objects at the creature, including a knife that grazed its head, while it continued pushing forward, focused only on protecting the injured boy from infection. Once the boy reached safety, he noticed his wound had mysteriously healed, and the creature retreated into the river the moment it saw he was out of danger. Despite his protests, the townspeople launched a hunt to exterminate what they believed was a dangerous monster, responsible for the sickness spreading through the water. Back in the present, Michael stood by the river Dames, disgusted by the smell of the polluted water. He had his assistant create a new spell called Scent Cleanser to block out the stench, instantly making the air around him tolerable. Using his supreme skill's ability to sense mana, he scanned the river and detected a concentration of poison mana, not hidden underwater as expected, but near the buildings along the riverbank, suggesting the creature had made itself a hidden lair. Without hesitation, Michael dove into the river, protected by his prismatic barrier that kept the filthy water from ever touching him. Submerged in total darkness, he cast a simple flashlight spell to see his surroundings, and eventually located a narrow burrow along the riverside, just large enough to squeeze through. Following the tunnel, he emerged into a large underground cavern, the creature's hidden lair. Sensing the disturbance, the creature stirred from its rest. Covered in cuts and scars from repeated attacks by humans trying to kill it, the creature assumed Michael was just another attacker. This time, exhausted from running and hiding, it resolved not to flee, but to fight back. Michael cast Dark Vision to see clearly through the cavern's darkness, though his mana sense already let him track the creature perfectly as it tried to sneak up on him. When it launched a ball of violet acid, his absolute unity defense dissolved it instantly, and its follow-up attempt to physically smother him only sent it crashing into the wall instead. Undeterred, the creature kept attacking despite its attacks having zero effect, giving Michael time to study its true form, a blob-like body of violet liquid with snail-like lower limbs, oozing dangerous fumes. His assistant identified it as a mutated poison slime, a 3-star difficulty creature, well within Michael's capabilities as a 4-star mage. Since his superior golden nose had already flagged the slime as having strong awakening potential, Michael wanted to avoid conflict and try communicating instead. He raised his hands peacefully and spoke aloud, hoping his tone alone might convey his intentions, even if the words meant nothing to the creature. His assistant offered to translate, explaining that since the slime's body and consciousness were made entirely of mana, his supreme skill could interpret its thoughts through the vibrations in its poison mana. The translation revealed the slime's fear. It didn't want to be hurt again by humans. Feeling sympathy, Michael asked his assistant to translate his own words back into the slime's language, using the poison mana in his own body to project a message of peace. But hearing a human speak its language only terrified the creature further, convincing it that something unnatural and dangerous was happening. It lashed out harder, submerging into the tunnel's water and firing a concentrated blast of contaminated liquid at Michael, which simply deflected off his shield without effect. Believing itself defeated and desperate, the slime unleashed everything it had, sacrificing nearly all its poison mana to summon a massive swarm of poison needles filling the cavern, shrinking its own body down to the size of a basketball in the process. It warned Michael to stay back, but he continued advancing anyway. The slime commanded the needles to strike, an attack that would have turned any ordinary human into a poisoned pincushion. Instead, the needles halted mere inches from Michael's barrier, trembling as the slime felt its control being ripped away. With a simple motion of his hand, Michael redirected the entire swarm, turning the poison needles back toward their original owner, showcasing the true reach of his supreme skill, the ability to seize control over any mana, whether it belonged to him or not. With thousands of poison needles pointed at its face, the slime closed its eyes and accepted death. As its final moments passed through its mind, it recalled its true nature. Born from the accumulated waste of the River Dames, it had spent its existence quietly watching humans from afar, longing to experience the joy it saw in them despite knowing it could never belong. Out of genuine affection for humanity, it had consumed the river's filth for years, purifying the water without ever asking for anything in return. Yet all it received was fear and violence. hunted relentlessly despite never once acting out of malice, only defending itself when finally cornered with nowhere left to run. But the pain never came. The slime opened its eyes to find Michael looking at it warmly, having dissolved the needles back into harmless mana. Its body slowly returned to its original size as strength flowed back into it. Michael knelt down and gently patted its head, and though it flinched at first, expecting harm, it melted into the touch instead, comforted by his kindness. Through physical contact, Michael suddenly saw flashes of the slime's memories, its loneliness, its quiet protection of the humans who feared it, and its endless retreat from those who hunted it down. Piecing this together, Michael realized the slime had been the very thing preventing the plague the goddess warned him about, quietly cleansing the river of disease-causing bacteria all along. If the humans had succeeded in killing it, the plague would have arrived even faster. His supreme skill activated once more, revealing the slime's hidden potential, an SSS-class talent called Malevolent Passenger, along with skills allowing it to inhabit other bodies as a shadow and create clones of itself. Moved by its story, Michael decided to awaken its talent and give it a second chance at life, naming it Fudge. A golden light enveloped the slime as the awakening began, intensifying until the cavern filled with blinding white light. When the light faded, Fudge's body remained slime-like, but was now dressed in a dark hooded cloak, gloves, and a bandana, resembling something out of a video game. Its new status revealed it had become a sapient rogue slime with S-class magic, Unity element mastery, and its newly granted skills. Confused, Michael asked his assistant why Fudge had transformed this way and learned that the awakening had pushed it onto an entirely new evolutionary path shaped directly by his supreme skill. Suddenly, Fudge leapt into Michael's arms, speaking fluent human language and thanking him gratefully for the new life he'd been given. Startled that the slime could now speak at all, Michael pressed for an explanation, and his assistant admitted it had downloaded knowledge directly into Fudge's mind to support its evolution. Before Michael could ask more, Fudge dramatically declared its new purpose in life: to spread Michael's greatness across the world, vowing loyalty in an oddly theatrical, larger-than-life speech. Recognizing the exact tone and phrasing, Michael realized with disbelief that his AI assistant had apparently pulled Fudge's personality straight out of an anime character. A few days after awakening Fudge, Michael had grown used to the slime shadowing him everywhere, quietly observing the human world exactly as it always wanted. Fudge reported that its clones had already spread throughout the city, positioning itself as a silent observer while identifying promising candidates to recruit into its self-declared mission of spreading Michael's influence across the world. Michael could only shake his head, still baffled that his AI assistant had filled Fudge's mind with nothing but anime tropes instead of something practical, resulting in a dramatic shadow ninja persona, complete with a self-styled costume. When Michael joked that Fudge sounded like it was starting a cult, the slime seemed to like the idea a little too much, prompting Michael to redirect its focus back to the sewer project. After weeks of preparation, construction was finally ready to begin, with Castell handling logistics, staffing, and materials with remarkable efficiency. Fudge, despite its quirks, proved genuinely useful, using its clones to remotely scout talented individuals throughout the city for Michael to evaluate. While none matched Castell or Fudge's own exceptional talent, several undiscovered workers with hidden aptitude in construction and manufacturing were found and brought into the company, with Castell quickly growing fond of Fudge once she met it. Meanwhile, Bart secured official city permits using the Vanderbilt name, smoothing the project's approval process, while Lilia spread word through her social circles about Reborn's upcoming public demonstration of running water without magic. The gossip spread rapidly, drawing thousands of spectators to the Reborn office on presentation day. Michael showcased a simple glass pipe recreation of his plumbing system, proving there was no magical trickery involved, a claim backed publicly by the Magic Tower itself to reassure skeptics. Castell arranged live demonstrations of showers and faucets using Reborn soap, while the toilet became the biggest crowd pleaser, amazing onlookers with its convenience and cleanliness. The demonstration ignited a buying frenzy, with people scrambling to be first in line for the plumbing installation package, some even offering to pay double or triple just to have it installed immediately. Amid the chaos, an elegant, clearly wealthy woman watched from her ornate carriage, her guards dressed for combat, and her transportation adorned with monster scales. Her advisor noted with confusion that the flowing water carried no trace of magic at all, sparking her curiosity. curiosity. Watching the faucets, showers, and especially the toilet in action, she was thoroughly impressed, immediately ordering her advisor to purchase the entire plumbing system for her. Despite living halfway across the world and the massive cost of transporting it, money was no obstacle for her. She was royalty from the Draconic Kingdom. Michael visited Castell's office to check on the project's progress, finding her overwhelmed but thrilled by the overwhelming success of the plumbing rollout. Despite the chaos of her workload, she reported that profits were far exceeding expectations, more than enough to cover the sewer system's costs and fund expansion into other cities. She also mentioned that a wealthy foreign buyer had shown interest in purchasing their products in bulk, promising over 1 million gold coins in profit, though Michael didn't think much of the offer at the time. Their conversation was interrupted by Bart, who reminded Michael it was finally time to travel to his grandfather's estate. Having completed his talent awakening, Michael was now ready to be formally presented to Vanderbilt, the man who built the entire Vanderbilt empire from nothing. His parents had spent the past week anxiously preparing him for the meeting, dressing him in a formal suit and stressing over how the encounter might determine his future standing within the family. Bart reminded him that despite Reborn's success, it was insignificant compared to the vast Vanderbilt fortune, and that earning his grandfather's favor could open doors to powerful connections. Michael, however, cared little about wealth or status. He simply wanted to meet the legendary man his father described as a self-made orphan who built a global empire through sheer determination. After nearly a month of travel, they arrived at the sprawling Vanderbilt estate, a place so vast it functioned like its own kingdom, filled with mansions, castles, and exotic wildlife. Bart explained that most of Michael's countless relatives lived within its walls, each managing their own territory. Since Bart was the youngest of Vanderbilt's many children and had only inherited the smaller Kingsbridge holdings, Michael technically had no claim to the larger inheritance, which was reserved for the children of the eldest heirs. Still, Bart and Lilia held on to hope that Michael's extraordinary talents, his magic, his business success, and above all, his supreme skill might earn him special consideration. After passing inspection at the gates, they were escorted through the grounds, passing rare animals and priceless estates until they reached the main mansion where Vanderbilt resided. Bart and Lilia led Michael straight to his grandfather's grand chambers, both visibly anxious, knowing this meeting would shape Michael's future within the family. Upon entering, they found themselves in an opulent throne room filled with gold, dragon scales, and pearls, home to the Vanderbilt Board of Directors, who answered only to himself. Bart, Lilia, and Michael knelt respectfully before the assembled powers of the family empire. Bart spoke first, requesting a favor from his father, explaining that Michael had recently awakened a supreme talent and proven himself to be a genius unlike anyone the family had ever seen. The board of directors reacted with genuine excitement upon hearing about Michael's supreme talent, recognizing immediately how valuable he could become to the family. One of the elder members promised to increase Michael's inheritance to reflect his extraordinary potential, delighting Bart and Lilia, who had hoped for exactly this outcome. But their joy was short-lived when Bart noticed his father, Vanderbilt, wasn't present in the throne room. The elder explained that despite advice to stay, had left to handle some other matter, leaving a complication behind. Only himself had the authority to officially expand Michael's inheritance, and without him present, the promised increase couldn't be finalized. Bart pushed back in frustration, but the elder clarified that the family hadn't anticipated Michael's talent being this exceptional, having only planned a modest inheritance based on early reports of simple magical aptitude. Lilia asked if they could reschedule, but the elder explained that after today's meeting, the remaining inheritance would be distributed among the rest of the family lineage, leaving nothing left for Michael once eventually returned. As compensation, the board offered him the territory known as the Parched Lands instead. Though initially disappointed, Bart quickly reassured himself that, despite being a barren wasteland, the land itself still held significant monetary value. When Michael asked what the Parched Lands actually were, Bart explained it was a mostly uninhabitable region south of the continent, populated mainly by monsters and demi-humans. But notably, it was also where large deposits of petroleum oil could be found, the very resource Michael had been searching for to fuel his engine project. The revelation sparked an idea in Michael's mind. Recalling how petroleum had fueled entire economies and technological revolutions back in his previous world, he realized this world had no concept of its true potential beyond simple fire starting. With his working engine prototype already complete, Michael saw the possibility of harnessing real electricity, powering light bulbs, machinery, and eventually far more advanced inventions. He even began imagining building his own self-sufficient home, powered entirely by electricity, on the very land he was about to inherit, along with positioning himself as the future supplier of oil to the rest of the world. His parents, meanwhile, remained focused on the land's traditional value, excitedly telling Michael that selling the parched lands outright could earn him well over 100 million gold coins, framing it as a substantial and respectable inheritance. Michael laughed along nervously, already bracing himself for the inevitable reaction his mother would have once she learned he had no intention of selling it at all, and instead planned to move there himself. A few days after Michael's family left the Vanderbilt kingdom, the estate erupted into celebration as Eyes Vanderbilt returned home. Thousands gathered to welcome him with fanfare, but his grand procession moved straight past the crowds without stopping, an unusual break from his typical love of extended festivities. He went directly to his throne room, sitting in troubled silence until one of his advisors nervously asked how his trip investigating the Reborn company had gone. The story unfolded from there. Eyes had left his estate after hearing rumors about an upstart company disrupting markets across Kingsbridge, even outpacing the Vanderbilt business there within just 5 years. Curious and skeptical, he'd personally investigated Reborn's products and came away genuinely impressed by their quality and clever branding. Feeling a competitive spark he hadn't felt in years, he spent an entire year secretly developing superior alternatives, better smelling, longer lasting, cheaper soap and shampoo, an improved matchstick, and even a more complex rival board game called Battlefield Strike, all with help from his allies in the Guild of Arcana. Confident in his products, he traveled personally to Kingsbridge to watch his plan unfold and crush Reborn before it could expand further, missing his scheduled meeting with Michael in the process. But upon launching his superior products in the market, virtually no one bought them, despite being cheaper and objectively better. Investigating further, Ease discovered Reborn had just unveiled their plumbing system and were actively solving the city's polluted river crisis through a new sewer system, cementing near-total loyalty from Kingsbridge's citizens. While he could accept that his products losing to better inventions was possible, what truly stunned him was witnessing an entire city's genuine devotion to a single company, something he'd never encountered in all his years of business. Defeated and humbled, Ease returned home to brood, quietly acknowledging that a formidable rival had emerged. Despite his loss, he found himself eager for a future rematch, though his advancing age weighed on him. He lamented that none of his own descendants possessed anywhere near the brilliance of whoever was behind Reborn, blaming himself for raising them too comfortably and without the ruthless drive needed to protect what he'd built. In a moment of exhausted honesty, he admitted he'd rather hand his entire empire to Reborn's mysterious mastermind than risk his own descendants running it into the ground, dismissing the thought as mere sleep deprivation before deciding to retire for the night. Just as he moved to stand, a bell chimed from a strange device in the corner of the room, a ticking, clock-like contraption. When Eyes asked what it was, his advisor explained it was a gift from Bart, built by his youngest son, Michael. Eyes rose from his chair and approached the mysterious clock, immediately recognizing its incredible craftsmanship as he studied its steady ticking. His advisor explained it had been a gift from Bart's family during their recent visit, one they hadn't understood the purpose of, but accepted out of courtesy. Ease opened the clock to inspect its inner mechanism and declared it would revolutionize how the entire world operated. The board of directors, initially dismissive of the clock as mere decoration, watched as Eyes explained its true significance. He pointed out how much money they lost every month due to the inability to coordinate business across long distances, since messengers were the only way to communicate timing accurately. With synchronized clocks, overseas partners could deliver shipments at precise, agreed-upon times without deviation, transforming coordination across commerce, navigation, and even magical research. The board quickly grasped the implications, realizing they had drastically underestimated the value of Bart's gift. Eyes then questioned whether a 10-year-old could really have built something this sophisticated on his own. His advisors admitted there had been unexpected developments regarding Michael and proceeded to explain everything: his extraordinary magical talents surpassing even Magic Tower prodigies, his gift for invention and craftsmanship, and most remarkably, the fact that his talent awakening had granted him a supreme skill. As the pieces came together in his mind, Ease felt a chill run through him, and his shock quickly turned into uncontrollable laughter that echoed through the throne room, alarming his advisors. He declared that his own killer business instinct hadn't skipped his lineage after all. It had simply been passed down to his youngest grandson. Putting together Michael's craftsmanship, intelligence, innovation, and divine gift, Ease became certain Michael was the true mastermind behind Reborn. He immediately regretted missing the earlier meeting, realizing he could have personally witnessed Michael's brilliance and considered grooming him as a successor on the spot. Curious what inheritance Michael had received in his absence, he learned it was only the parched lands, a barren, largely worthless territory. Rather than being upset, Eyes burst into laughter again, energized in a way no one had seen from him in decades. He declared it fate, challenging Michael to prove his instincts by building an empire out of that same wasteland. If Michael could grow Reborn into a global powerhouse capable of rivaling the Vanderbilt name itself, Ease vowed he would gladly hand over the entire Vanderbilt fortune to him without hesitation. Back home, Michael prepared carefully to pitch his plan to move to the parched lands, knowing his father might come around, but his mother would need real convincing. He softened them up with a home-cooked breakfast before laying out his intentions, explaining that living near abundant petroleum oil was essential for advancing his inventions, and briefly introducing them to the concept of electricity. Bart immediately pushed back, worried about the region's uninhabitable conditions and lawless monster population, questioning how Michael would survive alone, without food, water, shelter, or protection. Notably though, Bart never outright refused. He kept probing instead, giving Michael room to make his case. Michael answered every concern methodically, explaining that his magical mastery let him sustain himself purely through ambient mana, and demonstrating his absolute unity defense, which made him invulnerable to any spell below the 5th level. Realizing the sheer scale of his son's power, comparable only to deep sea or black continent monsters, Bart slowly came around, especially once Michael reassured him he'd continue inventing new products for Reborn even while away. With his father convinced, Michael turned to his mother, who had remained eerily silent throughout the entire conversation. When she finally spoke, her trembling voice revealed she couldn't bear the thought of leaving her son alone in the desert. To ease her fears, Michael introduced Fudge, demonstrating how the slime could split into clones and inhabit objects, then unveiled a small wooden doll, crafted in his own likeness. He had Fudge possess the doll and spoke through it, showing his mother that he could stay in constant contact with her no matter the distance. Lilia took the doll with trembling hands, quietly repeating the phrase, "always with me," as she clutched it to her chest. Bart asked Michael to give them the night alone to think things over, and Michael respected the request. Later that night, Bart tried to reassure Lilia that letting Michael go was the right choice, arguing that he needed the freedom to grow, and that proving himself in the parched lands could finally earn him real recognition from his grandfather, something Bart believed Ease would deeply regret missing out on. But Lilia wasn't really listening, her attention fixed entirely on the doll in her hands. Suddenly, delighted by the idea of having her own Michael always within reach, she called out to Fudge, who emerged from the doll's shadow and greeted her cheerfully. With an increasingly intense look in her eyes, she demanded that Fudge report every single detail about Michael's life back to her, and the slime, eager to please, agreed without hesitation. Sensing an opportunity, Fudge then asked if she'd like to hear about a little club he was trying to start, and Lilia, intrigued, told him to go on. Michael woke up thrilled to learn his parents had agreed to let him pursue his plan, though with several conditions attached. He'd need to check in regularly through Fudge and the wooden puppet Lilia had already nicknamed Michael 2, visit the estate during holidays, and wait a full year before his parents could come visit him, a rule Bart insisted on so Michael would prove he could build everything entirely on his own. Michael agreed easily, since none of these terms really bothered him. They settled on spring as his departure time, giving him a couple months to prepare. Knowing the month-long journey to the parched lands would be brutal in a standard carriage, Michael set out to build something better. Remembering how uncomfortable the ride to the Vanderbilt kingdom had been, he engineered a suspension system for the wheels to smooth out the bumps, earning genuine praise from Bart once he saw it in action. But Bart quickly noticed something missing. There was no space or attachment point for a horse. Assuming Michael meant to power it with magic, he asked jokingly, only for Michael to reveal something far more surprising. With a roar of the engine, the carriage suddenly moved entirely on its own, startling Bart into jumping backward. He watched in disbelief as it drove smoothly around the estate with no horse in sight, eventually looping back to present itself to him. Michael proudly introduced it as an automobile, explaining that it ran on an engine capable of converting internal combustion into movement, fueled entirely by petroleum oil. The prototype was simple, just an accelerator, brake, and steering wheel, but functional enough to satisfy him for now, with plans to refine it later. Bart was stunned to learn that a resource largely ignored by this world could replicate what only magic had previously accomplished. And he immediately understood why Michael was so determined to move to the parched lands, realizing the potential for inventions that could reshape everyday life for everyone. Eager to share the discovery, he pulled Lilia over to see the automobile for herself. Lilia was equally amazed, though she directed all her praise toward Michael too, the wooden puppet, rather than Michael himself, a habit she'd developed over the past month that Michael found a little unsettling. When he reminded her he was standing right there, she absent-mindedly agreed, while continuing to dote on the puppet instead. Michael simply let it go, understanding it was her way of coping with the reality that she wouldn't see her actual son for an entire year. The day finally arrived for Michael to leave home. His parents, Beretta, Sebastian, and the rest of the household gathered to see him off as he loaded his automobile with clothes, snacks, and extra fuel for the journey. Beretta and the maids teared up, grateful for how much richer their lives had become since Michael's arrival, while Sebastian jokingly vowed to finally beat him at chess by the time he returned, drawing a playful jab back from Michael. Bart hugged his son, admitting he'd miss him, while Lilia insisted Michael would still be with them at all times, through Michael too, though she eventually admitted she'd miss the real him too, pulling him into a tearful embrace before he left. To avoid getting too emotional, Michael quickly climbed into his automobile and drove off, guided only by a map toward the parched lands. Thanks to his invention, what would have taken over a month by horse-drawn carriage took only 15 days, even without proper roads leading to his destination. As the lush scenery gave way to dry, barren terrain, his AI assistant identified the ideal location to settle, a spot balancing access to greenery for farming and proximity to the region's abundant oil reserves. With determination, Michael got to work, channeling all 4 elemental manas simultaneously to uproot trees, slice them into uniform lumber with wind, and raise stone foundations from the earth. His mastery over basic spells had grown so refined that he could execute complex, multi-element construction almost effortlessly, completing his new home in under half a day. The finished cabin was a modest 2-story house built from stone and wood, styled with a modern aesthetic reminiscent of a cozy vacation cottage from his old world, complete with a kitchen, living room, bathroom, and bedroom. Having already built plumbing and electrical systems directly into the house's structure, Michael turned his attention to generating power, planning to construct a steam turbine that would heat water into steam, spin a turbine, and generate electricity through a connected generator. While his assistant handled the technical blueprints, Michael took charge of gathering materials and locating a viable oil deposit. On his second day in the parched lands, he ventured deeper into the desert in search of earth mana-rich terrain for his project. As he traveled, his superior golden nose activated, alerting him that he was likely about to encounter individuals with significant hidden talent. Excited by the possibility of finding another talented creature, Michael stopped his automobile and stepped out to investigate. The wasteland around him looked completely empty, but trusting his skill, he activated his supreme skill to heighten his mana perception. Scanning the area, he spotted faint traces of light mana, the signature of living beings, flickering weakly atop small mounds of sand, on the verge of fading into dark mana, the mark of death. Realizing there was no time to waste, he used his 3-star burst fly spell to rocket through the sky and reach them in time. He found a small group of primate-like creatures collapsed together, gasping for breath. With no natural source of light mana nearby to draw from, Michael pulled directly from sunlight itself, gathering glowing orbs of light mana into his hands and infusing it into their failing bodies. Their breathing steadied almost immediately, though a quick diagnostic spell revealed they still desperately needed food and water. Michael loaded them into his automobile and brought them back to his house to recover. Once he had time to check, his assistant identified the creatures as yellow mankeys, the weakest known species in the parched lands, or possibly the entire world, surviving only through strong unity within their kind. They resembled small, yellow-furred, Neanderthal-like beings with tails. After feeding and hydrating them, the 5 mankeys slowly regained consciousness, disoriented but quickly realizing they'd been saved from certain death. Grateful and humble, they bowed to Michael repeatedly, thanking him in their simple but understandable speech. When asked why they'd been wandering the desert, they explained they'd left their village searching for food and water, but the brutal heat and dehydration overwhelmed them before they could find any, leaving them stranded and unconscious in the sand. Despite their gratitude, the mankeys insisted they needed to continue their search for water to bring back to their village. Michael simply walked to his sink and demonstrated running water pouring freely from the tap. The mankeys were stunned to tears, having searched desperately for water, only to see it flowing effortlessly from a strange metal device. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they offered to sacrifice their lives in exchange for it, but Michael waved off their dramatics, telling them they could take as much water as they needed for free, and offering them fruit and dried meat as well. The mankeys stared at Michael in disbelief, unable to comprehend why he'd offer something as precious as water without demanding anything in return. To them, water meant survival itself, worth more than gold, and they assumed Michael was simply a fortunate being who'd stockpiled a rare reserve. When he casually conjured a ball of water with magic, their confusion turned into reverence, and they prostrated themselves further, offering to become his slaves in exchange for the resource. Michael felt genuine sympathy for their situation. As a species with no magical aptitude, mankeys sat at the bottom of the food chain, believing they had nothing to offer beyond their own servitude. But Michael saw potential in them, recalling how humans in his previous world had risen to dominance through intelligence and innovation alone, without any magic at all. He believed mankeys could achieve the same. As the mankeys pledged their desperate willingness to serve, one of them approached and bowed at Michael's feet. The moment they made contact, his supreme skill activated, revealing this particular mankey carried an S-class talent as an engineer extraordinaire, complete with a skill called blueprint manifestation that would let its user project accurate 3D blueprints into the real world for flawless construction. Recognizing how perfectly this talent aligned with his future plans, Michael offered to help, though not through labor, but by awakening its true potential. The mankeys were baffled by the offer, insisting they had no capacity for such things, since they weren't human. Michael reassured them, asking the chosen mankey its name, only to learn that mankeys didn't use names at all. He decided to give it one himself, and after activating the awakening, a golden light enveloped the creature, transforming its body entirely. Its hunched posture straightened into an upright stance, taller than Michael. Its fur turned a radiant golden hue marked with glowing geometric patterns, and its face took on more refined, human-like features while retaining unmistakable fur-covered traits. Inspired by a legendary character from his old world, Michael named him Kong. His assistant then downloaded a full education in mechanical engineering directly into Kong's mind, granting him immediate mastery over an entirely new field of knowledge. Kong's new status confirmed his transformation: an A-class magic rating, Unity Element Mastery, and the title of Sapient Yellow Mankey with the Machinist type, boasting an S-class engineer extraordinaire talent and skills, including blueprint manifestation, alongside lesser versions of Michael's own Unity abilities. Overwhelmed by his sudden clarity and expanded awareness, Kong immediately bowed before Michael, thanking him for the new life he'd been given, and vowing eternal loyalty and service as his devoted follower. The remaining mankeys stared at Kong in amazement, barely recognizing him as the same creature they'd always known. He reassured them he was still fundamentally the same mankey, just evolved into something greater. His entire presence had transformed, with elemental mana now passively nourishing his body thanks to his newly gained lesser mana gathering skill, giving him an aura the others associated only with elite species like dwarves and elves. Witnessing this shift convinced them that Michael must be something akin to a god, and they began worshipping him outright, calling him their holy benefactor. Michael tried to shut this down immediately, insisting he wasn't divine, but the mankeys couldn't help themselves after watching him single-handedly save their species from the brink of extinction. To redirect their attention, he clapped and asked who wanted to be next. The others were confused, assuming such power must have limits, until Kong explained that Michael's abilities felt boundless, like staring into an endless ocean, and that awakening more of them would cost him nothing. Michael proceeded to awaken the remaining 4 mankeys. 3 received modest talents. 1 gained a D-class metallurgy mender ability for working metal, another a class wooden whisperer talent for cultivating trees even in harsh conditions, and the third, a D-class Taurus keeper skill suited for raising cattle. The fourth transformation was the most striking. This Mankey emerged nearly fur-free, with distinctly human, feminine features, flowing golden hair, and only a tail remaining as a trace of her true species. Michael named her Anne, and she happily embraced the name. To Michael's surprise, Anne's talent surpassed even Kong's. Her status revealed an S-class magic rating, Unity Mastery, and an extraordinary SS-class talent called Cultivation Idol, granting her skills like Greenhouse, letting crops grow regardless of season or weather, and Multiplicative Harvest, allowing repeated yields from a single plant. Realizing his earlier assumption had been wrong, Michael understood that Anne, not Kong, was likely the exceptional talent his superior golden nose had originally detected. Despite scanning talented individuals throughout Kingsbridge, using Fudge's clones, and finding nothing above A-class, he'd now discovered two S-class, or higher talents, right here in the parched lands. Anne thanked him sincerely, promising that he wouldn't regret investing in them, and the rest of the newly evolved Mankeys echoed their gratitude, with Kong kneeling before him and offering to fulfill any request. But Michael had only one priority in mind. He asked them to lead him straight to their village, insisting there was no time to waste since their people still desperately needed water. Moved by his immediate concern for their community over anything else, the Mankeys thanked him with genuine emotion, ready to guide him without delay. Michael and the newly evolved Mankeys drove through the desert toward their village, with Kong guiding the way from memory. Using a simple telescopic sight spell, Michael spotted a large concentration of life mana hidden within a massive crater, revealing the village's well-camouflaged location. But when they arrived, the once thriving settlement was found overrun by a strange black liquid flooding through the homes, forcing the villagers into hiding and prompting the group's original journey for resources to relocate. As Kong, Anne, and the others leapt down into the crater, terrified villagers scrambled, assuming they were under attack from these powerful, unfamiliar strangers who happened to share their species' yellow fur. An elderly Mankey stepped forward to plead for mercy, but something about the five figures felt eerily familiar. When words failed to convince him, Kong performed a traditional gesture, placing the elder's hands to his own forehead, instantly triggering recognition. Word spread quickly, and the entire village erupted in celebration, reuniting with those they'd assumed dead after their prolonged absence. Stunned by their transformation, the villagers demanded answers, and Kong and Anne simply pointed skyward, revealing Michael floating calmly above the crater. He introduced himself casually before descending into the village, and the Mankeys explained through Kong and Anne how Michael had saved them, given them water and food, and elevated them into powerful new forms without ever asking for anything in return. The village elder, despite a lifetime of encountering humans and wizards, had never witnessed anything like this. He explained their dire situation. Their homes were being swallowed by a mysterious black sludge they believed to be a curse, pushing their people toward extinction. But where the Mankeys saw catastrophe, Michael immediately recognized the substance as petroleum oil, an untapped gold mine sitting directly beneath their village. Michael addressed the villagers, offering them a path to permanent survival and stability in exchange for one simple request: ownership of the black liquid they considered cursed. The elder hesitated, insisting they had nothing worthy to offer in return, but to prove his sincerity, Michael summoned 5 massive barrels of water, letting them drop into the village. Overwhelmed, the elderly Mankey rushed forward and plunged his head straight into the water, drinking desperately, with the rest of the village quickly following suit in a joyous celebration of relief. Michael went through the entire village, awakening every remaining Mankey's talent one by one. What had once been the weakest race in the world now rivaled superior species in raw magical power, with knowledge and mastery in various trades far beyond anything the current world understood. Most gained talents ranging from C to A class, but what stood out most was the pattern. Nearly every single Mankey awakened some form of production-related talent, spanning agriculture, carpentry, forestry, and cuisine. Curious about this uniformity, Michael asked his assistant, which explained that yellow Mankeys appeared to have a genetic predisposition toward becoming skilled producers. Rather than seeing this as a limitation, Michael recognized it as an incredible stroke of luck, since each talent could directly improve life across his growing settlement. The Mankeys relocated to Michael's territory and immediately began rebuilding their homes using traditional mud and sand, but Michael stepped in, unsatisfied with the weak, weather-vulnerable materials. Noticing one Mankey possessed a seemingly minor skill called limestone finder, Michael saw an opportunity and had him gather as much limestone as possible. Using a combination of basic spells, Michael crushed the limestone, mixed it with clay, sand, and other materials, then dried it rapidly using a heating spell, creating solid, hardened concrete within seconds. The Mankeys were stunned by its strength, one even injuring his knuckles, trying to punch through it. Michael taught them the process, and the group's skilled engineers, led by Kong, quickly began incorporating concrete into their new homes. As construction progressed, the Mankeys marveled at their new plumbing systems, delighted by the endless flow of clean water for bathing and drinking. Kong, having learned the plumbing basics from Michael within an hour, took charge of teaching the rest of the village and naturally became the leader overseeing all production efforts. Meanwhile, Anne led her own group, focused on agriculture, applying her deep knowledge to establish a functioning farm on the forested side of the territory, growing potatoes, leafy greens, carrots, and other staple crops. With help from Kong's engineering team, they built an efficient irrigation system to support the fields. In just a single day, Michael watched his once empty territory transform into a bustling settlement complete with housing, a farm, and a quarry, all self-managed by the highly capable Mankeys without requiring his direct oversight. Reflecting on the concrete they'd created, Michael realized its true significance. Unlike his previous world, where curing concrete took considerable time, magic allowed it to harden almost instantly, a potential game-changer for construction methods throughout this world. Recognizing the massive commercial opportunity, Michael immediately began thinking about reaching out to Castell to start selling concrete on a larger scale. Before selling concrete commercially, Michael wanted to build up a solid stockpile, since the village itself still needed plenty for ongoing construction. He sent a group of Mankeys to scout for a nearby lime quarry, and they quickly found one close to the settlement. With his automobile lent out to haul the mined limestone, and one talented Mankey picking up driving skills with ease, daily production comfortably covered the village's current needs, though scaling up for export would require far more manpower. Michael turned to Lolo, the village elder whose evolution had de-aged him into a man in his prime, while leaving his fur permanently white. Michael had taken to calling the evolved Mankeys Hobmankeys, inspired by how goblins became hobgoblins in his old world. Lolo confirmed that other yellow Mankey tribes were scattered throughout the parched lands, though their exact locations remained unknown. Seeing an opportunity to both expand his workforce and rescue more Mankeys from the same hardships his current villagers had faced, Michael asked Lolo to organize search parties to locate and contact these tribes, wanting to offer them the same stability and abundance his village now enjoyed. Lolo, whose A-class community leader talent gave him a clear grasp of everyone's skills, confidently assured Michael he had the right individuals for the job. Michael also had Fudge assign shadow clones to accompany the search parties, allowing instant communication in emergencies through a ridiculous password system the slime had clearly borrowed from movie tropes. Fudge, still fully committed to his self-styled ninja persona, complained that none of the village's current Mankeys wanted to join his shadow army, and Lolo diplomatically promised to alert him if anyone showed interest. Overall, the village was thriving. Every Mankey had access to clean water, solid shelter, and steady food, comforts they'd never known before, and their gratitude translated into relentless effort to support the community and Michael's vision. As the days passed, each Mankey continued working on their respective projects. One day, Kong came sprinting through the village in a state of pure excitement, weaving past Anne's crops and a cart of limestone, ignoring Lolo's calls for order. He burst into Michael's house, past Fudge practicing his ninja moves, and rushed upstairs to Michael's room, eager to share urgent news. Whatever project Kong had been working on was finally working. Michael bolted out of bed, eager to see the results of Kong's news firsthand. Together, they raced through the half-finished village, Michael flying overhead while Kong navigated the obstacles below, both heading toward a large concrete structure venting white smoke. This was their biggest project yet, the steam turbine, a generator designed to convert heat into usable electricity, built and refined over countless trials with help from the village's engineer, Hob Mankeys. Inside the control room, the engineering team waited anxiously as Kong handed Michael the honor of activating it. With a firm pull of the lever, the ignition clicked into place, sparking the fire that would heat the water inside. Michael used his mana-sensing ability to watch the process unfold internally as the water reached its boiling point, sending pressurized steam rushing into the turbine and spinning it at incredible speed. The generator responded by producing lightning mana, confirming the conversion of heat into electrical power. All eyes turned to a single light bulb in the room, and after a tense moment, it flickered to life, filling the space with light and sending the entire room into a celebration of cheers, hugs, and disbelief. For Michael, this moment represented the culmination of 10 years of effort, a genuine breakthrough that would unlock countless future inventions previously impossible without electricity. Thanking Kong and the engineering team for their hard work, he reminded them their job wasn't finished yet, since every house in the village still needed to be connected to the new power grid. Kong confirmed that his team had already begun wiring the homes, ready to link them all to the central power source. That afternoon, Lolo gathered the entire village in the plaza for a special presentation. Everyone extinguished their candles as night fell, plunging the settlement into darkness, while children grew restless, waiting for whatever surprise their boss had promised. When Michael gave the signal and Kong flipped the switch, a sudden burst of light startled the crowd, followed by gasps of pure amazement as the village lit up like a sky full of stars. Michael had strung small bulbs along wires wrapped around every home, creating a dazzling display reminiscent of Christmas lights from his old world, and the hobmankeys stood in awe, completely captivated by the beauty of their transformed home. Life in the village transformed as electricity became part of daily routine. An automatic pump now kept the water tank filled without any manual labor, making water so plentiful that a fountain in the plaza became a source of endless joy for the village children. Watching them play and splash freely, Lolo felt a quiet warmth, grateful that no child in this village would ever know the same suffering he once endured. But that gratitude came with guilt, knowing countless other yellow mankeys were still stranded out in the desert, desperate and without water, while his people lived in comfort. Meanwhile, out in the barren wasteland, a lone, emaciated Mankey wandered in search of a legendary oasis, having left his village days earlier in a desperate search for water. Along the way, he'd passed the bones of others who'd chased the same hopeless dream before him, and he was nearly ready to give up when he spotted a group of unfamiliar figures in the distance. As he approached, he realized they weren't ordinary Mankeys. Their upright posture, human-like faces, and radiant fur set them apart entirely. Despite the brutal heat, they moved casually, laughing and relaxed, seemingly unaffected by the desert's harshness. His disbelief deepened when he saw one of them pull out a bottle and drink freely, then shockingly pour the remaining water over himself just to cool off, wasting what the starving Mankey considered an unimaginable luxury. The rest of the group did the same, splashing themselves without a second thought. Unable to hold back any longer, the desperate Mankey approached and begged for even a small amount of water, offering himself as a slave in exchange. Before he could finish pleading, one of the hobmankeys simply handed him a bottle, telling him to drink as much as he needed. Overwhelmed, he drank every last drop and thanked them with genuine relief, but insisted on repaying them with his servitude. They brushed off the offer, explaining they had plenty of water to spare, a statement that convinced him he'd somehow stumbled upon the mythical oasis he'd been searching for all along. Desperate to save his own village, he begged them to reveal its location. The hobmankeys exchanged glances, recalling Lolo's instructions to guide any lost Mankeys back to the village. Rather than an oasis, they told him they had something even better, a true paradise where water flowed endlessly, food was never scarce, and the night sky seemed to descend into the earth itself in glowing light. They offered to bring him and his entire village there to share in it. A group of about 20 desperate Mankeys made the perilous journey through the desert, chasing the promise of a paradise that sounded far too good to be true. Endless water, endless food, and a place among a community that asked only for their talents in return. With their own village's water supply completely dried up and no rain in sight, they had little choice but to take the gamble. Arriving at the settlement, their disbelief quickly turned to awe. They watched hobmankeys working comfortably through the hottest part of the day, something no ordinary Mankey would dare attempt, made possible by instant access to water from simple metal taps installed in every home. Lolo greeted the newcomers personally, giving them a full tour of the village, showing off the abundance of food, water, and the seemingly magical glow of electric lights illuminating the homes like fallen stars. Overwhelmed, the new arrivals began begging to be allowed to stay, offering themselves as servants in exchange for even a fraction of what they were witnessing. Lolo reassured them that joining the village came at no cost, though he explained that in the spirit of gratitude, most chose to contribute by meeting with Michael, who could awaken their hidden talents and help them find meaningful work within the community. As expected, every new Mankey awakened some form of production-based talent, and with Lolo's guidance, they were quickly assigned roles suited to their abilities, joining Kong's engineering team, working alongside seamstresses, or tending to livestock. The village's population soon crossed into the hundreds, growing steadily as more tribes were discovered and welcomed in through ongoing desert expeditions. This growth kept Kong's construction efforts constantly busy, even with more awakened engineers helping share the workload, while rising electricity demand pushed the village to expand its resource-gathering operations. Michael built 5 additional automobiles to support oil collection, limestone mining, and tribe outreach, streamlining concrete production to the point where most of the village now had solid concrete flooring, with a dedicated concrete factory under construction to eventually support commercial sales through Reborn. Just as Michael prepared to rest after awakening the latest batch of newcomers, one particular Mankey's newly revealed skill caught his attention. Though not an especially rare talent, it sparked an idea, and Michael immediately tasked the Hob Mankey with searching the desert for a specific material. A day later, the Mankey returned with a yellowish, foul-smelling crystalline rock, sulfur, a resource whose true significance only Michael understood. With his assistant confirming it had already provided him the necessary formula, Michael realized he now had everything he needed to create something extraordinary, the perfect birthday gift for his mother. Lilias sighed as she wandered the empty halls of the Vanderbilt estate, missing Michael deeply in the months since he'd left. Every corner of the mansion reminded her of him: the faucets in the kitchen, the empty chess seat where he used to sit with Sebastian, the training yard from their morning lessons, and the hot springs where he used to reluctantly join her baths. What she missed most, though, were his bedtime stories about a parallel world without magic, where humans relied entirely on technology and celebrated creativity over strength, idolizing singers and performers the way this world idolized mages. He'd told her about strange holidays involving glowing flowers exploding across the night sky, and she found herself longing to witness something so fantastical, even knowing it was only a story. As she quietly wished aloud that Michael would visit for her birthday, he suddenly appeared right behind her, startling her completely. Certain it wasn't a hallucination once she touched his warm face, she pulled him into an overwhelming embrace, finally releasing months of pent-up longing. Once she calmed down, Michael revealed he had a birthday gift for her and led her out to the balcony, where he'd arranged for the entire estate to be plunged into darkness ahead of time. With a countdown, a streak of fire shot into the night sky and burst into a brilliant flower of color, followed by several more explosions, painting the darkness with vibrant blossoms. Lilia was stunned, moved to tears by the sight, unaware that Michael had used the sulfur discovered in the parched lands to create gunpowder, and from there, fireworks, bringing her dream world story to life in reality. Overwhelmed with emotion, she thanked him with a kiss on the forehead, and the two shared the moment together in peaceful silence. But her contentment shattered when she remembered to ask how he'd gotten there in the first place. Michael sheepishly admitted that thanks to Fudge's shadow clone attached to Michael too, he could have visited at any time simply by taking its place. Lilia went quiet, slowly realizing he could have been physically present with her the entire time he'd been away. As fireworks continued lighting up the sky, chaos erupted in the mansion, ending with Michael being sentenced to visit in person at least 3 times a week to keep sharing his stories from the other world. A week after celebrating his mother's birthday, Michael decided to check in on Reborn's progress in Kingsbridge. Using his upgraded shadow clone ability, an improved version of Fudge's original skill that let him transfer his true body to any clone regardless of distance, he appeared instantly in Castell's office. She welcomed him warmly, and Michael apologized for his prolonged absence, promising more frequent visits now that he had additional help managing the parched lands. Castell reported that the company was thriving beyond expectations. The entire city of Kingsbridge now had access to Reborn's plumbing system, generating over 10 million gold coins in installation profits alone. The subscription-based water filtration system Michael had originally envisioned was also bringing in hundreds of thousands of gold coins monthly from citizens eager for clean tap water. The sewer system construction had also finished without issue, thanks to the Magic Tower's involvement, and disease rates across the city had dropped significantly as a result. Fudge chimed in to confirm that his clones had detected no signs of any plague spreading, meaning the disaster the goddess had warned Michael about had been successfully averted. Beyond Kingsbridge itself, Castell revealed that surrounding territories had begun requesting the same plumbing and sewer systems for their own regions, drawn by the success they'd witnessed. She praised Michael's subscription model as brilliant, noting that expanding installations further would generate increasingly larger streams of recurring revenue, potentially funding expansion into the neighboring King's region and eventually the Queen's region beyond it. Michael asked about progress reaching the Queen's region specifically, aware that the mountainous terrain separating the two regions made transportation extremely difficult. Castell confirmed that while lighter products like soap and matchsticks were successfully being sold there, heavier infrastructure like pipes and plumbing fixtures couldn't be transported through the dangerous mountain paths yet. She explained that establishing a manufacturing branch directly in the Queen's region would eventually solve the problem once they had enough capital to fund it. Looking for alternatives, Michael examined a mental map of the country and noticed an open stretch of land beside the mountains that seemed to avoid the treacherous terrain entirely. Castell explained that the area was controlled by an isolationist dwarven kingdom notoriously hostile to humans, making it an impossible route for now. Accepting that this path wasn't viable for the moment, Michael shifted the conversation, revealing the real reason for his visit. He wanted Castell to begin selling a new product, concrete. After discussing plans with Castell, Michael returned to the parched lands to prepare for launching concrete as a new Reborn product. Learning from the chaos following the plumbing system's debut, Castell insisted on building up a steady supply before announcing it publicly, anticipating even higher demand given concrete's ability to construct massive structures like a 10-foot city wall within days, all while being cheaper and more durable than existing materials. To support this, Michael and Castell agreed to build a direct highway connecting the parched lands to the Vanderbilt estate, ensuring smooth weekly shipments of concrete. This meant Michael needed to design a large transport truck, a project he planned to tackle with Kong's engineering help. The road would also allow the village to receive essential supplies they couldn't produce themselves, such as spices, seeds, and other specialty goods, with Castell coordinating regular bi-weekly exchanges through Lolo to support the village's continued growth. With these arrangements settled, Michael turned his attention back to village life, having addressed everything urgent for the time being. Meanwhile, deep within the mountain range separating the King's and Queen's regions, a massive earthquake struck without warning, uprooting trees and triggering a catastrophic landslide that buried the established trade routes and struck the Dwarven Kingdom directly. Caught off guard at night, the dwarves suffered extensive destruction to their homes and forges, though their sturdy construction allowed most residents to evacuate before the worst of the damage hit. The Dwarven King, roused from sleep, gathered his top engineers and blacksmiths to assess the devastation, ultimately concluding that repairs would take months, leaving his kingdom exposed and vulnerable with its defensive wall in ruins. News of the disaster eventually reached Vanderbilt, who saw an unprecedented opportunity in the crisis. Despite decades of failed attempts to establish trade with the notoriously isolationist Dwarven Kingdom, he immediately ordered a delegation be sent, offering funding, materials, and manpower to help rebuild. Recognizing this as possibly his only real chance to finally break through the dwarves' long-standing rejection of human business, Ise was determined to seize the moment, even knowing the odds remained uncertain. Michael sensed a disturbance while lying in bed and immediately used his mana perception to investigate. Finding no danger nearby, he traced the disturbance to a massive earthquake far away, near the mountain border between the King's and Queen's regions. His assistant confirmed a major tectonic shift had occurred, and after checking his family's safety through his clones, Michael grew concerned for the dwarven villages likely caught in the disaster's path. He immediately transferred to Castell's office in Kingsbridge, finding her still still working late on expansion plans for the Queen's region. Michael broke the news about the earthquake and asked her to postpone those plans temporarily, explaining the situation and expressing worry for anyone affected, especially the Dwarven Kingdom, which seemed to have taken the brunt of the damage. Castell, ever efficient, agreed to send employees to investigate and report back, but Michael felt the urgency demanded immediate action rather than waiting until morning. Using his network of shadow clones, he located one attached to a reborn peddler traveling near the landslide zone and instantly transferred his consciousness there, leaving Castell behind. Emerging from the peddler's shadow, Michael used air magic to float above the destruction, surveying a massive landslide of mud, uprooted trees, and boulders stretching toward the Dwarven Kingdom. Activating his supreme skill to scan for light mana, he was relieved to find no signs of death among the wreckage, meaning no immediate casualties. Continuing his search, he found the remains of a small dwarven village, nearly buried beneath the landslide, its structures crushed but still partially standing. Sensing a concentration of light mana inside one surviving house, he descended and found the entrance blocked by debris. Using a mage hand spell, he cleared the wreckage and knocked on the door, revealing a group of trapped dwarves inside, led by a burly, bearded dwarf who introduced himself as Thrain Ironhand. Thrain and his fellow villagers were stunned that a human, rather than one of their own kind, had come to their rescue, admitting they hadn't expected any human to prioritize their safety this way. Grateful despite their initial surprise, Thrain apologized for their earlier hesitation, explaining that the disaster had left them homeless and stripped of everything they'd built, trapped and helpless, until Michael's unexpected intervention freed them. Understanding their reaction as trauma rather than rudeness, Michael accepted Thrain's invitation into the cramped shelter, housing nearly 100 dwarves. Thrain expressed deep gratitude, admitting dwarven custom demanded he repay Michael's kindness twofold, though their current circumstances made that impossible. Michael waved off any obligation, noticing the villagers were rationing a single piece of bread among themselves. Curious why the Dwarven Kingdom hadn't stepped in to help, Michael learned that the king's resources were entirely focused on rebuilding the capital's defensive walls first, leaving outlying villages like theirs without support for months to come. Understanding, but devastated, the dwarves faced a grim reality, with human society dominating most of the continent and dwarven culture historically isolationist. They had nowhere left to go except toward unclaimed land at the continent's edges or across the ocean entirely. Thrain thanked Michael sincerely, expressing hope they might meet again someday to properly repay him, and the dwarves began preparing to leave. Before they could finish packing, Michael made them an unexpected offer to relocate to his village in the parched lands instead. Thrain and the others assumed this was simply a well-meaning but naive gesture from a child, explaining that dwarves needed space for their own forges and couldn't integrate into human society due to their distinct customs. Michael pressed on, describing his settlement, home to a thriving community of yellow mankeys with abundant water, food, and structured roles for everyone. The dwarves were skeptical, since yellow mankeys were known as simple-minded creatures, and the parched lands was infamous for its lack of water, making Michael's claims sound almost too perfect to be true. Still, Michael pointed out they had nothing to lose by visiting on their way toward the coast anyway, and after some deliberation among the elders, the dwarves agreed to take him up on the offer. Michael revealed he'd already arranged transportation, prompting Thrain to excitedly ask if he had a carriage, joking that dwarves were quite hefty and would need a strong horse. Michael simply scratched his head awkwardly and replied that whatever was coming definitely had horsepower. Fudge arrived, leading a convoy of automobiles, having pulled together 5 additional vehicles driven by skilled hobmankeys, all conveniently already stationed near Kingsbridge for a scheduled supply run to the village. With this fortunate timing, transportation to pick up the dwarves was arranged within hours. The dwarves, however, froze at the sight of the vehicles, stunned by their advanced construction despite having no visible magic powering them. As proud blacksmiths themselves, they couldn't comprehend how something built entirely from metal could move under its own power. Thrain cautiously approached one of the automobiles, and when the engine rumbled to life, he jumped back, convinced the machine was somehow alive. Michael opened the hood to demonstrate the mechanics, explaining the basics of internal combustion, the engine, and the axle system, casually delivering concepts that were revolutionary by the Dwarven Kingdom's standards. The dwarves were left utterly humbled, admitting that Michael's simple explanations upended their entire understanding of metallurgy and mechanical engineering. Fudge couldn't resist teasing them, hinting that light bulbs back at the village would blow their minds even further, leaving the dwarves even more confused and curious. The journey to the parched lands proceeded smoothly, with the dwarves praising the automobile's speed and comfort throughout the trip, impressed that it outperformed even the finest carriages they'd ever ridden in. Upon finally arriving, the dwarves were stunned by what greeted them. Rather than the mud and clay village they expected, they found an organized, thriving settlement, indistinguishable from a proper human town. Lolo welcomed them warmly with water and fruit, while the dwarves gawked at the paved streets, orderly city blocks, and hobmankeys casually riding two-wheeled vehicles. Beyond the town center, farms flourished with attentive caretakers, construction crews worked with an unfamiliar building material, and children played freely in the streets, splashing in water without a hint of scarcity. Overwhelmed, the dwarves openly admitted that even their own kingdom, which they'd always believed represented the peak of civilization, paled in comparison to what they were witnessing. As they took in the sight in stunned silence, Michael spread his arms and welcomed them warmly to their new home. Lolo showed the dwarves to their temporary living quarters, and their disbelief peaked the moment he flipped a switch and light filled the room. Astonished by the glow coming from something so small and utterly devoid of magic, they demanded an explanation, and Michael walked them through the basics of electricity and how the steam turbine generated it. Thrain marveled at the idea of harnessing lightning itself for practical use, and the longer they stayed, the more they realized this settlement far outpaced even the wealthiest cities in the world, let alone their own kingdom. Beyond the technology, the dwarves noticed the abundance of resources everyone enjoyed freely: food, water, and goods, all made possible because every hobmanke contributed their talents to sustain the community. Groups of villagers welcomed the newcomers with gifts of everyday items, and skilled seamstresses provided perfectly tailored clothing crafted almost instinctively. The dwarves found this deeply confusing, since yellow mankeys were widely regarded as simple, unintelligent creatures incapable of magic or craftsmanship, yet everything they witnessed contradicted that entirely, further deepening their admiration for Michael and whatever force had brought such extraordinary talent together in one place. Left to explore freely, the dwarves wandered through the farms, the steam turbine facility, and the plaza until they were drawn toward a distant commotion, cheering and the clang of metal striking something. Curious, they followed Michael to a diamond-shaped field where villagers had gathered to watch a tense standoff between two young hobmankeys, one pitching, one batting. When the batter connected with a powerful swing, sending the ball soaring, the crowd erupted into cheers, celebrating what Michael identified as a home run, introducing the game as baseball. The dwarves, though unfamiliar with the rules, were captivated by the intensity and joy radiating from both players and spectators alike. After the game, Kong approached, revealing himself as the batter who just scored the home run, eagerly boasting about his improvement and promising to eventually beat Michael in a match. Michael playfully challenged him to a game that very night. Watching the camaraderie between winners and losers alike, marked by mutual respect rather than resentment, stirred genuine curiosity among the dwarves about this unfamiliar sport. Sensing their interest, Michael invited them to watch that evening's match between two village teams, the Cleaving Chefs and the Brainiac Engineers. As night fell over the parched lands, the village lit up brilliantly against the surrounding darkness, its street lamps and porch lights guiding residents through the excited crowds gathering for the evening's baseball match. Lolo led the dwarves through the bustling streets, where children debated eagerly over which team would win, some backing Kong's batting skill for the Brainiac Engineers, others confident that Michael himself would pitch for the Cleaving Chefs. Lolo explained the origins of the two rival teams. The Brainiac Engineers, formed by Kong and his fellow engineers, prided themselves on strategic play, while the Cleaving Chefs, made up largely of butchers, relied on raw power at the plate. This friendly rivalry had sparked genuine competitive spirit throughout the village, evident as fans in blue and red uniforms traded taunts back and forth. The dwarves soon found themselves swept into the rivalry too, showered with snacks and team jerseys as both sides competed to win their loyalty, the red team offering food, the blue team promising home improvements, until Lolo intervened and guided everyone to their seats. Settled in prime seating at the center of the bleachers, creatures, Thrain and the other dwarves marveled at the surreal scene before them, a fully illuminated field glowing beneath the night sky, surrounded by a lively, snack-eating crowd enjoying what felt like an impossible luxury in a land defined by survival. As the game began, the pitcher and batter faced off, with the batter missing his first 2 swings entirely, drawing groans from the crowd. Confused why the batter kept missing what looked to him like an easy hit, Thrain grew increasingly vocal, even attempting to mimic the batting stance himself, confident he could do better. The dwarf beside him pushed back, pointing out that hitting a fast pitch wasn't as simple as it looked, sparking a light-hearted debate among the dwarves about batting technique, positioning, and how to handle a curveball. Watching the dwarves get swept up in their own passionate argument over the sport, Lolo couldn't help but chuckle, clearly amused that they'd already fallen in love with the game. The game intensified as the cleaving chefs took an early lead, only for the brainiac engineers to claw back with steady, strategic play. By the bottom of the 9th, Kong stepped up to bat, confidently reading the pitcher's curveball and launching a 3-run home run that put the engineers ahead, sending the crowd into a frenzy. But the chefs weren't finished. In their final at-bat, they loaded the bases through sheer power hitting, despite already racking up 2 outs, leaving them 1 mistake away from losing outright. With everything on the line, Michael stepped up to bat, facing off against Kong on the mound in a showdown the entire village had been waiting to see, since no one had ever beaten Michael at this game before. Kong threw his best pitches, a blistering fastball followed by a sharp curveball, each one catching Michael looking for 2 strikes. The crowd held its breath as the decisive final pitch came in, curving unpredictably, but Michael read it perfectly and connected with a powerful swing, sending the ball soaring directly into the section where the dwarves were seated. In a stunning moment, a young dwarven girl caught the ball barehanded, sparking pure delight throughout the stadium as the chefs clinched a dramatic 4-point win. Regardless of the outcome, both hobmankeys and dwarves erupted in celebration together, blue and red uniformed rivals, setting aside their rivalry to hug and cheer as one. Watching the joy around him, Thrain reflected on how remarkable it was that just days after losing everything to the landslide, his people had already found genuine happiness and belonging within this community, forgetting their hardships, if only for the night. The celebration moved to the village plaza, where food and drink flowed freely. Michael took the stage to unveil his latest creation, summoning barrels equipped with taps and announcing to the adults present that this was beer best served ice cold. Despite spending 10 years in this medieval world, Michael had never once encountered beer, since it simply hadn't been invented here. Recognizing an opportunity, he brewed his own using barley from Anne's farms, deciding the dwarves' arrival was the perfect occasion to unveil it. The adult hobmankeys sniffed curiously at the unfamiliar drink, while the dwarves, renowned for their love of ale, eagerly stepped up to try it first. Thrain accepted a cup with visible skepticism, warning Michael that their refined dwarven palates might not appreciate this strange new brew, especially given how unusual it was to serve alcohol cold rather than warm. Taking a cautious first sip, his shocked expression led the other dwarves to assume he disliked it, until he suddenly downed the entire cup and declared it nothing short of divine, praising its refreshing coldness and lighter taste compared to traditional ale. His enthusiastic endorsement sparked a rush among the other dwarves to try it themselves, and one by one, they echoed his amazement, marveling that their own kingdom had never invented something so satisfying. As the dwarves grew increasingly tipsy and rosy-cheeked, Thrain noticed the hobmankeys hanging back, merely eyeing the beer without daring to drink. Realizing they'd likely never tasted alcohol in their lives, given their history of struggling just to find water, Thrain declared this unacceptable and personally offered his own cup to Kong, encouraging him to loosen up and enjoy himself, half-jokingly blaming his overthinking for the earlier baseball loss. The rest of the dwarves followed suit, coaxing the hesitant hobmankeys to join in. Lolo, the village elder, was the first among them to take a sip, and within moments he'd finished the entire cup, letting out a satisfied shout of approval that drew laughter from the dwarves. Soon the rest of the hobmankeys joined in as well, and the celebration in the plaza grew louder and livelier as both communities bonded together over food, drink, and shared joy long into the night. The night celebration continued to escalate, with the dwarves teaching the hobmankeys the finer points of drinking culture. Thrain and Lolo turned it into a friendly competition, racing to finish their cups fastest. while Fudge fully embraced his role as village mascot, showing off exaggerated ninja moves to everyone's amusement. The dwarves joined in the fun too, braiding their beards into increasingly ridiculous shapes, including one styled to resemble Michael himself. Amid the laughter, Kong and the other Hobmankeys found genuine common ground with the dwarves, bonding over shared stories of hardship and loss before Michael entered their lives and changed everything. By night's end, the barrels of beer were completely drained, with the Hobmankeys' stronger constitutions letting them keep pace surprisingly well, though the dwarves ultimately proved to have the greater tolerance. Eventually, only Michael, who hadn't been drinking, and Thrain, still standing strong, remained awake. Thrain reflected sincerely on everything he'd experienced, praising not just the beer but everything Michael had built: the plumbing, electricity, baseball, and above all, the warmth and spirit of the community itself. He admitted that if it were possible, he and his people would want to live here permanently. When Michael asked what was stopping them, Thrain explained the painful reality. Though their village sat on the kingdom's outskirts, it still served as the first line of defense for the Dwarven Kingdom. Once the landslide cleared enough to allow travel, duty demanded they return home to rebuild it themselves, since abandoning that responsibility would mean breaking a sacred oath to their people. Michael proposed an alternative: build a new defensive wall right here instead, allowing the dwarves to fulfill their obligation to the kingdom while still making Michael's village their permanent home. Thrain appreciated the gesture but dismissed it as unrealistic, certain that constructing a proper defensive wall would take months and require resources beyond what the village could offer. Michael, slightly offended at the doubt, called on Kong to weigh in. Still tipsy, Kong casually estimated the project would take 4 days at most, and Lolo added that only about 10 of their 20 construction workers would even be needed. Stunned, Thrain assumed they meant a crude wooden structure, but Michael pointed to the solid stone ground beneath their feet and asked if it seemed sturdy enough to serve as a wall. When Thrain tested it and confirmed its durability, Michael proudly revealed that the entire foundation, originally nothing but soft mud and soil, had been transformed into solid stone in just a single day. The revelation instantly sobered Thrain, leaving him utterly stunned by what these people were truly capable of. Thrain woke the next morning with a pounding headache, half convinced he'd dreamed the previous night's conversation about building a stone wall in mere days. To settle his doubts, Michael invited him and the other dwarves to witness the concrete-making process firsthand at the edge of the village's ever-expanding construction zone, now needed to accommodate the growing population of over 500 Hobmankeys. At the site, Thrain noticed a rotating metal barrel constantly churning the concrete mixture, and Kong explained that this movement was essential to keep it from hardening prematurely, a claim the dwarves found hard to believe given how quickly concrete was known to set. As the demonstration began, Kong used his blueprint manifestation skill to project the finished design directly onto the empty ground, guiding the engineers as they poured and shaped the concrete with remarkable speed and precision, working almost instinctively together without needing to communicate. Within an hour, an entire section of flooring was complete, leaving the dwarves speechless at a level of craftsmanship that would normally take their own kind far longer to achieve. Thrain admitted he'd underestimated their capabilities, but Michael revealed the real breakthrough hadn't even happened yet: the curing process. Rather than waiting the expected full day for the concrete to harden naturally, Michael used his mana-sensing ability to directly manipulate the internal chemical reaction, hardening the entire surface within seconds. Skeptical until he tested it himself, Thrain stepped onto the ground and found it completely solid, prompting the rest of the dwarves to try it as well. Convinced beyond doubt, they realized Michael's estimate of building a wall in just a few days wasn't exaggerated at all. It was likely a conservative one. Recognizing the implications, Thrain understood that concrete alone could allow the entire Dwarven Kingdom to fully recover from the landslide's devastation within a month. Overwhelmed, he pleaded with Michael to help build the wall, and Michael agreed without hesitation. Soon after, a team of 10 Hobmanke engineers set out for the Dwarven Kingdom, accompanied by Michael, Thrain, and several other dwarves, along with automobiles loaded with concrete supplies. After days of travel, they arrived at the ruins of Thrain's village, still scarred by the landslide though the floodwaters had finally receded. Floating above the site to survey the full scope of the damage, Michael gave the signal, and the reconstruction effort began. Construction moved quickly as dwarves and Hobmankes worked side by side, clearing away all the debris left by the landslide, eventually reducing the ruined village to nothing but bare, empty ground. Though the site stirred some sentimentality among the dwarves for the home home they'd lost, they pressed forward with the real task, raising a massive wall over 10 meters tall, stretching between the mountains to seal off the valley that had once made their village a critical defensive point for the kingdom. With Michael overseeing the operation and a steady supply of concrete on hand, the wall was completed by the end of the second day, officially fulfilling the dwarves' duty to the kingdom and freeing them to settle permanently in Michael's village. Meanwhile, deeper within the dwarven kingdom, another group of displaced dwarves faced their own crisis. Having lost their homes to the same landslide, they found the capital overwhelmed with refugees, forcing them to seek shelter elsewhere rather than add to the chaos. With their forges destroyed and all available labor directed toward rebuilding the kingdom's main walls, they set out to check on the outskirt village for potential cooperation, only to find something completely unexpected. The entire area, once buried in mud and wreckage, was now completely clear, with no trace of the disaster remaining. Confused and skeptical at first, dismissing one dwarf's claim that he'd seen the same site in ruins just 2 days earlier, the group pressed forward and soon spotted an enormous 10-meter wall stretching between the mountains, something that shouldn't have been physically possible to construct so quickly. Unable to explain it through normal means, some began speculating it was divine intervention. Their confusion deepened further when they noticed a small wooden cabin near the wall, occupied by a lone dwarf cooking by a campfire, whom they soon recognized as Thrain. Thrain welcomed them warmly, seemingly having anticipated their arrival, and calmly explained everything: how he'd met Michael and how the human had invited his entire village to relocate to a thriving settlement in the parched lands. He held nothing back, sharing the full truth with genuine openness, since this was exactly the opportunity he'd been waiting for, a chance to spread word of Michael's village and invite even more of his displaced kin to find a new home there. The dwarves reacted with pure disbelief at Thrain's story, teasing him that the tragedy must have affected his mind, insisting a paradise like this and a wall built in under 2 days simply couldn't be real. Undeterred, Thrain swore on dwarven pride that every word was true, and the group, still skeptical, agreed to see it for themselves rather than dismiss him outright. Feeling growing guilt over enjoying such comfort while so many other dwarves still suffered from the landslide's aftermath, Thrain was eager to bring more of his people to Michael's village. Rather than the month-long journey by foot, he summoned Fudge through their inside joke summoning phrase, and the slime, still insisting on being addressed formally per his self-styled persona, arranged for automobiles to arrive within hours. The dwarves were floored by the horseless vehicles, and Thrain simply told them to save their amazement for what awaited them at the village, choosing to stay behind himself to continue spreading word among other displaced dwarves. Upon arrival, the newcomers were welcomed warmly by the dwarves already settled there, given temporary housing, complete with plumbing and electricity, and given a full tour covering the farms, hot springs, and the beloved baseball fields, where dwarves had even formed their own team, the Dwarven Miners, using their short stature to their advantage against pitchers. After a full day immersed in the village's culture, the newcomers understood exactly why Thrain had spoken so highly of it. Everything they needed to live comfortably, housing, food, water, and electricity, was provided freely, with the only expectation being that everyone contribute their own skills to sustain the community. One dwarf proposed building a tavern, and with Michael's blessing, Kong and the engineers helped design a space blending dwarven and village aesthetics, quickly turning it into the social hub where dwarves and hobmankeys gathered nightly to drink and rib each other over baseball performances. Amid the camaraderie, one particular dwarf, Baldric, admitted he hadn't found a way to contribute to the village yet, joking that his only real skill was drinking beer. His friends teased him for freeloading, but the lighthearted jab sparked an idea from another dwarf. What if Baldric became the one responsible for selling the village's beer to the dwarven kingdom itself? Excited by the idea, Baldric rushed to Michael's house that same night, eager to pitch his plan to sell beer within the dwarven kingdom. Michael was initially confused, pointing out that outside businesses were strictly forbidden there, but Baldric explained the existence of a black market where dwarves traded goods from beyond the kingdom's borders, insisting his familiarity with it made him the perfect person to introduce beer into that underground economy. Recognizing a genuine opportunity to finally break into the isolated dwarven kingdom, something even Vanderbilt had never managed, Michael approved the plan, assigning Baldric to coordinate with Castell for bottling and packaging materials, Anne for expanding barley production, and Lolo for organizing the necessary workforce. Baldric Baldric would then personally handle distribution and sales once the beer reached the kingdom. Before leaving, Baldric raised an important detail. Payment in the black market typically came through barter rather than gold, with rare materials often exchanged instead. He explained that Damascus steel, a uniquely dwarven metal renowned for its incredible durability and lightness, was one of the most coveted trade goods in the world. Intrigued by the possibilities such a material could offer for his inventions, Michael instructed Baldric to trade for as much Damascus steel as possible, recognizing its value far exceeded simple currency, since he could always generate gold through Reborn's existing sales elsewhere. As word spread, Thrain continued recruiting displaced dwarves from across the kingdom, drawing in growing numbers desperate for stability after losing everything to the landslide. The village's population swelled steadily as a result, while Baldric and the Hobmankeys ramped up beer production under its new branded name, Reborn Beer. Michael built additional automobiles to handle the scale of transport needed, and soon the first shipment departed for the Dwarven Kingdom, eventually reaching a hidden cave deep in the mountains where the black market operated. Amid the market's usual chaotic sales pitches and shouting vendors, Baldric took a quieter approach, simply setting up a table and casually drinking a cold bottle of beer in full view of passers-by. It didn't take long before curiosity got the better of one dwarf, who asked what he was drinking. Baldric smiled and offered him a taste. The first curious dwarf's reaction to the beer set off a chain reaction, drawing more onlookers who eagerly accepted Baldric's free samples. Accustomed to the stronger kick of ale, the dwarves treated the smooth, refreshing beer like a revelation, quickly becoming desperate for more and offering increasingly generous trades, steel, gems, whatever they had, just to secure crates for themselves. Baldric, following Michael's strategy of hooking customers with free samples, found himself in the unusual position of not needing to sell at all, since the buyers were the ones driving the frenzy and bidding up prices on their own. When Baldric finally spoke up, he clarified that while any valuable trade was welcome, priority would go to those offering Damascus steel, instantly silencing the crowd before a fresh wave of eager offers poured in. Within hours, his entire stock sold out. True to Michael's plan, they'd capped purchases at 10 crates per dwarf, ensuring the beer spread widely through the community rather than being hoarded by a few wealthy buyers, fueling exactly the kind of word-of-mouth demand Michael had anticipated. That same night, taverns across the kingdom began stocking Reborn beer, sparking curiosity among patrons who'd already heard whispers of its growing popularity, even among the notoriously picky dwarven nobility. One dwarf, intrigued after hearing how quickly it had captivated the community, tried it himself and was instantly hooked, prompting the bartender to quietly reveal the rumored source. A hidden paradise, deep in the parched lands, where beer flowed freely, along with other incredible wonders witnessed firsthand by returning travelers. This secondhand testimony only fueled more curiosity, drawing increasing numbers of dwarves to seek out the village themselves, whether to settle permanently or simply experience it for a while. Meanwhile, Baldric returned to the village triumphant, hauling cartloads of Damascus steel, a feat unprecedented in scale, successfully smuggled out of the tightly guarded Dwarven Kingdom and delivered straight into the hands of a 10-year-old inventor. Michael thanked him for his hard work, already turning his attention to all the possibilities this rare, valuable metal could unlock for his future projects. With Damascus steel finally in hand, Michael saw an opportunity to bring several long-delayed projects to life. The metal's exceptional strength, flexibility, and ability to be shaped into thin, precise components made it perfect for refining his automobile designs, promising a faster, more durable vehicle without added bulk, and even allowing him to finally upgrade his bulky engine closer to the standards of the cars he remembered from his previous life, with room to eventually surpass them entirely. Using his shadow clone connection to Castell, Michael contacted her with a new plan. With the road between the parched lands and the Vanderbilt estate now complete, concrete was finally ready for public sale. But Michael wanted to take things further by introducing automobiles to the market at the same time. Castell was stunned, immediately recognizing how transformative this could be, having witnessed firsthand how automobiles had already revolutionized their own delivery times. She initially suggested waiting to let concrete establish itself first, but her golden nose skill quickly revealed the real strategy, pairing the two products together, since automobiles would only reach their full potential on smooth, concrete-paved roads, creating built-in demand for both simultaneously. Recognizing the marketing and financial potential, capital. She grew excited about the opportunity to further boost Reborn's reputation, potentially strong enough to finally break into the Queen's region. Aware that Castell was already overworked, Michael reassured her he'd send additional hobmankeys with business talent to help lighten her load, and she gratefully accepted the support. With the plan set in motion, Michael turned to the dwarven metallurgists in his village, ready to begin refining the automobile's design with their expertise. Meanwhile, in the Dwarven Kingdom's capital, the Dwarven King grew concerned after learning that ale purchases had mysteriously dropped, a troubling sign for a culture famously devoted to drinking. His advisors explained that dwarves had become captivated by a new beverage called beer, presenting him with a bottle of Reborn beer to investigate. Curious, the king took a sip himself, and just like every dwarf before him, was instantly won over by its taste. The Dwarven King couldn't hide his enthusiasm for the beer, prompting his advisors to quickly remind him that it was technically an illegal good, undermining their local ale industry. He tried to backpedal, awkwardly claiming he only meant it as contraband worth confiscating, all while continuing to sip from the bottle and insisting it must have been crafted by some brilliant dwarven mind, even requesting more for scientific purposes. Shifting the conversation, the king asked about the ongoing refugee crisis in the capital following the landslide. His advisors delivered mixed news. The overpopulation problem had resolved itself, but not through any effort on the kingdom's part. Instead, the displaced dwarves had been steadily relocating to a village in the parched lands. The king grew concerned, questioning how they could abandon their defensive duties to the kingdom so easily. Before his advisors could respond, a breathless scout burst into the throne room with urgent news from his survey of the kingdom's outskirts. He presented a sketch of an enormous 10-meter wall, sturdy enough to repel a cavalry charge that had apparently appeared where a border village once stood. Shockingly, he reported that the structure had been built in just 2 days, a claim that stunned the entire room, since such a project would normally take a skilled dwarven crew at least a month. Pressed for proof, the scout insisted the wall hadn't existed just 2 days prior, and that multiple witnesses had watched it rise using a strange liquid material that hardened within hours. He revealed he'd tracked down the dwarf responsible for coordinating it, a former villager named Thrain, who explained that the wall let the local dwarves fulfill their defensive obligations while relocating permanently to a paradise in the parched lands, a place offering free food, water, housing, and beer. The moment the king heard that beer originated from this very village, his demeanor shifted entirely. Rising from his throne, he demanded to know why they'd been hoarding it all to themselves, declaring outrage that such a treasure existed without his people getting a fair share. Ignoring his advisor's confusion, he announced he would personally travel to see this village firsthand, his true motivation obvious to everyone but himself. He simply wanted more beer. Ignoring his advisor's warnings, the Dwarven King pressed forward with his plan to visit the village incognito. Using magic, he disguised himself as an ordinary dwarf, adopting the alias Biru and shedding every trace of his royal bearing. He arrived at Thrain's cabin, and after a brief introduction, Thrain welcomed him warmly, having grown used to the steady stream of dwarves showing up in search of the same paradise. Thrain escorted Biru to the newly built concrete wall, explaining its construction and offering to build a similar structure for any other destroyed villages, an offer Biru declined without elaborating. Moments later, an automobile arrived, driven by a dwarf who had fully embraced village life. Biru was stunned to see one of his own kind willingly working away from a forge, especially since no one in the village was forced to labor, yet everyone seemed to work harder than ever, purely out of choice. The driver explained it was simply his way of contributing, a mindset that left the king even more curious about what made this place so different. After a few days of travel, Biru finally arrived at the settlement and was immediately struck by the harmony between dwarves and hobmankeys living side by side, all radiating genuine happiness. A dwarf in red team apparel greeted him enthusiastically, casually throwing an arm around him without hesitation, a gesture that would have cost anyone their hand back in the kingdom. Yet Biru found himself oddly comforted by being treated as an equal for what felt like the first time. The dwarf insisted on taking him straight to the baseball field, excitedly explaining that their team, the Dwarven Miners, had just reached the finals. Along the way, Biru witnessed the vibrant community firsthand, children playing freely, friendly banter between rival team supporters, and food stalls filling the plaza with enticing aromas. At the field, the other dwarves welcomed him warmly and began teaching him the fundamentals of baseball, though Biru remained puzzled by their intense passion for what seemed like a simple game. When he casually remarked that baseball looked easy, the surrounding dwarves froze, exchanging looks of barely contained excitement. Having forgotten he was no longer a king but simply a newcomer among them, Biru had unknowingly issued a challenge, and the dwarves were more than ready to teach him just how wrong his assumption was. The dwarven king collapsed after finishing his final lap, utterly exhausted, while the other dwarves barely broke a sweat, completing the same routine. They teased him mercilessly for how quickly he tired out, promising to intensify his training the next day and put him to work as their errand runner, hauling equipment across the village on their behalf. For the first time in his life, Biru experienced the grueling effort that ordinary people put into their daily routines, stripping away every trace of his royal pride throughout the exhausting day. By evening, physically and mentally drained, Biru was ready to give up entirely. But then, the stadium lights switched on, illuminating the field as if daylight itself had returned, and the stands filled with roaring cheers from 1,000 villagers eager for the match. When he asked what all the excitement was about, his teammates smiled and revealed the crowd was cheering for their team captain, the very embodiment of admiration Biru had never experienced even during his own coronation as king. Watching fans wear jerseys mimicking their star player's uniform, he realized this ordinary dwarf commanded more genuine reverence from the crowd than he himself ever had as monarch. The game began between the dwarven miners and the farmer cultivators, and the intensity immediately captivated Biru. What he'd initially dismissed as a trivial pastime revealed itself as a fierce, emotionally charged competition, with both teams trading momentum through home runs and clutch hits. Swept up in the tension, Biru found himself reacting instinctively to every play, completely absorbed in a way he'd never expected. As the game reached its final inning tied, disaster struck. The dwarven miner's star captain injured his knee, forced out of the game just when they needed him most. With no other substitute available, the injured captain turned to Biru, encouraging him to step up and finish what he'd started. Overwhelmed and unprepared, Biru was pushed onto the field, the world around him fading into silence as he focused entirely on the moment. Letting go of every worry weighing on him, Biru swung with everything he had and, to his own shock, connected solidly with the ball. Frozen in disbelief, he had to be urged into a sprint by his teammates as the ball sailed into the outfield. Racing toward home plate, he dove desperately just as the opposing fielder caught the throw and the umpire's call rang out. Safe. As the deafening cheers of the crowd flooded back into his awareness, his teammates lifted him from the ground in celebration, explaining that his hit had driven in the winning run. For the first time, Biru understood exactly what it felt like to earn genuine, unforced admiration, not because of his title, but because of what he'd actually accomplished. The dwarves hoisted Biru into the air in celebration, carrying their victory to the tavern where the whole village, dwarf and hob-manky alike, gathered to toast his game-winning hit. Those who'd once mocked him now embraced him as one of their own, and Biru finally understood the deep dedication behind their intense training and passion for the sport. When they apologized for their earlier harshness, he brushed it off entirely, pouring round after round of beer and reveling in a kind of camaraderie he'd never experienced back home. As he watched his new friends celebrate together, Biru realized exactly why so many dwarves preferred this village over the kingdom he ruled. He recognized that if not for his inherited duty to protect his people, he too could easily see himself settling here permanently. Moved by the experience, he made a decision. If he couldn't relocate himself, he would ensure his entire kingdom had the chance to experience what he'd felt tonight, breaking from centuries of isolationist tradition to open relations with the village. Determined, Biru made his way to Michael's estate, nervous about finally meeting the legendary figure behind everything he'd witnessed. Lolo let him through without any resistance or security check, which struck Biru as unusual, until he realized that Michael's reputation alone was enough protection. Expecting either an imposing warrior or a wise elder, Biru was stunned to instead find a 10-year-old boy waiting to greet him casually. Struggling to process that this child was truly the mastermind behind Reborn and the entire village, Biru apologized for underestimating him. Michael brushed it off and immediately called out his disguise, revealing that his heightened senses could see through any magical illusion, and that Fudge had already alerted him the moment Biru made contact with Thrain. Realizing further deception was pointless, Biru dropped his transformation, revealing his true royal form, tall, commanding, and unmistakably regal. Impressed, rather than offended, the king admitted his ruse had only been an attempt to observe the village without bias, but any doubts about Michael's abilities were now completely erased. When Michael asked for his honest impression of everything he'd seen, Biru admitted he'd fallen in love with the village so thoroughly that he was ready to break thousands of years of dwarven tradition. Extending his hand, he formally proposed an alliance, offering to open diplomatic and economic relations between his kingdom, Michael's village, and the Reborn company, hoping to grow together toward a greater future. Michael couldn't hide his surprise at how readily the dwarven king offered an alliance, having expected the kingdom's traditional isolationism to be a major obstacle. Biru explained that experiencing the village firsthand had shown him exactly how their closed-off policies had held their people back for centuries. Michael accepted his handshake, sealing the beginning of their partnership, and Biru enthusiastically proposed, showing Michael the dwarven kingdom in turn before formalizing any agreement, an offer Michael eagerly accepted, curious to see the source of the world's finest craftsmanship firsthand. Before departing, Biru requested a personal stockpile of beer, which Michael agreed to provide in exchange for a steady monthly shipment of Damascus steel, delighting the king further. With Fudge driving, Michael and Biru traveled to the dwarven capital, drawing stunned reactions from the citizens along the way as they witnessed the horseless automobile firsthand, many recognizing the Reborn name from the beer already circulating through their black market. Their arrival at the royal castle caused a stir, especially when the crowd realized a human had accompanied their king. Rather than treating it as a scandal, Biru proudly introduced Michael as the mastermind behind both the beer they loved and the thriving paradise many had only heard about in rumors. He announced a formal alliance, promising his people legal access to beer, the chance to learn baseball, and eventually the opportunity to own automobiles themselves. The crowd's initial hesitation quickly turned into enthusiastic celebration, especially among those excited simply to buy beer openly, spreading into genuine excitement about visiting the legendary village they'd only heard about through secondhand stories. Afterward, the king gave Michael a full tour of dwarven industry, showing him the mines where they extracted precious metals and the forges where craftsmen transformed them into finished goods. Eventually, they reached the royal castle itself, built directly atop an active volcano. Michael noticed something peculiar. Despite the constant smoke and lava, the kingdom showed no signs of pollution, and rather than the elemental imbalance he'd expect, the land maintained an unusual equilibrium of magic. Biru explained that microscopic, non-sentient creatures lived in the clouds above, feeding on the volcano's heat and smoke, while releasing elemental mana back down across the kingdom in return. Fascinated by this discovery, Michael immediately recognized the implications. These mana-producing cloud creatures could be exactly what the parched lands needed to finally solve its chronic lack of water mana. Michael theorized that these mysterious cloud-dwelling creatures were essentially bacteria that had magically evolved into their own species, much like how ordinary humans and beasts had transformed into their magical counterparts in this world. Realizing these creatures fed on smoke pollution while producing valuable elemental mana as a byproduct, he immediately saw the solution to two of his village's biggest problems at once: eliminating the harmful pollution from his own petroleum use, which he'd been manually counteracting with magic, and finally bringing water mana to the parched lands. Eager to acquire one, Michael asked Biru how to obtain these clouds. The king agreed to provide a cloud seedling capable of growing into something massive, though he cautioned that it required substantial smoke to thrive and would take considerable time, potentially thousands of years, like their own, before it could produce mana on the same scale. Undeterred, Michael realized his steam turbine already generated ample smoke, meaning as his village's industry expanded and relied more on petroleum, the resulting pollution would actually accelerate the cloud's growth rather than harm the land, eventually transforming the perpetual desert climate into something with genuine seasonal variety. Confident in the partnership's potential, Michael agreed to formalize their alliance. In the throne room, he and Biru signed a contract establishing mutual trade rights, granting Reborn access to sell products within the Dwarven Kingdom while securing the kingdom as a steady supplier of steel, iron, and Damascus steel for the village. Biru further proposed a joint road-building project between their territories, with the kingdom supplying materials and Michael's people handling construction, an idea Michael welcomed, since it aligned perfectly with his automobile ambitions. Michael then floored the room with an even bigger proposition, building a train system to connect both territories, cutting travel time down to a single day. Confused but intrigued, given Michael's track record of impossible inventions, the king pressed for details. Michael's assistant instantly downloaded complete blueprints for a functional railroad system directly into his mind, including a vision of the finished project already in operation. Astounded by the implications for trade and travel, Biru immediately called for the agreement to be signed, and after his assistant confirmed the contract contained no exploitable loopholes, both parties finalized the deal. Before concluding, the king requested that Michael's territory be given an official name to formally register it. Without hesitation, Michael declared it the Nation of Reborn. With the alliance officially sealed, celebrations erupted across the Dwarven Kingdom, marking a historic turning point that would later be remembered as the beginning of Reborn's rise to global influence. Amid the feasting, Michael discussed establishing a Reborn headquarters near the capital, planning to have Baldric manage local operations under Castell's oversight. Word spread quickly, and new business opportunities emerged almost immediately, starting with the kingdom placing a large order for concrete to rebuild its damaged walls, creating a mutually beneficial trade loop where the dwarves supplied raw materials like lime, which Reborn processed into concrete and shipped back. Beyond the immediate wall reconstruction, both sides discussed larger future projects, including extending plumbing throughout the kingdom, which would be relatively straightforward given their existing water access, and eventually connecting the kingdom to Reborn's electrical grid through a monthly service fee. To meet the increased power demand, Michael would need to upgrade his steam turbine, a task made easier by the king's promise to supply ample Damascus steel for a more efficient generator. Later, as the celebration continued, Michael stepped onto the castle balcony to take in the glowing forges, lighting up the kingdom below. The Dwarven king joined him, admitting he never tired of the view, before turning serious and revealing he had something important to share now that their alliance was official. He led Michael through the castle to a heavily guarded stone entrance carved with Dwarven history, explaining this hidden chamber held the true reason behind their kingdom's isolationist founding. Descending into a scorching obsidian cave, Michael sensed an overwhelming concentration of fire mana ahead. They emerged into a massive domed chamber housing an enormous ball of fire, and within it, Michael could make out the silhouette of a damaged object. The king explained that in ancient times, dwarves possessed unparalleled creative knowledge, encompassing understanding of the world, the universe, and the very fabric of magic itself, all consolidated into a single legendary artifact known as the God Forge. Due to some ancient catastrophe, the God Forge had shattered into scattered pieces across the land, and the flames sealing it would never extinguish until every fragment was recovered and the artifact fully restored. This quest to reclaim the God Forge's lost knowledge, he revealed, was the true reason the dwarves had settled in this land and shut themselves away from the rest of the world. Michael stared in awe at the massive fragment of the God Forge, roughly the size of an automobile, realizing the complete artifact must be truly colossal. The Dwarven king explained that his people had originally settled in this land specifically to recover the God Forge's scattered pieces, but by the time they arrived, humans had already claimed the territory, forcing earlier generations to seal themselves away and simply guard what they had, hoping for a future chance to reclaim the rest. Curious why the dwarves hadn't managed to study the fragment more closely, Michael learned that every attempt, whether through enchanted armor, water, wind, or raw magic, had failed to breach the protective flames surrounding it. The closest they'd ever gotten was a mere 2 meters, and Biru believed this was a deliberate test, one meant to prove the dwarves' worthiness before the God Forge would reveal its secrets. As Michael studied the flames, he felt an overwhelming pull toward the artifact, a sensation he hadn't experienced since first encountering the magic library at the Magic Tower. That memory sparked a realization. Touching the magic library had overwhelmed his young mind, but ultimately triggered a massive upgrade to his AI assistant. Wondering if the God Forge might offer something similar, Michael asked Biru for permission to approach it directly. Stunned by the request, the king warned him of the artifact's lethal, mineral-melting flames, but Michael remained calm and confident, insisting he simply wanted to test its effect on him. Reluctantly, Biru agreed, promising to intervene immediately if Michael showed any sign of danger. As Michael stepped forward, the flames surged toward him, only to be deflected by his absolute unity defense, forming a protective shield that repelled the fire entirely. To the king's astonishment, Michael continued walking closer to the Godforge, completely unharmed, something no dwarf, mage, or even an 8-star wizard had ever accomplished. According to prior attempts, the Godforge's flames adjusted their intensity based on the strength of whoever approached, always overwhelming any defense, regardless of skill level. Yet Michael passed through effortlessly, leaving Biru to wonder whether this was simply the power of Michael's unique skill or whether the Godforge itself had judged him worthy of its knowledge. Michael pressed forward into the blinding light surrounding the Godforge, using his mana sense to guide him. He quickly realized the flames weren't purely fire-based. They contained every elemental mana simultaneously, blended together into one devastatingly pure and destructive force. This explained why no one else had ever survived the passage. They only defended against fire, leaving themselves completely exposed to the other 7 elements woven into the blaze. Only Michael's absolute unity defense, built from mastery over all elements, along with his exceptional magic purity and SSS plus class talent, allowed him to withstand the combined assault and continue forward. Reaching the artifact itself, Michael marveled at its craftsmanship. A fractured but still breathtaking base structure, humming with an almost incomprehensible density of elemental mana. Glowing carvings pulsed across its surface, seemingly beckoning him closer. Kneeling before it, he reached out and touched the inscriptions, instantly triggering a massive download of information directly into his mind. The overwhelming pain nearly brought him to his knees, and his assistant offered to trigger an emergency shutdown to spare him the agony, just as it had during his encounter with the magic library years earlier. This time, Michael chose to push through consciously, trusting that his assistant wouldn't have given him the choice if the risk were truly severe. Fighting through the pain, Michael managed to stumble out of the flames to safety before collapsing. The Dwarven King, alarmed by his obvious suffering, had him carried to the infirmary. After a period of agonizing recovery, the pain finally subsided, and Michael opened his eyes to find his assistant had evolved once again, now introducing itself as ChatJK3, describing itself as knowledgeable in mystic arts and newly versed in magic implementation. Curious about this new capability, Michael learned that due to the Godforge being incomplete, his assistant had only absorbed foundational knowledge, equivalent to a novice apprentice by ancient dwarven standards. Still, this granted him something unprecedented, the ability to imbue elemental mana directly into inanimate objects, a feat no one else in this world had ever achieved, since the necessary knowledge had remained locked within the Godforge that only Michael could approach. Beyond magic implementation, his assistant revealed an even greater breakthrough. Michael could now synthesize entirely new skills by combining existing ones and grant these custom-built abilities directly to his allies whenever he chose, expanding his supreme skill's reach far beyond what it had been capable of before. The true prize from the Godforge turned out to be far greater than simply imbuing mana into objects. It was the deeper knowledge of how skills themselves functioned, giving Michael's assistant the ability to synthesize entirely new abilities from existing ones. When the Dwarven King rushed back to check on him, relieved to find Michael perfectly fine, he expressed disappointment that studying the Godforge's secrets would likely take years of careful research. Michael casually revealed he'd already learned everything within it, leaving the king stunned into a fit of disbelief before demanding a full explanation. Michael kept the details vague, simply attributing it to a special ability that let him absorb knowledge through touch, an explanation the king accepted without much surprise, having already witnessed Michael defy conventional limits before. As Michael explained what he'd learned, particularly the ability to imbue elemental mana into objects, the king was overcome with emotion, recognizing this as the legendary lost art of creating mithril, a mythical material believed capable of storing mana despite being inanimate. Long dismissed as folklore, mithril had once been the foundation of his ancestors' greatest creations, its secret lost to history for generations. He explained that while the ability to imbue mana had been forgotten, the dwarves had preserved the knowledge to craft Damascus steel, essentially a precursor material still capable of holding mana, just without full realization of its potential. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the king knelt before Michael, begging him to teach the kingdom how to create mithril once again, pledging eternal loyalty and alliance in return. Michael brushed off the formality, insisting the knowledge rightfully belonged to the dwarves in the first place, and agreeing, without hesitation. The emotional king embraced him tightly, thanking him profusely before Michael had to gently push him away, downplaying the significance of the gesture. From this, a new arrangement was born. Talented dwarves would travel to the nation of Reborn to learn the art of mithril, crafting directly from Michael, serving as smiths, craftsmen, and soldiers in exchange for the knowledge. Once they'd sufficiently repaid that debt through service, they would return home to share Mithril's secrets throughout the kingdom. In turn, Reborn's own citizens would be welcomed into the Dwarven Kingdom to learn the process of creating Damascus steel, allowing both nations to mutually benefit and strengthen their alliance even further. With the celebrations behind him and the alliance formalized, Michael returned to the nation of Reborn, swapping places with his clone to appear back in the parched lands. He immediately sought out Lolo to share news of the partnership and begin coordinating the mountain of upcoming projects: the railway, automobile expansion, plumbing, and electrical systems, all requiring careful organization that only Lolo, with his intimate knowledge of every villager's skills, could properly manage. Before Michael could even go looking for him, Lolo was already waiting at the gates, accompanied by a diverse group of demi-humans and monsters who had arrived seeking refuge while Michael was away. Lolo explained that ongoing scouting efforts in the desert had uncovered several struggling communities who'd heard about the village and made the journey themselves. Among them were satyrs, human from the waist up with goat legs, desperately pleading for sanctuary. Trolls, short, stone-skinned beings covered in grass and flowers, begged for protection from the desert's scorching heat. Lamias, mostly female with serpent lower bodies, offered their devoted service in exchange for a home, and a variant of centaurs, tall, camel-bodied demi-humans, adapted for desert survival, showed the same desperate hope as the others, clinging to the ground as if terrified of losing this chance at paradise. Without hesitation, Michael agreed to take them all in, having long ago decided he'd never turn away anyone seeking refuge, regardless of species. He instructed Lolo to have Kong arrange temporary housing, while permanent accommodations suited to each group's needs were prepared, already having anticipated exactly this kind of situation. Lolo confirmed Kong was already on it, pleased that his boss's generosity remained as consistent as ever. Michael then outlined specific plans for each species: forested housing, surrounded by greenery for the satyrs, and a dedicated river system for the Lamias to inhabit comfortably. Recognizing that these demi-humans, unlike the Hobmankeys, required environments suited to their unique biology rather than standard concrete housing, Michael made it clear he intended to build each group their own tailored slice of paradise, asking nothing in return. Before wrapping up, he added one more instruction. Once everyone was properly settled, they should visit his house so he could awaken their hidden talents as well. Michael began meeting individually with the newly arrived demi-humans, awakening their talents one by one. The satyrs proved gifted in nature-related skills, one discovering talent as an oak wood engineer, another as a herbal tea maker. But this time, awakening their talents came with an unexpected new feature: the ability to choose their evolutionary path entirely. For the satyr gifted in tea making, 3 distinct bloodline options appeared: an aromatic herbalist path focused on perfecting flavor and scent, an herbalist assassin path specializing in undetectable poisons, and a magical herbalism path capable of infusing teas with mystical effects. Surprised by this new level of customization, Michael learned from his assistant that the Godforge's knowledge had granted him deep insight into the biological and magical foundations of living creatures, allowing him to guide their evolution towards specialized bloodlines suited to their talents. Wanting to respect the satyr's autonomy, Michael let him choose for himself rather than deciding on his behalf. But the overwhelmed satyr, having never imagined such a transformative choice was even possible, simply deferred entirely to Michael's judgment. Before Michael could intervene, Fudge popped out excitedly, enthusiastically pushing the assassin path, eager for a new recruit into his self-proclaimed shadow following. Michael tried to shut this down, but the satyr had already been swept up by Fudge's enthusiasm and eagerly committed to becoming an assassin himself. Resigned, Michael selected the herbalist assassin path, transforming the satyr's appearance with sleeker, stealth-suited goat legs and dark blue fur perfect for blending into shadows. The satyr thanked Michael eagerly, promising to craft the world's most potent poisons, while Fudge celebrated gaining another member for his cult. Michael chose to ignore their antics for the moment. Moving forward, Michael explained that the newly evolved satyr could now learn any skill of his choosing, a level of customization unique to Michael's power. Unlike ordinary spells, which anyone could learn given the right knowledge and mana, skills functioned more like an innate part of a being's body, something normally only granted through natural talent, now made freely giftable thanks to Michael's God-forged-derived abilities. Given the significance of this choice, Michael urged the satyr to think it over carefully. Without hesitation, the satyr gave his answer immediately. He wanted the ability to merge with shadows, just like his newfound idol, Fudge. Michael continued awakening the remaining satyrs, and thankfully, none followed the first one's path into becoming an assassin. Each evolved along a unique route tailored to their individual talents, making them highly effective in their respective fields, so effective that Hobmanki leaders like Kong and Anne competed to recruit them, sometimes for overlapping roles like construction and farming. In the end, sorting out who worked where fell to Lolo, whose careful management ensured the growing demand for skilled labor was steadily met as more demi-humans settled in and evolved. Next came the Lamias, whose talents proved far more varied than expected, ranging from magical specialties like water sorceress to more mundane roles like school teacher. Given the choice to select their own evolutionary path, most Lamias deferred, not out of hesitation like the satyrs, but out of genuine gratitude, choosing paths based on wherever the village needed help most, rather than personal preference. Michael found this a bit short-sighted, but respected their wishes anyway, compensating by granting them skills unrelated to labor, like transforming their serpent bodies into human legs or singing with flawless pitch. Their evolutions varied physically as well. Some gained wings, others extra eyes, while some retained their original Lamia form entirely. The trolls came next, naturally gravitating toward construction-related talents befitting their stony nature, making them perfect additions to the railway and road projects connecting the nation to the Dwarven Kingdom. Finally, Michael turned to the centaurs, whose combat-oriented talents surprised him given the peaceful nature of most other demi-humans. The Elder Centaur was offered 3 evolutionary paths, focused on charging offense, blinding speed, or overwhelming brute strength, and chose the powerful, tyrannical Rex Centaur path. Embracing his herd's identity of steadfast resilience, his transformation left him massive and reptilian, resembling an ancient predator built for raw power. Given no active conflicts to fight, he was appointed chief law enforcer, his intimidating presence alone enough to discourage any trouble before it started. When Michael offered the same evolutionary choice to the rest of the centaur herd, every single one chose to mirror their leader's path exactly, valuing unity and shared strength over individuality. Though Michael felt this wasted the opportunity for more diverse specializations, he respected their collective decision, consoling himself with the thought that other centaur herds elsewhere in the desert might choose differently when their time came. With every group settled into roles suited to their talents, the newest citizens of the nation of Reborn found their place, each contributing meaningfully to the growing, thriving community. Michael decided the veteran members of his nation deserved upgrades too, starting with Fudge. When his assistant revealed that even previously evolved allies could undergo a second evolution thanks to the Godforge upgrade, Michael realized this opened the door to improving all his key leaders, not just Fudge. He gathered his core team, Lolo the mayor, Kong the chief engineer, Anne the agricultural chief, and the 2 dwarven representatives, Thrain and Baldric, who now handled diplomatic and business relations with the Dwarven Kingdom. Fudge went first, given 3 evolutionary paths, one granting void travel, another offering shadow-based flame attacks, and the last bestowing a mystical eye capable of illusions, technique copying, and insight into targets through eye contact. True to form, Fudge immediately gravitated toward the eye ability. Thrilled at the anime-inspired power, Michael approved, and Fudge transformed into a sleeker rogue form, complete with a headband and eye patch, vowing to spread his master's glory through the shadows. Kong evolved into a civilization builder Mankey, gaining enhanced planning capabilities to manage multiple large-scale projects simultaneously, while Anne became a crop queen Mankey, gaining an intuitive mastery over agriculture that let her cultivate even out-of-season crops suited for desert survival. Lolo transformed into a governor Mankey, growing visibly younger and more charismatic, better suited to lead and unify the nation's citizens. The dwarves received unusually expansive evolutionary options since the Godforge's knowledge centered heavily on their own race. Baldric chose to become a golden dwarf, gaining computer-like calculation abilities perfect for managing trade with the Dwarven Kingdom, while Thrain embraced his heritage as an ancient dwarf, unlocking deep smithing intuition that made him the ideal candidate to learn the secrets of mithril crafting directly from Michael. From there, Michael worked through the rest of the population, with most Hob-Mankeys following their department leaders' evolutionary paths to maintain cohesion within their teams. This process also became an opportunity to formally offer citizenship to the nation's residents, granting evolution and a custom skill to anyone who accepted. Nearly everyone embraced the offer, with only a handful of visiting dwarves choosing to remain unaffiliated. By the end, the nation of Reborn had grown to roughly 3,000 citizens. Thrilled by this milestone, Michael instructed Lolo to organize a massive celebration in the plaza, declaring it the official founding day of the nation of Reborn. A nationwide celebration erupted across the nation of Reborn, with citizens proudly embracing their new identity as Rebornians, a name that emerged organically rather than something Michael coined himself. Compared to the isolation and hardship many had endured before, this new life, free food, water, housing, and the chance to evolve without any expectation of repayment, felt like an actual paradise. The festivities stretched across 3 full days, during which no work was permitted. Days were filled with baseball exhibition matches, including a surprise appearance from Michael himself that sent the crowd into a frenzy, followed by massive communal feasts in the plaza, where families and friends bonded over shared meals. Afternoons became opportunities for residents to mingle with new arrivals, often turning into friendly competitions as people proudly showed off their fresh evolutions and skills. The true highlight came at night, when the sky exploded into a dazzling fireworks display that left everyone in awe, so captivating that several visiting dwarves decided on the spot to relocate permanently. With Kong and other talented citizens assisting, Michael expanded the spectacle even further, distributing sparklers to the children so they could experience the magic up close. The celebration proved so memorable that the community unanimously decided to make it an annual tradition, naming it Reborn Day. Once the festivities ended, citizens returned to work with renewed motivation, eager to put their new evolutions and skills to use. Turning to practical matters, Michael had Kong organize the nation into distinct districts tailored to each species' needs, placing the heat-sensitive satyrs near the shaded forest opposite the sun-baked baseball field. Learning of their vulnerability to high temperatures, Michael solved the problem by inventing air conditioning, downloading the necessary blueprints from his assistant, and building a working prototype within half a day. After installing it in the eldest satyr's treehouse, the demonstration was met with pure delight, and Michael promised to outfit every satyr home with the same technology, delegating future production to a newly evolved smithing satyr equipped with the design. Word of the AC spread rapidly, sparking demand throughout the nation, particularly among the dwarves eager to cool down after long days at the forge. Riding this momentum, Michael introduced a wave of new electrical appliances, refrigerators, especially popular among the Lamayas and Butcher Mankeys, for food preservation, along with fans, washing machines, heaters, clothing irons, and electric stoves, distributing the blueprints to his skilled mechanics rather than building everything himself. With daily life increasingly automated, Michael redirected his personal focus toward a more ambitious project, mastering mithril. Taking a substantial piece of Damascus steel, the material best suited for the transformation according to the Dwarven King, he began following his assistant's guidance, channeling all 8 elemental manas simultaneously through his hands and directing them into the metal. Michael focused intently, visualizing the flow of mana as he carefully guided elemental energy into a chunk of Damascus steel, watching it absorb mana until fully saturated. Using his supreme skill to observe the transformation, he successfully created mithril on his very first attempt, watching the once dull gray metal turn translucent, glowing with a reddish hue from the infused fire mana. Encouraged, he repeated the process across all 8 elements, creating individual mithril samples for each. When he picked up the water element version, his system immediately notified him of dramatic boosts to water-based spells, increased power, reduced mana cost, and faster casting time. Testing confirmed the pattern held across every element. Simply holding mithril attuned to a spell's matching element significantly amplified its effects, effectively boosting a mage's output by roughly half. Recognizing the magnitude of this breakthrough, Michael imagined how stunned Cerberus would be to learn of it. Curious whether combining elements would yield even stronger results, Michael experimented with a water-earth blend, expecting synergy given their natural compatibility. Instead, he found that pure single-element mithril outperformed the hybrid when casting spells tied to just one of those elements, though the hybrid excelled specifically when casting spells that required both elements together, like Muddy Quagmire. This taught him that combining elements only paid off if the resulting spells actually utilized that specific combination. Inspired, Michael attempted something more ambitious, infusing all 8 elements into a single piece of Damascus steel, hoping to recreate the same phenomenon that powered the Godforge itself. Cautious given the risk, he used a smaller sample and added elements one at a time, successfully incorporating 7 without incident. But the moment he introduced the 8th, light mana, the combined elements reacted violently, causing the metal to explode with tremendous force. His absolute unity defense activated instinctively, containing the blast and preventing what could have been catastrophic damage to his home and the surrounding houses. Moments later, alarmed allies rushed to check on him, Lolo worried for his safety, Fudge dramatically ready to defend him from imaginary assassins, and the Centaur chief of law enforcement responding to the disturbance. Michael reassured everyone that he was fine and explained the explosion as simply an experiment gone wrong, prompting them to return to their duties. Fudge lingered afterward, curious about what Michael had been attempting. After hearing the explanation, the slime immediately requested a mithril kunai infused with dark mana to enhance his own abilities, an idea that sparked new possibilities in Michael's mind for how mithril could be practically applied going forward. Realizing the sheer significance of his discovery, Michael understood he'd essentially unlocked the ability to create magical artifacts in a world that had never seen any. Wands that boosted spellcasting, swords with enhanced cutting power, and tools that could improve any trade. With their alliance ensuring a steady supply of Damascus steel, the nation of Reborn now had everything needed to mass-produce these artifacts once he taught the process to the dwarves and blacksmiths. Before moving forward with that plan, Michael wanted to finish testing mithril thoroughly to avoid any accidents once others started experimenting themselves. He confirmed that combining up to 7 elements remained safe, following the same rules as before. Effectiveness depended on whether the intended spell actually used those specific elements. The real challenge remained the 8th element, light, which had caused his earlier explosive failure. Determined to find a safer method, Michael theorized that reducing the quantity of mana might prevent instability, reasoning that if the elements coexisted peacefully inside his own body, a similar balance should be achievable elsewhere. His assistant confirmed the theory, suggesting a smaller container might allow the elements to remain docile. Testing this on a fingernail-sized fragment of Damascus steel, Michael successfully infused all 8 elements without triggering an explosion, though the material remained visibly unstable, glowing intensely before settling into a dim white luminescence. Despite the success, his assistant warned that even the slightest disturbance could still set it off. Continuing to refine the process with progressively smaller samples, Michael eventually created a stable, ring-sized fragment he named Unity Mithril. Rigorous testing proved it remarkably durable, resistant to fire, cold, and physical impact, though not indestructible. Most remarkably, when connected to a light bulb, it powered the device indefinitely, functioning like a perpetual battery. Testing it against larger appliances like the air conditioner and refrigerator showed it could technically power them, though barely, since the small fragment simply didn't hold enough elemental energy for high-demand devices. Scaling up would solve that problem, but reintroduce the volatility he'd worked so hard to eliminate. When Michael asked whether a larger, stable Unity Mithril was achievable, his assistant suggested that brute force experimentation would take far too long and recommended instead pursuing the remaining fragments of the God Forge scattered across the country. Michael teased that his assistant simply wanted another upgrade, and it didn't deny the accusation. Either way, given how transformative each previous upgrade had been, Michael was already fully on board with the idea, eager to keep pushing his abilities even further. Michael began integrating mithril across the nation, personally crafting custom artifacts for each citizen based on what best suited their work. Despite having just finished individually evolving everyone, he pushed forward without slowing down, further deepening the citizens' loyalty and admiration for him. Kong's engineers requested practical tools like rulers, hard hats, and pencils, while farmers opted for rakes, shovels, and scythes, and the dwarves favored hammers and anvils. Once equipped with mithril, everyone's productivity doubled almost instantly. Spells for shaping concrete or planting crops became noticeably easier to cast, even without any change to the spells themselves. Beer production increased, housing construction accelerated, and households across the nation finally gained access to air conditioners and refrigerators, all while workloads remained manageable thanks to the combined boost from evolution, custom skills, and mithril tools. Michael then spent a week designing a pocket watch powered by miniature Unity mithril, impressing the dwarven blacksmiths with its intricate craftsmanship. Since citizens were already accustomed to checking the central town clock, having a personal timepiece proved an instant hit, prompting Michael to establish a dedicated factory for mass production, planning to launch it alongside the automobile in the broader market. With the Dwarven Kingdom Alliance now bridging the treacherous mountain divide separating the Kings and Queens regions, Michael and Castell finally had a viable path to expand Reborn products, including the plumbing system, automobiles, and concrete, into the previously inaccessible Queens region. As the planned railway system took shape, Michael began stockpiling inventory in preparation for that eventual expansion. He decided to hold off unveiling the mithril artifacts publicly until the dwarves could produce mithril independently, unwilling to become the sole bottleneck for such valuable technology. Once local production scaled up sufficiently, he planned to share the discovery with Cerberus, confident the Tower Master would immediately grasp its significance. Meanwhile, construction proceeded on multiple fronts. Trolls laid railway tracks toward the Dwarven Kingdom, production-focused Mankeys and Satyrs built the connecting concrete road, and Centaurs established guard posts along the route, staying in contact through Unity mithril-powered walkie-talkies Michael had created for them. Thrain and the newly evolved ancient dwarves practiced refining their mithril crafting skills, while Reborn's factories ramped up production for Castell's distribution network. Engineers worked to upgrade the steam turbine's output in preparation for supplying electricity to the Dwarven Kingdom, and high above, the mutated bacteria cloud continued its slow growth, steadily feeding on industrial smoke and generating elemental mana across the territory. Amid all this progress, several months passed, and Michael's 11th birthday finally arrived, marking a full year since he'd first settled in the parched lands. Time had flown by faster than Michael realized, and his 11th birthday marked the end of his parents' one-year waiting period, meaning they could finally visit him in person. Excited to show them everything he'd built, transforming a supposedly desolate wasteland into a thriving home for over 5,000 demi-humans, he arranged to pick them up the next morning using the now completed highway connecting the parched lands to the King's region, cutting travel time down to just 3 days. Before then, Fudge informed him that Kong needed him at the train station, coincidentally timed to coincide with his birthday. After months of collaborative engineering, the nation's first steam-powered train was finally ready for its inaugural run. Michael transported himself there via Shadow Clone, arriving to a packed platform of eager spectators, particularly excited dwarves anticipating a much shorter journey home. At Kong's urging, Michael pulled the train's horn himself, and as the engine roared to life and the train sped off down the tracks, the crowd erupted in amazement at its incredible speed. With the railway operational, trade between the nation of Reborn and the Dwarven Kingdom flourished even further. Dwarves paid for Reborn products using precious metals and gems, fueling continued factory production, while the kingdom itself benefited enormously from newly installed plumbing and electrical systems. Demand for appliances like air conditioners and refrigerators soared, the latter especially valued for keeping beer cold. Automobiles proved especially popular, with Michael and his engineers refining 2 distinct models, a compact family sedan favored for personal travel and vacations, and a larger, cargo-equipped truck adopted by dwarven businesses to streamline transport of raw materials. To support this demand, Michael even built a dedicated gas station within the Dwarven Kingdom itself. The resulting profits allowed Michael to further develop his nation's infrastructure, establishing schools, hospitals, parks, stadiums, and recreational spaces to ensure citizens had access to both opportunity and leisure. Baseball's popularity only intensified as the sport spread to the Dwarven Kingdom, sparking a competitive rivalry that pushed athletes on both sides to train harder than ever. Reflecting on everything from above the nation he'd built, Michael marveled at how far things had come in just a single year. With his settlement now fully capable of sustaining and governing itself, he finally felt free to turn his attention outward, ready to begin the search for the remaining fragments of the Godforge. A peddler in Kingsbridge began his usual morning route, planning to sell Reborn soap and shampoo in the Queen's region, but decided to take an unusual detour south in search of herbs. Stepping outside the city walls, he noticed the ground felt oddly smooth beneath his feet, unlike the typical rocky terrain. As dawn broke, he was stunned to discover a massive, flawlessly paved road stretching endlessly into the distance, unlike anything he'd ever encountered. Confused how such a massive construction project could have gone unnoticed, he rushed back to share the discovery with his fellow peddlers, who dismissed his claims outright, insisting nothing led south except the useless, barren, parched lands, and that no one would waste resources building a road there. Determined to prove himself, he wagered his own dignity on the claim, prompting the skeptical group to follow him and see for themselves. Upon arrival, they found a crowd already gathering, equally baffled by the sudden appearance of the pristine road. As word spread throughout Kingsbridge, curiosity drew increasing numbers of citizens to the southern gates, an area rarely visited due to its proximity to the desolate desert. Determined to trace its origins, the peddlers set out by carriage, marveling at the road's incredible smoothness, so stable that water wouldn't even spill from a cup while riding. After a full day of travel, they reached a fork in the road, one path continuing deeper into the parched lands, the other leading toward the treacherous mountain range bordering the reclusive Dwarven Kingdom. Choosing to follow the latter, they eventually arrived at the kingdom's edge, only to be intercepted by Dwarven guards who firmly denied them entry, citing their lack of the Reborn Company's official emblem as grounds for refusal. The peddlers exchanged stunned glances, having anticipated rejection from the notoriously isolationist dwarves, but not for a reason tied to a company emblem. When the guard confirmed they were referencing the Reborn Company specifically, the peddlers were baffled, assuming there was no way a human-run business could have earned an exception to enter Dwarven territory. Their confusion deepened further when one of them noticed the kingdom's walls stood fully intact, showing no trace of the landslide damage they'd witnessed firsthand months earlier. Given how slowly reconstruction had progressed elsewhere along the mountain range, it seemed impossible that the notoriously private dwarves could have rebuilt their extensive defenses so quickly. The guard revealed the truth. They hadn't rebuilt the walls themselves at all. Reborn had done it for them, completing the entire project in under 2 months. The peddlers found this even harder to believe than the road itself, refusing to accept that such massive construction could happen so fast. Though the guard didn't bother arguing further, knowing the truth would sound unbelievable regardless. Pointing to the very road beneath their feet, the guard confirmed that Reborn had built it too, finally answering the mystery that had driven the peddlers there in the first place. Before they could fully process this revelation, a group of strange, horseless vehicles emerged from the kingdom's gates, moving with unnatural speed and power. The peddlers immediately recognized the elegant gold R emblem stamped on their sides, the same symbol found on every Reborn product they'd sold for years. Even more astonishing was what these vehicles were hauling: massive containers loaded with valuable metals and unmistakably large quantities of Damascus steel, a material so rare that ordinary humans could only acquire small amounts through the black market, if they were lucky. The load in these carriages appeared to weigh close to a ton, an unprecedented amount for any outsider to possess. Stunned, the peddlers questioned how this was possible, given the kingdom's strict prohibition on selling Damascus steel to humans. The guard clarified that while the ban remained in place for everyone else, Reborn was treated differently, recognized as a true ally and friend to their kingdom, granted full access to their mines. Staring at the golden R emblazoned across the vehicles, the peddlers could hardly comprehend what they were witnessing. A human company had achieved something no one else in history ever had, earning the genuine trust and favor of the Dwarven Kingdom. The peddlers rushed back to Kingsbridge City with their incredible discovery, spreading word about the mysterious road leading to the Dwarven Kingdom and the Reborn Company's unprecedented alliance, granting them exclusive access to Damascus steel. The story spread like wildfire, dominating newspapers and public discourse, since even the mighty Vanderbilt business, despite Ise's wealth and influence, had never managed to crack the dwarves' centuries-long isolationism. No nation, no matter how powerful, had ever succeeded where Reborn apparently now had. Skeptical citizens made the journey themselves to verify the rumors, finding the pristine roads exactly as described, and receiving the same firm rejection at the kingdom's gates. Entry required the Reborn emblem. As the news solidified into confirmed fact, Reborn offices throughout the King's region, especially the main branch in Kingsbridge, were flooded with people desperate to learn more, with wealthy elites and nobility sending Castell countless letters offering premium prices for Damascus steel. Despite the overwhelming attention, the company remained silent, quietly finishing preparations behind the scenes. Finally, the day arrived. Michael, coordinating from the nation of Reborn with a fleet of automobiles ready for deployment, gave Castell the signal to proceed, planning a simultaneous unveiling across all Reborn offices in the King's region, starting with concrete before eventually revealing automobiles as their next major product. At the Kingsbridge headquarters, Castell gave the order, and construction workers emerged in organized fashion, immediately breaking ground on an empty lot in front of the building. Onlookers watched in confusion as workers poured a strange gray liquid into the foundation, only to see it harden and support walls and pillars within hours. As word spread throughout the day, more spectators gathered, stunned to learn the entire structure had risen from nothing in less than 24 hours. By evening, the building stood complete, and workers invited the crowd inside to confirm its solidity firsthand, even on the upper floor. Castell then emerged to formally introduce their newest product, concrete. She explained its revolutionary potential: buildings in a single day, walls in a week, entire city roads in under a month, and invited the crowd to place their orders. Before she'd even finished speaking, the audience surged forward, eager to reserve their share of a material that promised to transform construction as they knew it. Concrete sales exploded across every sector, from large construction firms ordering massive bulk shipments to individual farmers and small business owners eager to build their own barns, shacks, and expansions, cheaply and quickly. As customers pressed Castell for delivery timelines, she confidently promised same-day delivery directly to their locations, a claim that puzzled the crowd until a fleet of automobiles suddenly rumbled through the streets, startling both bystanders and horses alike with their horseless movement. The hobmankeys and dwarves quickly unloaded raw concrete materials into the company's warehouse, keeping the mixture in powder form for freshness before distributing finished batches throughout Kingsbridge City. This single demonstration accomplished two goals at once, proving Reborn's delivery speed while simultaneously showcasing the automobile's capabilities, sparking widespread curiosity and conversation. This same coordinated rollout played out across every Reborn office throughout the King's region, from small villages to major cities, drawing customers in purely through fascination with the mysterious horseless vehicles. As word spread about the automobile's speed compared to traditional horse carriages, Castell launched a new transportation service, essentially a bus line connecting distant territories. Curious travelers, including peddlers eager to test the new technology, bought tickets for a route to Grass Valley. Once the automobile left the city and hit the smooth concrete highway, its true speed became apparent, terrifying passengers initially with the sheer velocity before amazing them with how smooth and stable the ride felt despite the pace. What should have taken 4 days by traditional carriage was completed in a fraction of the time, leaving passengers stunned to find themselves already approaching Grass Valley. Once there, the peddlers took full advantage of the trip, purchasing turmeric and other herbs that were far cheaper locally than back in Kingsbridge due to the usual travel distance. With their goods secured, they found another line of Reborn automobiles waiting to shuttle passengers back to the city, with a friendly hobmanky driver already selling tickets for the next departure within the hour, cementing just how dramatically the automobile had transformed regional trade and travel. Automobiles quickly proved transformative beyond simple transportation, revolutionizing trade across the King's region. Rare goods like turmeric, once prohibitively expensive due to distance, became widely available and affordable everywhere Reborn operated. Concrete sales soared as rural villages gained access to city-quality construction, and even royals began commissioning Reborn to rapidly expand their territories with new walls and buildings. As demand for personal automobiles grew, Michael priced sedans at 10,000 gold coins and trucks at 40,000, prices that some enterprising individuals quickly turned into their own transportation businesses, mimicking the ride services Reborn had pioneered. Rather than monopolizing the technology, Michael deliberately allowed widespread automobile ownership, recognizing the bigger opportunity. As more people relied on cars, they'd need fuel and better roads, both of which Reborn could supply. He had Castell build gas stations throughout the territories and pushed concrete sales further as cities needed proper roads to accommodate the growing number of vehicles. This ripple effect accelerated commerce across the entire King's region, with gold flowing rapidly and much of it ultimately funneling back into Reborn's expanding operations. Meanwhile, Cerberus and a group of wizards gathered to examine a Reborn automobile firsthand, baffled by its mechanics. Even using a 5-star detection spell, one skilled mage confirmed there was no trace of magic involved whatsoever. The vehicle operated purely through physical, mechanical means. Stunned by this revelation, the assembled mages turned to Cerberus for answers, but even he needed time alone to properly consider it, dismissing the others so he could think. Once alone, Cerberus called out to Michael, who emerged instantly from the shadows. Genuinely impressed by the automobile's non-magical ingenuity, Cerberus pressed for an explanation, but Michael deflected with a playful challenge to a game of chess instead. Despite Cerberus's confident claim that his skills had improved dramatically during Michael's absence, the match played out just as it always had, with Michael maintaining the upper hand throughout. At a strategic moment, mid-game, with Cerberus taking a sip of water to steady his focus, Michael revealed a piece of mithril, dropping the news casually, as if it were nothing. The shock sent Cerberus spraying water everywhere in disbelief, while Michael burst into uncontrollable laughter at having timed the reveal so perfectly.